You non-farm payrolls, it looks like the number coming in below expectations, 209,000 versus 230,000 expected. You'll recall May was a blowout number in the 330,000-ish area. U.S. unemployment rate coming in as expected, 3.6%. Analysts also expecting 3.6%. So good look there. Markets trending higher. I can show you what the markets look like previously here on the quote board, but that does not reflect the current state of affairs. So let's have a look quickly here how the NQ is faring, popping up to 15,283. The market really digesting this news well. We'll send it over to the boys in a second, but Meta having a big day today. We'll talk about Meta as they get sued by Twitter. Twitter lawyers sending a letter out to Meta saying that they're accusing them of using intellectual property stolen from them. So we'll see how that fares. Tesla laying off some people at its battery plant in Shanghai, as well as cutting its price on the Model 3 and the Model Y in China. Alibaba looking to get a big fine from the Chinese government, and Group looking to settle its affairs with the Chinese government. We'll talk about that and much more. It is Friday, July 7th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. The NQ 15283, the market liking what it sees from the non-farm payrolls. What's the look over there, gentlemen?
Well, welcome. It looks like the market, look, obviously, if you have payrolls down, which is, I think it's the first miss, it's sort of the second miss in the last year or two. Everything's always been higher. They've been some revisions to downside. It was a blowout number last time. If you have it down, maybe some actual signs of cooling that the Fed's been waiting around for. Those signs of cooling in the economy have been there, but the Fed's been waiting for it. So I think the market likes this, and it's bullish. I mean, Apple is tearing through 192, Meta's teared through 293, it's up at 94. Rivian's going to break $23 any second now. It is wild. You got to be happy. It should be a bullish day anyways. Why? Because it is World Chocolate Day. And
yesterday was World Fried Chicken Day.
That is, okay, that's a close
why did we not
second,
mention that?
But chocolate is universal. I mean, everybody loves chocolate.
Some people don't, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's okay. Very, very few people love chocolate. It's just there's always
you
something
have a dark,
for everybody.
A milk, yeah.
I love dark chocolate. My pops, he loves white chocolate. So it's
white chocolate. Yeah,
I'm a dark chocolate person myself, but okay. Of course, we've already got someone in the chat who doesn't like chocolate.
It's also World Plaid Day as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. But Sharif's not wearing plaid.
This is nice, though, because the market is starting to bump up there on those numbers, man. So unemployment rate there, non-farm payrolls, of course, for 209 versus 225. So the market's definitely liking that number as we're starting to go back up to the upside. I still want to short Meta today, but a name that I was just looking at to go long, I don't know why I haven't seen balance locator up. It's not doing anything. What about Tesla? Oh, man, these stupid wicks. But look at this. Look at this move. What? Tesla's up $3 in a straight line here over the last 5 minutes. So nice move up there. The funny thing is this number was leaked because we were watching it and the market started to go before the number came out. So someone knew about this a couple minutes before. Then boom goes the dynamite right up to the upside. All the equities, there's this one little, I mean, whatever. The market's been rigged for a long time. I've been talking about that. Look at this. Starts getting going from 25. So just straight up, straight up, straight up. Then at 29, you get a monster candle at 829. Number supposed to checks to watch. Yep, number supposed to be released at 830. There's a nice move up of about 40 handles or so on the NASDAQ. It's not huge. And then the number actually comes out and boom goes the dynamite. Now you're back up to this 15.3 again on the NASDAQ. And I mean, the 30-minute chart is telling you the story there. I'm almost thinking that you could short this now, especially if we continue. Now, shorting against numbers or going against 830 releases, correct me if I'm wrong, there's probably some kind of stats out there, but I can remember whenever inflation came out hot, came out the right way, the market just continued that sort of sure, it danced around, but at the end of the day, you kind of wanted to go with these numbers and go with the market. So that's where I think that we can still escalate, maybe back in here, another 50 handles, maybe another 100 handles, gets us right back up to the tops here of the month. So yeah, July, I mean, it's just, today's the 7th, this just goes back 2 days. Back to July 5th and right before the holiday where we had some, my phone's trying to take all that down as text. That's interesting. 15.4 right there on the NASDAQ. So I would say that's going to be a level to look at 100 handles higher. What's up, Sharif?
In case you're just joining us, the U.S. unemployment rate coming in at 3.6%. U.S. non-farm payrolls coming in at 209,000 rather than the 230,000 that were expected. The previous number in May was much higher. 339,000 is what the print in May came in as. U.S. average earnings year over year up 4.4% versus the 4.2 expected. U.S. private payrolls, these are a less important number, guys. U.S. private payrolls down 149,000 versus the 200 expected. Keeping an eye on the Fed rate watch tool here, I believe this is called, the CME Group Fed Watch tool. We're looking for the July rate hike that's been priced in until now, still at 92.4%. November is what we were keeping our eye out on, guys, because that's where analysts were saying that we were going to see the second rate hike, and yeah, still hasn't changed. So we'll keep an eye on this number.
Yeah, I mean, you do want to keep an eye on that tool because that's what it's all about. Like the reason we care about these numbers so much is an idea of what the Fed's going to do next, right? So yeah, I'd keep eyes on that. I feel like the odds should move a little bit more for that second hike coming down the line. Just quickly, I mean, look at a lot of things are running right now. I don't have to tell anybody that. If you're watching charts or looking at the markets, you can see it. BABA didn't quite get through 87 there. I don't even know if we retest the 86 where we're breaking out from, but if you're following along, the Ant fine, 1.1 billion, the biggest since the DD fine. But this is the kind of thing that can clear the wins for them. When you finally get a settlement and maybe the foot is off the neck of some of their businesses, which they can't really keep on doing that, quite frankly. But $90 feels like an obvious target today on BABA if we hang on to the recent channel support, 85.5, 86. That's going to be worth watching. Apple's actually starting to come back in here. A couple of names are dipping. I think there could be a chance for some dip buys in here, but you're so far away from big levels on a few names. Like I'm looking at specifically Apple here, that $3 trillion mark. We got back above it, so that was a strong name. We ended with strength yesterday, and you had afternoon support at that 191. Like that was a level I came in and think, yeah, 191, just go for the long above that. I don't know if we're even going to get a chance back at that level. I think you're right, Sean. It is a little bit hot in here.
I just saw Randy there. I didn't want to interrupt you.
But
so
I'm in long sleeves
today. What is the
today.
temperature here today?
That's part of the problem.
I don't know. Yesterday it was feeling like 40 degrees Celsius, and I tweeted this out pretty much all week. And then today we're getting a little bit of relief. What was it at? 24? That's actually...
24 is hot for the office.
It's hot for an office, especially when we get some bodies coming in here.
Well, and the lights.
Let the bodies hit the flow. Yeah, I'm getting the sticky note out right now. I love that Alibaba trade. I think we've been waiting for that. Ant Financial is supposed to be one of those triggers that they're able to pull now. So we'll wait to see if that can happen. And then, I don't know, man. I'm fixing up the sticky note as we speak, but I didn't think...
I'm good.
I'll take another one, actually, yeah. Coffee gets cold here. I mean, the one thing, we get warm, coffee gets cold real quick. 284 on Tesla, why not? Let's take out this weekly right now. Nice move up to 279 right here. There's some kind of news on Tesla. I kind of skipped by it on our sticky note on our Tesla shares decline, company layoff workers. Okay, layoffs and price cuts. That actually sounds like a good thing. So right there, 284, looking at that level right there for Tesla. It's going to bump its head up there today, I feel like, especially if this market continues to make a move higher. And of course, as soon as I say that, I look over and we've had the little retracement in the last 3 minutes here. But, that's that 15.4 level. We did a little bit of a broader look here on the NASDAQ. I think we can get going. Do we have Michael Noss today?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we'll see what he has to talk about here. I think the futures have that opportunity to take out the high of 15.4 on the NASDAQ. Let's see a little bit of a pullback, then a retracement back up. But, hey, finally, we get that that number, and I heard Yannick behind us saying people losing their jobs and market going up. That's funny. We just both did it at the same time. That's something that the market was waiting for.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
we finally needed to get a little bit of a cool down, and all it's going to do is hopefully justify the Fed's next couple steps. So let's wait to see what happens here. But it's a good day once again. Poor Prad, man. His Free Fall Friday just never ever exists. Probably the worst coined day of all time.
It's the pokeroo now. It's the pokeroo of the market. It's a Free Fall
is,
Friday.
Yeah, you never. Yeah, where's pokeroo?
We
used to have that thing, man. Oh man,
we used to have a pokeroo. Right?
Again? Okay, Sharif, I'll take this. Go back to Sharif.
He keeps calling, Sean, at the wrong times. All right, guys, Bloom Energy catching an upgrade today from RBC Capital Markets, initiating their coverage with an outperform rating and a price target of 24. This was up over 6% at the high, 1650, the pre-market high, catching a bit of a bottom yesterday. Any possible trade on this one, guys?
Bloom. Every time you say that stock, that's about the extent.
Going green.
I don't know. That's about the extent of all I do for this one.
No one knows that though. Unfortunately.
I know it's an old. It's like
it's old.
Really,
that's like the first
really
YouTube
old.
video of all time, probably.
If you're old school YouTube, which obviously I'm a little bit older than the average person on social media, but anyways, this stock, it gets exciting when you break probably 17 even on all of these names that are making kind of like wipeout bottoms, higher lows, holding out to 50. Like you saw this with Rivian as a bit of a setup. Like you would hold the 50 as a higher low, and then when it breaks out from there after holding the, ooh, my goodness,
thank you, Randy.
Well, cheers. Mine's still full, so I'm good.
I got one, but it got
I
cold
just
super
gotten
quick.
this, but
I mean, these coffees are included.
Included.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With our seating fee.
We have a fantastic coffee machine, or espresso machine in the back, although it's pretty expensive for maintenance on it. But like, all I'm going to say about Bloom Energy, these are better breaks when you hold the 50 and then it breaks the next consolidation up, which would be a potential 17 break. As impressive as it's been, the volume is 62,000. And the only reason I'm bringing up that setup is because if you look at Rivian here, hold the 50, break out the next channel. Obviously, this one had lingered much longer. Man, that it coiled up so long. How great is that break at $16 on Rivian? It's just absolute gold. But that's all I'm talking about for Bloom. Like it breaks out that channel to the upside, maybe extends a little bit further. I don't think it's a gigantic short interest, but quite frankly, I hadn't checked. So let's see. It's not bad. It's 17% short on Bloom Energy. So if it does catch a little bit of interest, some volume comes in, starts to break 17, maybe even like 19, that'd be good. But we're already back red. The second we trash talked Free Fall Friday, the NASDAQ went red again.
Yeah. See, now you're trying to now you're like justifying it.
I'm just saying what actually happened. I'm not saying it was causality, but that's what actually happened. So if we start saying Free Fall Friday, now we have a Free Fall Friday, the market's going to turn around.
Yeah.
So and the other reason the market's going to turn around is because we got Michael Noss.
Yeah, we just bounced. First of all, we just bounced off that 15, almost 15. We didn't get to 15.4, but we got pretty closer to 15.313. So just for everybody looking out at that, we already talked about this, and we're going to go to Michael Noss in just 2 seconds. But there's that 15.4 that I was looking at right into here. I thought we could get into this area on that number and then start to short. But for right now, it looks like we are trying to pull back in off that number. And I guess it's just it is better than expected, but is that enough to change the course of the Fed? We just saw the U.S. futures pricing an 89% chance of 25 basis point hike this month. So I feel like that was all. I don't know what the number was pre this number, but 89% is close enough to 100 for me. So it does look like they will go 25 basis points, which is what we were expecting, right? So if that's what we were expecting, the Fed futures fund rate does consider that to be a fact now. So yeah, maybe we just do continue that sort of downslide that we've had the last couple of days here in the NASDAQ, and it's not even that like it's been down that much.
No,
but
it's been slow.
Maybe today we just get another day where we kind of have one of those inside days, Neil. We'll see what happens here today. We go up, we go down, and now we go over to the desk with Michael Noss and Sharif.
All right, guys, time to chat with Michael Noss, chartered market technician at Trade Ideas and a good friend of the show. Michael, how's your Friday going?
So far, so good. I just got inside for mowing because it's going to be almost 40 degrees over here, so I had to get it done early.
I do not envy that. I hope the humidity spares you a little bit. I know you guys are coastal, so that might not be good.
No.
Look, we're talking RSI today. We're talking RSI divergence. Now, Michael, this is an indicator that a lot of people use incorrectly at the wrong times. Take us through that. Take us through that and how you're using it today.
Yeah, and thanks for pointing that out, Sharif, because RSI is a momentum indicator, and a lot of people do use it incorrectly. They look to short when the RSI is overbought, and they look to buy when the RSI is oversold, right? So the red line on the bottom of the chart you see there, that's the RSI. The textbooks say, right, short when it gets over 70, sometimes 80, and buy when it gets under 30, sometimes 20. But the math has been done on that. It absolutely does not work in the long run. But what has been proven to work, and what I look at this for, is for what we call a divergence. So very simple and basic what the indicator does. It basically shows momentum. So it shows how much, how strong and how much momentum there was in a move. So the idea is what we're seeing here in the SPY, and when you look at your stock, if the stock makes a higher high, and momentum, or the RSI, doesn't make a higher high, it shows that that last high that happened on the market is relatively weak than the one before. That's why they call it actually the relative strength index. So here on the SPY, you can see that yesterday or the day before, the RSI started to hook down after it made a higher high on price, but a lower high on the RSI, kind of showing that there could be some short-term profit taking or whatever. Now, I will say I'm still a bull. I've been bullish since I remember I came here in October. We had that big CPI bottom. I did some math on that showing that that was, generally speaking, going to be a major turning point. Turned out it is. I'm still bullish on the market overall. But this indication shows me that we may be in for a little bit of pause or a little bit of a sell. Now, my mentor and a guy that you know as well, Brian Shannon, always says stocks can correct either through price or through time. So it doesn't mean that the SPY necessarily has to sell off, but like the boys were just talking about there, maybe we get a couple inside days. Maybe there's some more chop going on. The doldrums of summer maybe push us sideways. But this RSI is saying, at least for now, until we can kind of reverse this condition, I'm a little bit more in the cautious mode. So what I'm doing, because I'm still overall bullish, as opposed to selling some of the longs that I have that are working fantastically, I'm adding some I'm adding some shorts into my portfolio. So the next chart here I actually have is Meta, and I actually took a short on this one yesterday. So it failed at that 300 level yesterday. You can see the RSI divergence where Meta is making higher highs and higher highs, but momentum is dying out, saying that there's more of a fight, I guess, to get to these higher highs than there was before, less momentum in them. And then we had to sell the news with Threads, right? I went on Threads. I've already been talking to Sean and Neil on Threads. I think it's super cool, but often you'll see what happens is that when a news event occurs, if the stock is overextended, that's the moment where the smart money comes in and takes profits because you have all the people chasing the news higher. So that's a trade I've already taken. It still may be valid. I just want to talk about how I'm doing this because not only do you need this RSI divergence to take place, but you need a catalyst because these things can go, this condition has been going on since early June in Meta. So they can happen for a very, very long period of time. So don't just, take the symbols I give you, I'm going to give you a couple next, and just short them, make them do something, make them break down or a volume spike or something in order to confirm that this RSI divergence is taking place. So first one we're going to look at here is Lilly, LLY, and that's the third chart here. Here we go. So again, same thing. Eli Lilly is making higher and higher highs as this RSI is dying out. It's got this area around, call it 460, 450, 460. If we can break under that with some volume, I'm going to add this as a short play. These are quick hits until the market turns. As you can tell by the chart in the lower left, which is the weekly chart and our picture-in-picture charts, these things are just monsters. So we do need to keep in mind that we're not we're shorting in front of strength. So we need to be very quick and nimble on this one. Next one here is ticker MOD. This another same thing. This one's a little clearer. We had that high mid-June. We had another high a couple days ago, but on lower momentum. So if this thing can get under like that 31 to 30, that last kind of swing low, that's where I'm going to look to short. If it gets over 35, it's time to go on that one. Next here is VRT. Again, all of these setups are the same. These stocks are making higher highs. VRT I like a little bit more because if you look at that weekly chart, we're getting up to an area which we turned last time and caused a pretty major sell-off from about 25 down to 10. So if we're getting there again, maybe we have some memory in that price and things are going to push lower. Again, these ones, I'm basically looking for them to break recent lows. Now I have some longs in case I'm wrong, in case this thing just continues to rip. We always have to accept what we're going to do if we're wrong. So we've got two longs here, one with Napa. Again, this one's making lower lows and lower lows. Put in a nice big engulfing candle, so good relative strength yesterday. It was very, very strong yesterday when the market gapped down and didn't really do anything. Putting in higher lows on RSI here. If it can get over 13, that's where I would like to look at this one. Next one is UNFI, which is a food store, I think, that's getting killed. There's probably a story behind there. But you can see on this most recent down move, momentum did not confirm. So gets it hold over 20. I think that's the trade. Stop goes under those all-time lows.
What exactly is happening? It's great to actually use RSI in a way that it not typically used, using it through the divergence method. But what's actually happening behind the scenes there when the price makes a higher high, but the RSI doesn't necessarily make a higher high? What's the function behind the scene?
Yeah, so if you boil down the mathematics behind RSI, it's basically confirming the average up move versus the average down move for a period of time. So, if you just look at that on a chart, if there's massive green candles, so yeah, UNFI here, for example. So we had these massive red candles back during that first gap down you see on the chart. And that causes the RSI to print much lower numbers because there's massive red candles and not very many green candles. So a lot of red and very little green will push the RSI lower. Now, in the area that we're in right now, we're seeing a bit of a mix between green and red. So even though it's being pushed down, the mathematics will show us that there's a higher low happening in price. So basically what's happening is that during that first push down, there was nobody in its way. There was nobody buying that dip. There was nobody fighting that price lower. But as we continue and push lower, there's more people fighting. And then the reverse is with Meta. So as we're getting higher and up to that 300, it's getting met with more selling. So even though it's making higher highs, it's battling the tape a little bit more.
Interesting. So should we be looking for higher lows then, Michael, in the price action?
Yeah, so just like any indicator, right? It's just an indicator. We want price to confirm. So your idea is that you put these on watch when you see an RSI divergence, and we have a scan over at Trade Ideas, and that's tradertv.live if you want to check that out. But you always want price to confirm. So what you're doing is you're seeing, okay, momentum in Meta may be slowing, but that doesn't just mean I'm going to short it because the thing's a freight train. It's been moving. So what I want to do is I want to find an event. I want to find something. So for me, it was the bearish day we had yesterday, and then the threads launch for a possible sell the news. That's my event. Now, the beauty of these is that right when you're wrong. If Meta makes a new high, I'm out, right? So I'm in at, I think, 295. My stop's going to be 300, right? If I'm right, maybe it pulls back to 250. So you're fighting the trend, which lowers your chance of success, but your risk reward on these things should be really, really high because, again, if Meta closes and makes a new closing high, I'm out. So my stop's super, super tight on these.
Michael Moss, amazing as always. Thank you for your insight on that. Michael Moss, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas. Check them out, guys, Trade Ideas, and use the code TraderTV.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you as always, Michael. The other thing, and maybe this matters, maybe it doesn't, but when we were watching Meta in the pre-market yesterday, up and around that 300 level, the first thing that came to my mind was I've seen days where like Tesla is breaking out to a new high, or Amazon, or one of the other big tech names is breaking a big level, and you're sitting there at like 7 to 8 o'clock or before we come on air, and you notice that there's decent volume up at those prices. When Meta was gapped up around that 300, there was not a lot of interest up there. Like there was a spread above. When it broke 300, there was a spread. There was no bidders above that price for more than like 100 shares. You didn't see any of that. So there wasn't much of a fight that got put on it at that price, and then when it got underneath, I mean, there was nobody on the bid to try and dip by that until we got to the open, and oddly enough, until you got to that previous day support at 93. Like, that's where people started buying the stock. So, I like that, the whole wait for confirmation or a reason to get into something that is top heavy, because quite frankly you have to. Like, you are fighting the trend. Speaking of Meta, this little back and forth the market's doing. The NASDAQ is 0.05 to the upside. Meta's gone back into the green, quite obviously there. It's been pretty strong, but it got to 95. Like, look where this turned. And I'm not saying you should jump into trades on an economic release at 8:30, but if you look at any kind of liquidity vacuum when they occur, a lot of times it's more about where do people stop chasing a move than anything else. There's not a lot of liquidity in the first place, but anyone buying on that 8:30 number, they all stopped chasing at 295, which was the effective top yesterday. Now, I know you were a little bit higher, but if you look at the bulk of the day and the second half of the day, 295 was a double top, and then we flushed at the end, and we have that 295 to contend with. So a little confirmation that 295 is going to be a level here for us on Meta. I think you can look both directions off levels like that, but we are putting in higher highs, and it looks like we want to trend to a 295 potential break. So file that one away. I like these little local areas when they line up with something that was significant before, and we're seeing that here on Meta. As a day trade, very different from a swing, right? Like, you wouldn't short Meta at 295 as a day trader and hold it at 300, but as a swing trade, that's a much different story, like Michael was talking about.
Yeah, I find it sometimes a little bit hard to use an RSI, of course, if you're going to day trade the way we do, because momentum on such a small period time frame is tough to watch out for. So for me, I'll continue to look at the RSI, but yeah, I think it is better for what Michael Nossos is talking about there for longer term positions, trying to make like a swing play over a couple days where you get that relative strength versus relative weakness, and then playing momentum where stocks like an Eli Lilly just continue to make highs here, but then the relative strength, I don't have it up here, I should have put it up, but as the relative strength fades, maybe Eli Lilly's running out of steam, right? So that's something that you could always look at there. But for a day trade, I don't know. Like, I haven't really been able to figure it out. I do have it up here. Like, I do have RSI up on my e-signal charts here on a 3-minute, just to try to look. And you could see yesterday, like, even up here, I mean, this is just the 80, I think it's, 70 mark, yeah, so 70 and 30 marks. Even as, we were getting the highs here yesterday of 298, you could see the RSI was still below that 70 marker, and then, to the downside. But then when you start hitting the 30s, and again, some of them it's great to look at when you're looking back at these things. It's pretty hard to judge it as we go. But I'm going to still continue to look at RSI there. I like it on a 3-minute, give you a little bit longer of a time frame, but I haven't done enough studying to add that to my sort of toolbox for a day trade yet. But I do like it for swing trades there, Sharif.
Brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, let's see what is upgraded and downgraded today. JP Morgan Chase getting an upgrade from Wolf Research ahead of the bank's earnings. They start earnings, guys. Newmont, DraftKings, Rivian. On the left side, Paramount, Warner Brothers, XPeng, and ExxonMobil. Wolf Research not liking the streaming services, both Warner Brothers and Paramount, with the downgrade today.
Sir, we'll get to some upgrades and downgrades. Let's go to Nita Stonk here and say thank you very much. Gifted 5 memberships in the chat here, so thank you very much, Nita Stonk, valuable member of our community, like everybody is.
Everyone needs a stonk.
Everyone needs a stonk. Every day you need a stonk to trade. That's why we're here, looking for what's moving. Rivian was a great stonk yesterday. Obviously, Meta on a daily basis gives you opportunities. DraftKings.
Was that a good stonk?
That's not bad. Look, there's a lot of stonks that have been moving to the upside and trending up. So I'm not showing you anything that's very different from a lot of names that we generally have been watching. But this stonk is, I didn't realize it bounced off 25 yesterday. I had this line drawn, and I can tell you, I drew this back, I think when it rejected 25, like way back when. I just kind of left it in there when I looked at the stock. It tells you how long it's been since I paid attention to DraftKings for a day trade. But when you bounce off something like that, like a 25 even, If we're going trend up, I mean, if the market wants to go trend up, it's still to be determined. Like the NASDAQ, which was 0.05, just went to 0.09 to the downside. So we're going back and forth on flat. But DraftKings up 1%. I don't care too much about the upgrade or downgrade. Sometimes that's just the reason it's moving off of a good price level. And then you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, 25, that looks pretty good. So if we get any kind of a test of 25 today, DraftKings, to me, sets up pretty decently. If you zoom the 15-minute out just a little bit further, you can see good support there. You were in a couple of days of drawback. Now you're trying to bounce off a nice level. The trend is your friend when you're looking for a stock like this, and it's been a stair step to the upside. It hasn't even gotten to the 50 period since late March. That's that's a simple moving average. That's pretty impressive, and it's bouncing away from it again today. If it holds that trend, I mean, 25 looks like a great long on DraftKings. So, I mean, maybe we don't get there today. It's 50 cents away from it, but at least worth putting on a watch just in case. That's the one name on that board that I can't remember the last time I had looked at, and now I like what I see at 25.
I actually missed that board. I was doing other things, but
Rivian was there.
that's what I was just going to look at Rivian because, again, gets another upgrade here from Wedbush. You want to put it up again? Yeah. Sure. We can. Okay, so JP Morgan Chase. Okay, so we have bank earnings coming through soon. DraftKings a good one. Rivian. I'm actually uninterested now in the energy space. So although I see ExxonMobil over there, I just kind of disappointed there. No price targets on XPeng, Warner Brothers, Exxon. I'll have to read what Wolf is saying about that. But honestly, I'm kind of over all this. OPEC has no more. You know, some of these meetings and stuff like that, OPEC doesn't seem to be having sort of the teeth that they need now to change what's happening with the oil. U.S. still a huge producer there, so let's just see what happens. But Rivian, I mean, obviously with that upgrade, it seems like it's a little bit overdone as we continue to climb through. We just broke through 22. I mean, this is up 55% in 7 trading days. Huge move up. Whoa, yeah, huge move down for Rivian as well. But huge move up now for Rivian, and I don't even think we're running really into too much resistance until you get up to this 27, 28 level. So, hey, maybe this is the name. We know it's 16% short. We like Rivian. I'm going to add RSI to a 1-minute chart down here just to watch it today because now Michael Noss has piqued my interest on this. But I'm going to watch the RSI a little bit here today and see if we can figure out a little bit of something. But right now we just have volume up there. We like volume because it gives you these spikes and can tell you sort of maybe when one of these exhaustion candles could be, you know, an answer to some of the questions that we might have. But for right now, I like Rivian to the upside here. It's just if this is what's going to happen today, then maybe we sell strong names, right? Names that people can take profit out of, especially if this NASDAQ is going to reverse. Remember I said that like when the number normally comes out as a positive number that the market likes, then you can get a continuation. But the fact that we reaffirmed that 25 basis point rate hike in the Fed Fund futures, I feel like we just go sort of back to what we've been doing the last couple of days, and that is fading some of these pops. But remember, the market at around, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock seems to want to always go to the upside. So maybe it's a downside push early. Then we see if we can bottom out like we did yesterday. And we'll be talking about more of those levels, 15, 120 coming into play. So another 100 handles down, and then we're going to get some support.
I know what's so every day at 11, so here's what's happening at 11 o'clock when the market goes up. It's not the plunge protection team. You're going to know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I like the PPT.
It is the 3 o'clock GE buyer. So back in the day, and I'm talking way back in the day. This is maybe the early mid 2000s. There was a theory on a trader on our floor that at 3 o'clock there was a program buyer on General Electric, so you just go along every single day. And that buyer made so much money that they want to seem to buy the markets up in the middle of the day. It's all tongue in cheek, but what's important about what we've been seeing the last little bit? Sorry, I was just watching Gorilla there, but what's important about this is how we approach the manner in which we are trading when you're holding trend, right? Every single time. How many days do you see where you're having a down day? And there haven't been too many down days. If you look at the NASDAQ, when we're having a down day, there's a double bottom, 10 and then 11 o'clock rally. Yesterday, there's that bottom, round off at 10, and then this is a 60-minute chart, right? But you round off at that bottom, 11 o'clock, you're making that rally. You get the down day. Where are we always turning? You're turning right at about 11 o'clock. So if you're sitting there in your shorts celebrating everything, that's fine, but you might want to consider time of day for exits and time of day for looking for reversal patterns. If this move continues to the downside, well, you might want to be taking your profits close to 11 o'clock when we finish the morning show and maybe looking for some bottom picks. If you like a 290 on Meta and it's at that price at 11 o'clock, well, that's not bad. If Apple happens to be at 190 or 191 at that time, then that's something I want to be looking for. So, we joke about these patterns and observe them, but sometimes you just want to start acting on them a little bit more aggressively. Like if I see Apple at this price or at 190 or even at any one of those support levels, when we get to 11 o'clock and the market's been coming down, that's when you look for a bounce play, quite frankly, because the pattern's held for a few weeks now, Sharif.
Yes, here's some key levels that stand out to me. Yesterday's low, very important, 44.18 here on the chart. That's as low as we got yesterday. That got bought up immediately. The other important level for me, yesterday's close, 44.47, essentially that 44.50. That's where we found resistance. To the high side, if I go long, well, I won't be trading today, but if I were to go long, it would be above this 44.50. I would wait to see how it trades above this area. If I was to go short, I would wait to see if it would fail 44.18. I would have no part in anything in between. That's just my take on that. All right, let's start the rundown, guys. Meta first on the list. This caught a big upgrade yesterday when it introduced Threads, and then it received notice from Twitter lawyers that it was in violation of using highly confidential trade secrets and information. Twitter lawyers accusing Meta of hiring former Twitter employees disgruntled and using them to launch a competitor, all unproven, of course. Meta down 0.1%. Is there a look here now?
So first things first. I mean, like, Twitter laid off a lot of people. So you obviously are going to have a lot of those employees are going to find themselves at other big social media companies and in related industries. I would be a little bit surprised if Meta was as sloppy as to hire former Twitter employees and put them right on that parallel project for the kind of issues that this might have. Now, it's been denied and there is no lawsuit. That's the other thing. It's a warning letter. There isn't actually a lawsuit here. I think if you look at what happened yesterday, it's more about we knew that there was something coming and it made a rally. It made a rally day one. It couldn't continue it. It failed it at 300. It was a sell the news event at that 300 level. It would have been exciting for a 300 break, but that's why when you look for a break out of a significant level, you actually wanted to break that price. So you didn't need to be trapped in a long at 300 because it never gave you the break. That's the silver lining. Into the price action here for Meta. Still, 290 was such a monstrous break, and we all know that. We did get there very, very late, right at the close, kind of bouncing off of the pre-market. You bounced off 290. So that's the line today. If Meta holds on to 290, I think it can be a long at that price. And then we were just talking about 295. That was the 830 ADP report high, the non-farm payroll high. And we had an afternoon high there as well. So that lines you up on a Friday with the two obvious option levels as your support and resistance. I guess that's it's almost so obvious. But if it doesn't hold 290, I don't think anyone's going to be that excited about holding on to that long. I wish I could tell you I jumped into the short at 95, but I don't like jumping into trades at 830 on the periphery of that initial move. There's so much time between then and the open that a lot can change between jumping into like a short there. Maybe you're getting run over. What do you want to do with it? Maybe you have a tight stop. I don't know. But I always want to let things settle down. And that 290 level is sitting right there for us on Meta.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down basically the same kind of stuff there on the sticky note yesterday. I mean, I feel like the fact that we took down the day's low at the close right here when we were watching this 291.50 area as the close, and then all of a sudden, just in those last 5 or 10 minutes, we really made a move to the downside and then wind up closing right here at 291, breaking that bottom. So we lost money yesterday going long, and we were long early on the name and played the momentum for the threads, breaking through 300. That was good, right? Then we faded out. Then we actually wound up getting this 295 bottom right there and was able to take some out on the top. So everything was fine until we started to play around with this 293.94 level, which again was good, but then held on to too much, thinking that we could run up into this level again at the close, and instead we went the complete opposite way. Now today you're only down 0.1 when the market's down more than that. So yeah, I actually do think that we could break this 290. It's probably worth going long for the try down there, but I'm probably just going to wait for a short. If we can get anything, I wrote down 298. Because I don't want to go anything really until 300, but that 298 yesterday, and remember, like we got that spike to 295, how things have changed in just 30 minutes or so off that number. Now we've faded all the way back down into that bottom again. So I really like Meta again today, and if anything, look at this 295, 295, 295, 295, and then 295 again. We know why it stopped there because the whole market reversed, but maybe that is the top that we're looking for to fade off of. So I think today the best thing to do, we got carried away with Meta yesterday. The big loss was when we hit that bottom right there in the first couple minutes. When I was wrong, we were going long through all this. We got stopped out on a 293 break. Then it went back up to the upside. That's not happening again today. So we're going to wait to see if Meta can make a bottom here at 290. If it does, trust me, I'm going to be there with shares and we'll be able to make a lot of money on that trade, but let's just make sure that it is the bottom first. No point in going long 291, waiting for 290 to break unless you're going to play smaller shares. I feel like it's better to wait for this trade or wait for this trade, and then I will not wait for the short at 298. If it comes up to there, I will take that short into 300. So wait for all this to happen. Give us a level either at the top or the bottom. But if we somehow do start to rip up, then I probably will be sitting there with a short at 298.
Tesla has been in focus all week, delivering its Q2 production numbers on Saturday. 479,000 vehicles they produced in Q2, selling a little bit less than that. Today, it's in the news for different reasons. Layoffs at its battery plant in Shanghai and price cuts to its Model 3 and Model Y in China, looking to spur demand to the total about $483, up almost 0.5% right now, guys. What's the look on Tesla?
So, I mean, the first thing to think about with all these price targets, these price cuts and raises, is they've made a fundamental change. So we're going to keep seeing every month, in every single region, you're going to hear about Tesla has raised prices, lowered prices. They have dynamic pricing now. So this is going to be a bit of a thing. I don't want to overreact to any of that news. But if you look at what happened yesterday, we talked about the morning to 11 o'clock, there was a bottom. Tesla was one of the weaker names, and it wiped out like to 275 level down into 72. It then reestablished at about 275 for the afternoon, and that was essentially where we almost got to right at that close. You're above that. You're back above it. So you had a wipeout bottom underneath previous support. You did retest it. We're back above now. Ooh, that line just came back. There we go. So you retested it. This did not dip anywhere close. When the market just came back in there, we didn't dip very close into that 275 level. But that's where I'm looking here in today. I think it's kind of like look longs above. If we break this a second time, I think you got to be looking for the short on Tesla, especially if it gets out, underneath yesterday's low. And at the top side, I thought I had a line drawn there, but 284. Now that wick's going to be there again, but can't really help it. If you look at the 2 days before yesterday, you had the same 284 top. So we are a chance to test that one. I think if there's a top end break to be had, like you can see where this is going if it breaks 84. Do I want to short it first? Probably. A $6 run from here, I might take a shot at it. But that is a big, big level if it gets taken out, that 84. Maybe we see 75 at the open. I don't think it's a guarantee the way we're getting whipsaw action in this overall market. And I'm not really looking at like a Lucid or anything else today. It's just Rivian and Tesla when it comes to the EVs. Okay, check that. Mullen at 20 cents. But that's just because it's an even round number that it bounced to 25 yesterday. So if it can do even half that off 20 again, I'll be happy.
I mean, I was just talking about Tesla. I put it on the sticky note here about a 284 break. Now that's going to, that's come and gone, it looks like, for right now. Those stupid wicks again, but there it is right there. I just think, why not play the momentum? When that market was ripping up and we wrote the sticky note, I mean, that 284 is pretty key to come through. We wanted to look at that level for a while there. I still feel like Tesla's a very, very strong name. Wedbush with the upgrade, a couple of different news events coming through today. So I like the name here. and this is not something that I really want to short. So Tesla right now, until we break down, I mean, we've got to break this 272. That could be coming through, but that's $5. So I think the $5 comes to the upside faster than this side. So, you know, I'd rather go long down here near that 272, 270 where we bottomed out yesterday. So that's something to look at. But again, I'm trying to be patient today because we had this number. I mean, look what this market finally has movement. I mean, this we haven't seen this in a while, where kind of goes to the top side, then comes right back. You know, this is in the pre-market, right? Like, so I'm really interested to see when volume kicks in 15 minutes, where this market wants to go. Tried to get back to the upside, goes right back in. I mean, look at these levels. Like, it just bounces exactly off. Like, what was this level doing at 3 in the morning? Like down here, right? Like 15,130. So, or 180. Like, that just bounced off that again. So let's just see. Maybe that is the bottom. I was talking about a 15.1 coming into play there today. 15.1 So, you know, if that can come in, 15.120. Sorry, down there. So if that plays, that's great. We're not too far away from that. That's 60 handles away from that bottom. So if we can get down there and Tesla is near that 273, 272 area, then yeah, I think it's a hell of a long. So again, let's watch the market, see what happens. If it really gets going, this is a break, along with, we may not talk about this, but I wrote down 240. So crazy. Microsoft used to be at 240. Now it's at 340. Look at this break on Microsoft right here, 343. I mean, I love that break if that can happen for Microsoft as well. So there's a couple good breaks. Microsoft and Tesla, two names that I really like here to go. So that's what we're talking about. I like the next couple things. BABA, fine. Rivian, Source, PWM, IPO. Let's go over the next couple stories.
Straight to the point is the theme today, Sean. BABA, though, for real, up 3.5%. Yeah, on news that it's getting fined. Yeah, not typically two things you connect together, a move up and a fine. But yeah, finally some resolution to the matter between the Chinese Communist Party and Chinese big tech. It looks like it's resolving itself. $1.1 billion, 8 billion yuan, set to be fined to the Ant Group, bringing an end to the regulatory overhaul. Analysts saying this will pave way for you know, the company to get a license for financial holdings, pursue growth, and potentially launch its IPO. Like I said, up 3.5%. What's the look here, Neil?
Look, typically speaking, once a fine gets laid down, it's like the sense of relief that comes over. You know it's coming. It ends up being the 1.1 billion ends up being, I think, more than was most recently suggested. But at the end of the day, you know, quite frankly, the stock has been having trouble getting out of its range. You're finally doing like you bounce off 80 and you're getting a higher low. It's so poised to make a run at this point that I just want to be looking for that long. As long as the stock is above 80, I think from here, like, the risk to reward is favoring looking for some longs in. That can mean the multiple dip buys. Alibaba has a notorious history of when it's gapping up, if it breaks the pre-market low and you go dip buy hunting, that the early dip buy is one that you want to really, really see it bounce first. So when I look at the recent channel 85.5, if we break 86, it has to snap back off that level and then see buying back above 86 even, and then I would like it. It needs to reestablish that low. If it gets down to 84, yesterday's close, then I'm pretty sure I'm just going to want it down at that price. That's a pretty deep dip buy. And then the real fun, generally speaking, when it comes to the algos, is if it can never break out that pre-market low, you just go for the trend long. Like, Rivian was a trend long day. I think Alibaba, if it starts going toward 90, it turns into a trend long day. And at that point, you're really thinking about buying in front of support. You can take breaks if you want to, but I want to be buying in front of support instead of taking breakouts on Alibaba. The first look, the pre-market low, that's great at 86. It is holding for now. This did not do much of anything when the 830 number came. That might be a bit of a good sign, because if it's going to trend today, it might not need the market with it. Like, it was a range 86 to 87, and it's been holding that ever since. I mean, a lot of the market fluctuation, this has kind of been doing its own thing, holding those highs, still threatening a big breakout. And on the longer term, like, this stock, in terms of, it's always been an attractive valuation, but there's a lot of people that have been waiting for this to get the monkey off its back and try to go here today. Just be caution. If it breaks that low of 86, be patient getting in. My two worst morning 8:30 trades or 9:30 trades have generally been trying to get in too early on a BABA dip. And it gets pretty nasty when they do sell it off at the open. So if we don't hold 86, be patient. If it does get held, I think you're just long in front of it all day.
Yeah, I mean, again, on here, Meta, Microsoft, BABA, and Tesla. I mean, we're just looking at the big tech names again here on the sticky note. And I agree. I mean, I don't think breakouts on Tesla, on Alibaba are going to be a thing, but this 87.50 right here, so you go back to sort of the 27th of June, of course, when we sort of were just finding its way here and couldn't break 87.50. And then also it held and then made a nice move there. Still hasn't gotten above this 87.50. So if you are looking for a breakout level, I think that's a really good one right there. I don't know, did we take it now? We may have, no, that's going to be a dark pool dump at 8 o'clock. So we did not take that out on the non-farm payrolls. But 87's right there. And then you just up it a little bit, 87.50. I really like it. Like if this was a US name here, Alibaba would be up way more than this. Like you're basically unlocking value here with the Ant Financial IPO. That's going to get priced, I assume, pretty soon once they can get their financial license after they pay this fine. And then I think it's up and away for Alibaba. The daily chart, like Neil said, lots of value down here. I mean, we were talking, Michael Noss was talking about going short on Meta, 295, getting out if it breaks 300. This is a very, very similar play. Like go long anywhere now and then just get out if it takes down this bottom of 77, 78. I mean, sure, it's a little bit more risk. It's about 10% worth when that Facebook trade or Meta trade was $5 on 300. So basically just a couple percentage points and you're out of that one. But I like this. And this also gives you an opportunity to average in if the market does go down a little bit there. So kind of like the Disney trade. And that's why these stocks are so down, right? Is because of some of the geopolitical worries. And Disney has, we talked about the political worries that they have, as well as some of the fears going through their streaming service. Alibaba has something very similar there with Chinese worries and, you know, is their accounting legit? Is it not? We do know that PricewaterhouseCoopers is their accounting. So I really like this level. There's 87. I'd say you just up it to 87.50. If it breaks 87.50, then you can use 87 as your bottom. So with only 8 minutes to go, I really like Alibaba. And I'm honestly going to keep it up here and put it as one of my windows to watch because I don't know if I want to put in the break for 87.50 because it could happen right away early, but I feel like that's a level that we're going to miss if I don't take something. So I will put in a small break right now for 87.50 to go long on that level. And then the dip buy levels Neil gave you, I mean, if we can get 84, 85, anything around there, then I think that that's cash money as well. So let's watch out for this. The market now, of course, as we say, hey, maybe the market's going to be a little wild today. Now it just goes, nah, that's fine. We've already digested that. Now we'll just chill out here for a flat day. But let's just wait to see what happens here. We know the top levels of 15,400 and the bottom levels of 15,120. So if we can get any of those extremes, I think we play the opposite of that move. So right now, BABA 87.50, I like.
Wedbush likes Rivian, Sean. Increase of price target today from 25 to 30. Rivian has been an absolute rocket this week on News Monday that they reported much better deliveries and production than analysts had expected. They also got a buoy from the News Association with Amazon that they're going to deploy 300 of their Rivian vans out in Germany. Here's a little tidbit, guys. The best-selling pickup truck, electric vehicle pickup truck, EV, Rivian, not the Lightning. Did you know that?
Huh? Where?
What was that? The Rivian.
So Rivian's pickup truck outsells the Ford Lightning for EVs. Best-selling EV pickup truck in the United States, Rivian.
Who said that?
That's really?
What?
Really?
That maybe just because the F-150 is just not in production on the scale yet.
Maybe they're not counting reservations, is my guess. So yeah, well, that's fair. I mean, if you're not counting reservations, my guess is
I didn't know that.
I mean, the market for the Ford F-150 in general is so ridiculously gigantic, it's hard to believe that that's true. But hey, kudos to them. Rivian has been the strongest stock that we've been paying attention. There's always a small cap somewhere that's doing something crazier than this, but in terms of names that we've been paying attention to the last week and a half, you can't go wrong with $14 to 22. This is the 22 level where you're looking for the break yesterday. Obviously, you're well above that now, so you've gapped above the breakout price. There's not much you can do about a situation like that. If you were in before 7 o'clock and kind of willing to make a trade on no volume, then certainly you could have Looked at that 22 level. I like it back in here. If you're above a breakout price, I think you maintain that level as a support level, probably take a couple of swings at it, one above 22, the other one simply yesterday's close. If we can hold that channel, I still think it's a trend long. And just like yesterday, when it made the dip into the previous low in the morning, there was an opportunity, and again, if you kind of watch what happened here, it dipped down in pre-market, showed you the bottom, made that same, confirmed the bottom, and then right there about 10:30, like this is where you get that long. It's just, it holds the low, and then you get the long in there. It was a late breaker as well. So I'm looking for something like that on a dip buy. If it does break 22, then I want to see it hold the previous close price. If that gets held, look for the long out in front of it. I don't know how I don't want to chase a breakout on this, but there were plenty of opportunities to get into the long on consolidations, dips. I just want to stay with the trend here on Rivian if we get a chance. And just very quickly, Intel's at 32, and we're not going to get a chance to talk about it. There's only 4 minutes to go. This is my over-under price for the day. If it opens without breaking this high and the market starts to flush, I think you're just looking shorts again. But this is a very dangerous now short because you've held on to wick bottom underneath that 32. If it breaks out from here, that's very bullish. It's going to reject the breakdown underneath a big support level when it was trending up previously. So if this takes out the top, Intel has that actual chance to go here. So I wouldn't be fighting this one past 32.15. If it starts to do that, I think you just accept that this is turning right back into a long.
I cannot believe that this is still going higher and higher and higher. It looks like it does want to take out 23 right now. So the Rivian is, making moves right now. $23. It's going to take that out, and it's already up another 6%, 55% in 7 days. I mean, this is an absolute monster move from 15. Oh, it looks like it's more than that. What am I talking about? $14, $15, $13 up to $23. I mean, what a ripper here. There it goes. Holy shnikes, as it is just up and away. There goes $23 right now. Let me just throw out 100 shares or something, 200 shares here. Okay, we don't have to pay for shorts, so that's good. We just did a pay for short test on that. Yeah, let's go, man. Rivian, sky high today. Let's just wait to see what happens on this name. I don't know what to do. I mean, the daily is not there. It's all the way up. We've already taken out these levels. If you want to go long on this, I think you could just use 22 as a bottom, but I'm not willing to risk $1 right now on that. So I don't know. Let's just keep on watching it. Let's check out the imbalances quickly before we go back to talk about a crazy IPO from yesterday. Wow, okay.
What?
It's funny because you look at it and say 2.5 million shares, but we did 1.8 billion yesterday. We talked about that. There's the Rivian buy. Someone in the chat wanted to look at this, so let's see what's going on. There's Alibaba buy as well. It's trying to take that 87.50 off the jump as well. But other than that, man, there's Amazon with the sell. Shout out to Chef Joe. He's always looking at Amazon. Other than that, I don't really see too much interest here on the imbalance locator. But for right now, you know, this is Amazon right now. I was looking at a 127.50 level for support. Oh, Microsoft has a sell. Yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting for that to hit that 243 level, which I think it probably does as well. All right, no mistakes early today. Let's just be patient with this market, Sharif.
All right, guys, the rundown brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has an extensive inventory of locates and pre-borrows on many non-easy-to-borrow stocks. Go to tradezero.co/tradertv.live. Shout out to the folks at TradeZero. Last on the list, but definitely not least, PWM. Yes, I believe they're called Prestige Wealth Management, Wealth Incorporated, excuse me, IPOing yesterday on the NASDAQ, up over 100%. The high was reached early this morning at 1459-ish area. That was early at 4 a.m. Any move here, Neil?
I don't know much about the IPO. I wasn't really watching it. Without knowing why it would just double up randomly after not having too volatile of a day yesterday, that's a bit bizarre. But it opened at 5, and it's got a double bottom at 10. So if you are trading this, I mean, I wouldn't hold it past this local low if I was looking at a long. This is 975 double bottom already in the pre-market, so it kind of makes logical sense that if it holds on to that, it's got room to go to the upside, but I wouldn't be fighting this if it comes back in. Like, why couldn't it just get back to $5 on you, which is a little bit dangerous? One note on Mullen in that 20-cent level, it's a hard stop for me underneath that price, but if you're trading this name, it did 1.7 billion shares in volume. Over 1 billion of that was in the dark. Like I don't think I've ever seen a stock do that much volume on dark pools. So it does make it a little bit tricky. Liquidity is fine, but it's just not nearly as good as you would think at some levels because of the fact that everything's happening in the dark. So let's get that one out of the way. 20 seconds to go. She's back and she's ringing the bell on a Friday. Of course, I do mean Katrine. So we got a lot to watch out. Baba, of course. Meta going to make some moves. Apple actually turning red and breaking down in 7, 6,
Thumbs
5,
up. Green day.
4, 3, 2, and ring it.
We gone. All right, thanks, Miss Cat, for that. Cat for that. That's not bad. Cat in a hat.
Came back.
The cat came back the very next day. The cat came back.
Brad already yelling. Wow.
Well, let's check out Meta.
Rivian.
Is that why? Is Meta? Let's find out what
Rivian.
Meta's doing. I was looking only at. Okay, so Meta up to 292. We'll watch out for a 290 break on that one. Baba turning the other way now. So is Microsoft. Let's just watch out for this market. We're not into anything yet. Here's Meta just dancing, not doing anything either. So let's not get too carried away that something's happening right now. Watch out for that 295. The other name that I had on watch was Alibaba. Everything right now
Nothing's happening.
Hold my beer right now. So let's wait to see what's happening. We still have that good level of Microsoft. Is Apple ripping up a little bit right now? I mean, not ripping, but what's it doing? 191 again. Okay. So yeah, wait and see right now for me.
Tesla's screaming to the upside. I mean, it looks like it wants to test that 280. Obviously, I'm looking at Baba as well. Quite frankly, that's not breaking out. Rivian broke 23 again, but it rejected the 23 break. It's still holding the top end of the range. I don't want to be rushing into this high because I still think 22 is my key support level. I did say there was a short available if Intel failed 32 even. It didn't break that 32 quarter. It's hanging out underneath. So I might take a swing at this one.
Oh, wow.
If it does another break at 32,
fast.
I might short that into 32.15. If it breaks the top, I think it's a bit of a long trade. And I forgot all about C3AI. This is about to break 40. AI is about to break 40 again, but just remember, 40.50. This was the breakout from yesterday that never happened on C3AI. I know it's breaking 40 now, but it's the 40.50 level that we're watching for yesterday's trade in the afternoon. I'm going to put my stop in to go long. This is one, I'm glad you guys pointed this one out. We were watching for this break in the afternoon. Of course, we never actually got it, so just getting my stop in right now. If it does a fail break, you don't want to hold this one too far against you, but I mean 40 and a half to 40 even. That makes some sense to me on this break on C3I. Apple is looking pretty weak.
I have two trades coming through here. Apple, I want to go short if it breaks 191, but the main problem with that is that Alibaba is going to break right now 87.50. So I'm going to be going long Alibaba and short Apple at the same time. What the hell am I doing? I don't know if that's going to be the right trade or not for right now. So I just don't know which way is the right way here. I do like an Apple short, though, and it looks like it's going to come through right now as well. That 191, let's just trade it. We're under VWAP right now. If we break through that 191, I don't mind that level. That's 190.80, maybe for a first piece to get something out at 190.80 if it does take that out. Corner of my eye, both these are going to freaking happen at the same time. Alibaba's going to break 87.50 long, and Apple's going to break lower. But right now, it looks like the market's trying to bounce higher, so let's go over to Alibaba because that'll probably execute first. I still like this 87.50. Here it goes. It's starting to get ramped up through this level. The drop down zone, if we're wrong, I do expect, when you break something early, you often do get a pullback because there are traders that will fade this play. So right there, we are in the long right now for Alibaba, and there it is, a little bit of a pullback. I feel like 87, if it does come back into that level, then we'll just get out. So a very, very quick trade here potentially for me on Alibaba. We got 55, so I mean, again, not a great fill on the break. It's okay, it's fine.
You got it.
I'm happy with it, it's fine. But just that's the price. So 87.55 right now on a decent amount of shares. If it breaks back down below 87, we're going to get 75% of them.
So I did get AI broke 50s. I got 52s, 40, 52 there for the long on the breakout. PWM's halted here because of course it is. Halted to the upside, it looks like. So right at 9:30, it halted at 11:44. 11:50 is the indicated open. Just quickly for you guys. The only trade we got, immediately we get 41s there. We're just in front of 41s on C3AI. So that one's already ringing the Reggie. That breakout was fantastic, unlike Rivian, which was, Rivian didn't give you the 22 break that everyone was hunting for yesterday, but you got the 40-50 on AI. Rivian's coming back in. This could be the test where we get that 22. Oh, there was the fail on Intel. Dang it, as I was getting AI, oh, there it was. So Intel just tried to break 32.15, got to 32.17, and rejected. So that was probably a pretty decent short. Still holding on to that 32 level, but you need to short it up there. So I might have missed that opportunity while getting over to AI. That's still flying. It's still at that 41 level and headed up. Meta. Tried to get to 290, just got to 290 and a half. So it doesn't really get to that 290 level, as the market's still 0.1 to the downside. The NASDAQ is not making a decision, so getting away from your key price levels doesn't make any sense to me. We'll ride with AI and see how far it can go. What else is going? Plug is apparently taking off. Again, that stock.
It's getting plugged in.
Oh, Sharif.
That stock.
It is
Sharif lost $1 on it. That's more than... Yeah.
Oh, upgrade yesterday.
You're fine. How's that chicken over there?
That's not a real
nice move to go to the upside right now. Let's just wait to see what's happening. I'm only in Alibaba. We still have that break. Nothing really happened. We were trying to buy some 20s there, never got in. It's having a problem at this 87.50, right? There's no doubt about that. I have some offers in the 80s. No, we need the 20-minute chart for this level here, just to show you guys. So there's 87.50. We've been up here before. We've wicked as high as 88 the last couple times we broke it. So let's just wait to see now. You're back into the 40s. Looks like our Apple will get triggered soon to the short side here as well. So that looks like it wants to break. It looks like the 91.50 level is so much better on Apple, but here it comes. We're going to get short right now. So what? Okay. Apple break. Yeah, why are we not short there? Okay, we're waiting. Oh, we're waiting for a little bit more of a break. So, okay, it almost triggered us in there. So it did not trigger in. We're waiting for a couple more pennies under 191. It only went to 191.98 there. So lucky, or 190.98. Lucky that that didn't happen yet. Anything happening with C3AI? I know that there's a lot of talk.
It's right. It just went up and down for 41s. It got to 41.19. I'm still hanging on. I wanted to get the next out in front of 42 if we can grab it, but there it is. I just got Intel, so did the over/under thing at 32. So I'm short this until the high, and if it breaks that high, I'll accept that Intel has turned into a bit of a long trade. Rivian is just at this point gone. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's at 23.40, so it could just be a matter of where to catch the trend on Rivian. That's how it was yesterday. When it's a trend to the upside, you should be able to find a way in. So that's all I can give you. A bit frustrating not to have got something at the open, but if it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. So I am in one short. It's going to be Intel. What the heck is going on? People are saying Palantir all over the place, but
what?
This makes some sense. I mean, on days where AI has made a break, Palantir has generally been strong too. Okay. So that can be a bit of a play. I am in Mullen as well. But this is the most binary. I mean, every trade's binary. You get in, you get out somewhere. It just gave me a long right in front of 20. It's 20 and point, 03 or whatever the heck it works out to. And then if 20 breaks, I'm out of it. I'm just looking for a bounce here. I'm not holding past the 20 level on Mullen. If it bounces 21, 22, 23, I'm just going to be scalping out of this bad boy. Again, it held this yesterday, but I don't think it's going to go. It went to 25 pretty clean last time. I'm not sure we get exactly that.
All right, so we're starting to ring some registers here. Apple's now 20 cents in the money. We do have that break through 190. We got 195. That was our target price, fives. So 190.95. We gave it a little bit of room there. But I don't know if you guys have noticed here. You haven't noticed at all. I just got out for flat there out of half of Alibaba because we had this
What's
short.
It doing?
Nothing. That's the problem. It's doing jack all right now, Alibaba. So I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to be short, now Apple's starting to go back to the upside. We only got out of 30% of Apple down there at that 80 level, like we talked about that 80 level before, because that was yesterday's level right there, 190.80. So it was really tight, man. That was look, 15 cents on Apple. Come on, we want to get a hell of a lot more than that. So let's wait to see. I was just going to get out of this trade and just acknowledge that we're wrong if it takes down 190.150. So here comes Apple right back up to the upside. Let's reload some of what we got out right now on that name and see if we can't catch a little bit of a piece on the bump up here for Apple, because look at the futures. Now we're wrong, right? I mean, now we're wrong. Is that what's going to happen? The market takes down that not even that bottom, but makes that move down to the bottom, then retraces right back up to VWAP. So, hey, I mean, frustrations abound here with BOBA not moving. I'm not frustrated, but BOBA not moving, which is frustrating because I actually did like that level. Too bad. And then right now,
It's
Apple.
consolidating.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just got to wait, man. You just got to wait. So which one will be the dollar club? I still like Alibaba there, but we'll have to wait for that. AMD's always a member of the dollar club, but not today because we don't have it off that bounce of 113, but there it is. It just goes right up $1 and looking to take out its pre-market high right now of 114.50. So, hey, I'm just a little bit stuck in these two positions because they're not moving, but there are other trades out there. AMD is looking pretty good as it's up now 0.67 against a red market, right? So we talk about relative strength and weakness. Both my positions are flat right now again.
Rivian is insane.
That's why I was Rivian 24. Oh my.
Rivian is absolutely insane. So we did bring Reggie on 41 level on AI. Now it wants to retest the breakout price. If it holds here, I don't want to jump in adding when it's in the midst of a pullback. I want to see green if I jump back into shares. But if it pops, gives me another test of 41, I think I take another leg out just to be a little bit conservative with it. I was able to get, as I was mentioning, Mullen off that 20. It gave me a pop to 21. If it goes to 22, I get another out. Then 22 half, I want to take some. 25 makes some sense as well. But my goodness, Rivian.
How do you stop that then?
You don't stop it. You only hope to contain it. And at this point, I don't want to take every even dollar break, but the next available dip consolidation has got to be worth it for a long. NEO is absolutely flying, by the way. Well, it was flying. It got almost to $10. Now it's putting in a lower high. So there are some ADRs that are making some moves.
Boom.
The short in Intel is absolutely fine. Yeah, there's Bob. It was just consolidating.
Yep, there it is right there. So let's hit the sign alert right now and go bang for Alibaba because we still have it on. We actually got an 80. We got a 60 fill and then an 86 fill, but on very, very light shares, I'm getting out because I want to be here if this does continue to rip, right? We wrote this name down on this sticky note for 87.50. It's right here. Let's hold it, man. Let's do the good with this one as there it goes, breaking again, and there goes Apple. Holy shit. We're winning on both of these right now. Wow. Yes, sir. That's it. Let's go right there. That's the trade that we're looking for right now. Good trading, man. Alibaba long, Apple short. Man, it's a print factory right there for those two names. So far, so good. And I'm glad that we sort of did have patience there and waited a little bit on that. So there goes Alibaba. Huge trade through 87.50. It did go against us about 20 pennies. But as I said, we were just getting nervous because it wasn't going, and we just should have waited a little bit longer. We still have it. It's fine. But obviously, we did get out of some shares there, so we don't have as much as your boy wishes. But that's okay. We'll just continue to monitor this trade and watch out for it as Apple. Guess what happened again, man? It just went, this could be a loser at some point here because it just went back into the 80s and we took some out because our average price was much better. But there goes Alibaba. Yes, sir. That's the winner chicken dinner because that's now 50 cents, 60 cents now in the money to the upside on a pretty easy level break. It's just we're nervous because of Apple. We should have maybe not taken that Apple trade and we probably would have held on to more of these shares. But I think both can still work.
So guess what got to 290 or at least almost to 290? It's Meta. Oh, that's frustrating. I just missed the bid by.
Don't tell me. Oh, okay.
No, it didn't break, but I just missed the bid by like I don't know. It's probably like 5 cents or so. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. It's now 291 already. I don't want to chase it $1. Quite frankly, look, it is lower highs. It is trending down. It is in the red. The long is off 290, so it needs to come back down there and retest. I'll get out in front of it just a little bit more this time. I was about to mention Intel starting to work to the downside. So if we get to the low in the pre-market, that was 31.70. I'll take an out in front of the low. This is a name we did like if the market wanted to head to the downside. Quite frankly, I didn't like that many names for shorts. Rivian's starting to pull back a little bit here.
Good.
So maybe this is going to give us a chance to get in, but AI is now retesting the top. I said if it bounced and gave me the 41 again, I'd take it out in front of it. Now we're just holding on for dear life to the mid-40s. I think 44 to 45 is definitely an area it could run into some trouble. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So if we get Meta, it has to be that 290 level. I don't want to jump out in front of it. And as mentioned, Rivian, maybe this is it trying to slow down a little bit. I'm hoping that's the case so that we can find a consult. Nope, forget about it. Like the second it pulls back, it just levitates right back into the high. It's quite wild here in Rivian. The buying is pretty ridiculous. Maybe this is just take breakouts if there's not going to be any solid consolidation. It's 943. You don't always get that kind of a sideways action to get you into a trade. At this time, maybe it is just about the 24 break. Tight stops on any break I take, but if you took the 23, you actually are laughing. 24 might be the same thing.
Yeah, we're long 87.50 on Alibaba, and it's now $1 in the money. So that one is definitely the trade for me of the day because it actually banged it out exactly what we thought it would. So that's a sticky note trade today. We talked about that. If you're following me, try to follow. If you're not, if you're on Twitter, I think it's a good opportunity to do that. Here's Alibaba. We wrote down 87.50 break right there, right? So we have that. It's at 88.50. So that one is definitely putting me in the mood today. So that's a good trade there. Too bad we had ye of little faith and we got out of too many of them. But that's okay because look what's happening right now. And this is not like, oh, we just got a 94 bid right there. It's only 10 cents. Let's see if it breaks, man. I mean, I don't have any more bids at all on Alibaba or on Apple until 80, 83. I'm going to put one out right now for 10 more %. See if it can clap that back in right now. But guess what? It's almost a dollar club right now. We could join it if we can get this through with Alibaba. But we're not just trying to take $1. We're trying to take more than that. So Alibaba, nice move to the upside. There's the long. There's me getting nervous. There it is, getting out. Nice move to the upside. Hopefully you had more of these than I did on this trade. But where can we go? That's 89 right there. So I think that that's a reasonable level. We've already passed this 88 level that we've taken it out. So that's 89 flat. So let's just put an offer there. Remember, like, you got to put out offers to get fills. So let's go to 88.80. Let's go 88.80, okay? We'll sit there at 88.80, see if we get that fill. Right now, Apple, not the apple of my eye because it's coming back up to the upside. Watch out for 91.50 break, but there goes the futures. So I think we probably get stopped out of this Apple, but let's be a little more cautious with it. What's up, Sharif?
Riot Blockchain, Sean, up 7.25% on news that they announced 2023 production and operation updates at day's highs, 1456.
Okay.
Riot making some moves. Carvana breaking out at highs. That's a wild one. I did just get picked up at 290 on Meta, so it's attempting to make that bounce a second time here. Not necessarily as strong as the first. When it goes halfway to the range, I'm going to get some out. Make sure we ring the register. It's still trending to the downside. Ideally, like the best longs are when it breaks the bottom and then regains it. So I think that's when you want to load in, but it's holding the low for now. I didn't want to gloss over CVNA, but I had to get over to the meta trade. 7% to the upside. This is obviously just a squeeze play. You guys know, well, I shouldn't say that. As far as I know, this is just a squeeze play. I don't think there's any news. I didn't see any. 27 has been a brick wall on the stock. So a 27 break, maybe that's back into play. When it breaks that, you're on the way to that 30 level. So that's what I'm looking for. Or at least I'm waiting for that. And Carvana, if you don't have it early, 27 has been the game that we've been waiting to play. I know Max has been waiting for that level for, it seems like, forever. I'm going to assume that Bitcoin is making a move because I see people talking about Mara over and over and over again. We got our own fish to fry here. So still holding on to that AI. It's trying to make that break through 41.50 now. So the 40.50 break has happened. There hasn't been a natural place to add to this trend because it's still pretty whippy. Once it settles down, you look for some places to add, but it's already given you that nice move, 40.50 already into 41.5. Meta's trying to move on that first dollar. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I knew there was something I was forgetting for you guys. Tesla is trending upside, up that 1%. It's making another run at that 280 level. If it gets through that, remember, 284, that's that monster top from the last couple of days.
All right, there it is, man. Dollar Club announced right now, live on the show. I told you the most likely trade that's going to go is going to be BOBA for that Dollar Club, and there it is right now. You are now a member of Sticky Note Nation and a member of the Dollar Club. There's $1 for you right there on Alibaba. $1. How does $1.50 sound right now on Alibaba as we're going up to take out 89? And here we go, man. It's screaming to the upside right now. Alibaba, I think, the best name right there. I mean, you could talk about Rivian going, right? But Rivian 23 break has given you 70 cents. Alibaba's now $1.50 straight up to the upside. So yeah, we like that name, and let's just see if it can hold out for us right now. All right, so we're almost out of it. So that was good. We got the dollar. That's kind of what we liked. We like that 89 break. If it breaks it even higher, then we're good to go. It's a jam on that trade for sure. Apple. So we got a better price. Now we got 20, so we just took some out at 20 because our out's going to be 50. And honestly, if this market's going to take out VWAP and just continue to go to the upside, then maybe holding on to a short here on Apple is not smart. So we're going to Put some more outs here in the teens, low teens, 12s. I mean, there it is. I just gave my hand up. We're going to bid some 12s here to the downside. We're short at 21 right now, but we have had to hold this one against us a little bit. And there's all these mysterious ones happening again on this stock. All these D prints. Someone has an algo here, and I don't know exactly what they're trying to figure out because it's just every level. They're buying 100 shares. So or one share. It's only coming off the bids. And so I don't know what's happening here.
They're hunting for a big
yeah,
dark
but now
order.
it's coming off. Now it's hitting the. Sorry, it's only. I said the bids. It's only coming off the ask right now. So there's a dark pool there that I think is selling this, but I don't know. It's only one share, so it doesn't really. Anyways, there it comes down. Let's see if Apple can pull back. We just missed our 12 bid, and there it is right there. Let's ring the register. This could be a big day for your guy over here. So let's just see if we can't keep some of this in our back pocket here today, and let's let Apple fall down just a little bit more.
Yeah, Rivian it did not break 24, 23.99 the local high, and right back into the previous breakout price. Not 22, it's 23 even. So it goes straight up $1. Comes right back at all. I wasn't looking to short Rivian. We do have free locates, but I was never looking for that opportunity. Okay, AI is holding up there, so that's at least a good sign. You always want to make sure when something's running like crazy, it's another name that's been going for you, pulling back as well. There goes Meta. I'm not reloading. Remember I said the best trade usually is that it fails a level and then comes right back above. So it bounced once, gave you that, and again, you got to take some profit out so you don't turn a loser. But I'm not going to hold through this the first time. What I want to see is it maintain at least somewhere underneath that bid, which it's trying to do now. Now it's back above. Now I want to try to get in here. Gimme always gets. The local bottom is now, that feels like a bad wick, but I see like 289.60 is about that low. So that's what I want to give it to on Meta. We give it up if it gets under that. It looks like Mullen is actually not that bad, but I have not reloaded. There was a chance to reload on Mullen, but I was looking at the other names I'm trading. We'll let that one calm down just a little bit. And I haven't looked at that IPO to be able to check in on PWN to see where it's at. But I'll check once this resolves itself on Meta. I do want to have a look at that one. And Rivian bounced off 23. This could be our chance to get into that, but Meta first.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that myself actually here. We went short Meta. We're short 289, 890 there. We'll see where that can go. I mean, I think I'm trying to get $1 on this, so I think back to 291 is probably something where we need to give it to. So let's just put that stop in right now. 291.11 or so. We'll get out of everything if it does break up the dollar loser club. That'll be if that comes through. So we'll have to wait for that right now. Apple, good outs there at the bottom of 191, only because of where it's going right now. So I don't know. We'll take another shot here at 40, but our out is 50, and it looks like that's coming through right now. So looks like we'll take a small hit on Apple. Not small, but also not huge on this one either. We're short at 20. Okay, now it's coming back, but we're short at 25. But this name doesn't look as weak as I sort of thought it would. So right now we're going to hold out on getting any more short because we're quite frankly, there's Neil's line. We are almost out at this at 190.50. So 191.50. So there it is. So now we can fail that one. We'll slap a fail on it because it is a fail. We lose there on Apple. But for right now, I'm holding out for Meta to go down to that 289. Let's see if that works here on that trade. $1 in the money with Alibaba, out of that trade on Apple. And then one more trade to talk about quickly. What about if Google does take out that 121? I like that long. So that's another play there for me on the long for Google if it does go. But that Apple sucked. Let's see what happens now.
Well, my one short's going against right now. Intel did get back above that 32. I have a 93 short average price. Probably should be still 97, but I did add underneath. If we take out that local top, this is just a rejection of the low, and I said I reverse it, so we'll go for it. Start looking along above that 32 level. It has reestablished at this point twice now, so I got to be able to look for that long. We tried the short at least once. I knew I was going to try at least once underneath 32 because it was so good, but I'm going to reverse that one to the long side once we're out of it. If it takes out the high, I have a stop for it. Rivian, what are you doing to me, Rivian? That was a really quick bounce off of 23. It wasn't there very long. There is a legit wick. That's a real print. It was down to like the 10s and 12s. It's already back at 50. So the dip buy, you just had to be... You had to let it run you over, quite frankly. Like, that's not a trade I love where it's dipping $1 and you're letting it run you over to get the long, so I wouldn't take it. I just got out of Meta. I didn't want to risk $1 on that trade against the grain. I'm only ever risking to the low of the day. whatever that low might be. It gets back above my line and risk to the low. So you know what? This could be a situation where I make the bottom wick, but I got to take that out because I don't want a single trade ruining things on me there. If that was bottom wick, I'm just going to have to live with it. It is downward trending on Meta, so fighting it forever is never going to be in the cards for myself. Getting into Rivian, if we can hold above VWAP, that will be in the cards.
All right. Yeah, just
oh my God, Coinbase.
Having a look around here. Coinbase, right now, 30,300 for Bitcoin right now. So that could be something to look at for sure. All right. RSI here on Apple 52, so we'll see. We got back into the short right now. Unfortunately, you know that we were short at 25s. Now we're short at 49. So let's see if that high was the high there on Apple. Not a revenge trade at all. Just seeing if we got stopped out at that level, right? So we're gonna wait to see if that does come through. Alibaba is still $1. Apple, we're getting out if it breaks 60. So we are just 10 cents in the money. This is just a 10-cent trade. Seeing if we do pull back a little bit, but the market's getting up there again, right? So we're trying to test again. Some of these highs. Like, you might not think we're that close to it, but realistically, you're only 50 handles away. We just saw right now a move of 50 handles in the last 10 minutes upside there. So, you know, oh, here goes Apple. It's going to be a strong. It's going to be a strong name today. Okay, so Meta. I don't know. I mean, I'm still waiting for $1. We don't have a lot of shares on this name, so I'm not super worried. There goes Apple.
Gates of hell Meta if it breaks up.
Gates of hell. Yeah. I mean, the market's up though, so I don't
know, but it shook me out.
Oh, you're not long anymore?
No, it broke. My stop's low. My stop's low a day on that play, so it ran stops. It ran stops twice at the bottom. I just I don't hold through that, and it's like
maybe it's just Rivian. I mean, I don't know what Rivian's doing right now, but Meta, we'll take an average price against that 291 right now for that. Alibaba's still $1 in the money, and other than that, man, we're just chilling and waiting for something else to do. Apple, we already talked about that high. Lucid, Peloton, what else are you guys doing right now?
Coinbase just did
Tesla.
Coinbase just did a wick above 81. Here's very quickly, as fast as I can for this, because it might give me a fill right now short. This is the daily chart. That's $81 on the daily chart on Coinbase. This is what it looks like on the 15. It just wicked above there. Generally speaking, I'd usually already be, if I saw this fast enough, I'd be in this at like 80.50, but I did not get to that fast enough. If it picks me up, fair enough. I don't want to give it to that high. I'd probably cover it if it starts running past 80.80. As I'm talking, it doesn't, yeah, there it goes. Like I said, you got to be really quick. You got to be Johnny on the spot for something like that, right? You see that 81 level, it's been there for a few days, but I was definitely not fast enough to grab that. And I'm not going to chase it $1 away from the high. Forget about it. AI it's kind of like, it's all green. Like there's been one red candle on the 3-minute chart. It's all green, obviously, on the 15. So there hasn't been a place I've found to be able to add to this. So we're just holding on for dear life. Mullen is actually working. I say Mullen is actually working because part of me is anticipating that the first push on this is going to be it. So wherever this turns, if it never breaks out the local high, then you're going to get your 10 to 15%, and then it's going to run 20, and I'm probably thinking of a short at that point. So I've gotten 21s, I've gotten 22s, but I'm asking myself, why am I still in half of this if I'm not that bullish on it? And I'm not sure I'm as bullish as I think I am. So that's actually going to show up as a short sell because I already have offers out. So let's try to get a little more out here. If it never breaks 23, this could be an absolute flush on Mullen, where I'm thinking about a 20 breakdown into 17 even. So I'm going to take a little more profit. It's 20 to 21.5 right now. If it gets to 23, then great. I'm now at a half of it, and it's gone halfway. That's how it should be. When you ring the register, it should make sense like that. Intel did not stop me out, which is weird because the market's screaming. But it's still also not back underneath 32. So this is okay, but it is a little bit of cause for concern here. If we take out that top, I still think it can be a long. It just hasn't happened yet. I hate you, Meta.
Alibaba is now $1.50 in the money. So, I mean, as much as, like, you know, we're worried about everything, we're not that worried. Meta, it sucks that we can both wind up losing on this one, as I'm short, you were long, and it's just kind of diddling in the middle here of 291. But look at Carvana. Carvana, nice move up 7% today, so that's been going good, up to 26. But the level that, you know, we've got to look at here is going to be 27. You know, we've sort of ticked up to there the last couple of days. Both every time has been faded out. You also have 27.50. So if you're long this name, then you're probably doing it on options or whatever, but or maybe it's the stock itself. There goes Meta breaking through 291. So again, man, wow, that sucks to be double wrongs like that on that. So
it doesn't happen often.
Yeah, that's bad right there. So Meta takes out 291. Now it comes right back. But I'm gonna wait. Like I said. There it comes back down to the downside. That's all good. But yeah, that's a mistake right there again for us on Meta because now it looks like it wants to come back. So we just should have waited. I thought I was waiting for 291.50 to be honest with you. All right, I'll have to get back in near that 291 if we can. We'll take it right now, 291.50. I honestly thought I was waiting a little bit higher than what I was on Meta, but I guess not. So yeah, that's not a good one there. 291.50 is what I'm going to wait for because that's where VWAP is. I don't know why I would have got out there so early. I didn't even have that many shares on Meta. So that's a little bit of a strange one there. 291, yeah, okay. Should have got a little bit better on that. So that's my bad. We should not have got out on that 291 break, but it's okay that we did. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on that. Alibaba really making really singing right now, man. This is going to join the $2 club in about 30 cents, 20 cents now. Huge move up for Alibaba. The number one trade here today was Meta 298 short. That didn't trigger in. No levels on Meta really triggered other than that 290, which we got whipsawed around. But it's the 87.50 level that we're pretty proud of right there. So let's just continue to watch Alibaba. One banger today at Baba, and then the misstep in Apple. So that's unfortunately the way it works for me today. But let's go over to the big board because we have happening now with Sharif.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now. Rivian really moving up here, catching a price target upgrade from Wedbush today up to $30 like it needed the help. It released good production figures on Monday and has an association with Amazon where they're going to use their vans out in Germany, 300 of them. Rivian at 9, almost 10% with almost $24 high. $23.99 HOD on that. Riot up big on the release of production and operations figures. Riot leading the way here in crypto world, up 9.3% now, 1486 high. I think Mara is moving in sympathy with Riot. Riot with the headline. AI squeezing up again. Surprise, surprise, no news catalyst on this one. Caught my attention, up 7.2%. Knocking on the door, guys, up 42. That's what's happening now.
Yeah, what is also happening now is Rivian wants that 24 break once again. So we'll get that order back in. I'm kind of locked and loaded. We'll see what happens. We might be rejecting 42 on C3AI here. It just wicked it to 41.98. If it can't punch, it looks like it's about to punch through. I don't want to see a rejection of the even. It's a squeeze play. We know what can happen with those squeeze plays. But that 224 is about to happen on Rivian. So trail in on AI. And then here is Rivian for the 24 even break. Okay, the last time it got up here, it got to 99 and didn't actually break. We didn't come all this way to not break the level. I mean, there you go. So I just got 03 halves. Let's see how far it wants to go. Come on, AI, you want to go as well. You're a squeeze play as well. Initial move was right to 16, so 24.16. It just hit off our enter when the size started showing up, and we get a first out there. So Rivian register, but you should be long. Should have found a way long earlier than a breakout of 24. 25 is an obvious big-time psychological level, especially on a Friday. So you can expect to have a wall in front of 25 even on RIVN. AI is still struggling with that 42 even area. There's some size on C3AI. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye. It's about 80,000 shares on the offer of AI, which I'm also long, but I'm just hanging on to that 40.50. It might not want to make that break on 42, which is my favorite number, oddly enough.
All right, I just want everyone to do you because everybody trades with different amount of share sizes, right? So don't forget about that. If you want to take some profit on any names that like Neil or I ever have, we're just giving you sort of the targets that we're looking at, and then obviously without knowing share size and stuff like that, like you don't know. Like if you take 5,000 shares on Rivian breaking through 24 and it goes to 20, you're probably taking that profit. But if maybe you have less shares and you're hoping to maybe hold it against you or average in or something like that, there's always so many different ways to trade. So
I don't necessarily.
So please just make sure that you do that, right?
Your out should determine everything. Like risk to reward. That's all that matters. R&R.
Okay,
That's
so
all that matters, all
right. I think for this trade, I think because it's moving so much, that your ability to use more shares is there. So for me, I don't want to risk 20 cents on 5,000 shares, but when it goes 20 cents in the money, because this one just broke so fast,
Yeah,
right?
So as long as your risk to reward is fine, it doesn't, like, share size matters for liquidity purposes, I do think.
Right, exactly. So that's why Rivian.
Yeah, on Rivian, if you use a lot of shares on Rivian, the thing about that is going to be, no, it has nothing to do with, the thing with that is it has to do with your R&R. If you're looking to take $1 on your average out, like you think it moves $3 and your average out on the way from 24 to 27 is going to be 25.5, well, you're taking 1 to 150 on that. You don't want to risk 15 cents. But if you're taking a breakout trade where if this fails to break and it's underneath 23.90 and I'm out, you're scalping out right away. So yeah, that might matter for share size, but to me the R&R is the first thing. If you're stopping at 23.50, then hold that sucker, don't take anything out of 24.40. I don't care how many shares you have, because your stop's down here and that's what you decide you're risking. But if you're risking 10 cents, and I'll tell you right now, I'm risking 10 cents on a breakout trade, then you're taking some shares out regardless of how much you have, because that's what your R&R is telling you to do. So no going into it on a breakout trade, am I trying to hold past a failed break or not? And if the answer is no, then you probably want to be scalping something out there. That's the way I would think about it too. Like R&R is everything in trading. We haven't talked about NVIDIA once, so NVIDIA 430. That's all. I mean, at this point, Rivian is an absolute monster to the upside. How I'm not stopped out at Intel when the market's screaming like this makes absolutely no sense to me, but it just hasn't run my stop, so it's probably a little bit lucky on my part. But quite frankly, NVIDIA wants this top, and there is no stopping this name. I don't know why I wasn't looking at 420 again, but it is what it is. It broke 430 2 days ago, got to like 31.70. If it gets to that price again, I don't think you necessarily want to auto short. But we've seen the market turn at 11 o'clock before, the other direction. If that's where we're at about 11 o'clock, then I'm probably thinking short on NVIDIA. Above 430 into that level feels like a short to me. I can't chase this one long. I feel like you've missed the boat on it here. Rivian, as I said, on a breakout trade, I always want to get out if it fails to break. So my stop is literally at 23.89. I mean, if it's at $230, we're all laughing.
Yeah, this might it might go down there. It's not really taking that move to the upside too seriously. We got a lot of them out. Like I said, we got out a lot of shares there at that top price. So there it goes. There it goes. It's breaking lower. So that is that on Rivian. Okay, we just had a dollar in the money, or no, not a dollar in the money. We had 60 cents in the money, which isn't that much. That's about what we lost on Meta. But here it comes screaming right back up to the upside as the NASDAQ is looking to hold right there, right? And so, hey, it held the bottom. Now it's looking to take out the top. So as we continue to go, yeah, we have 2 positions on right now. Meta, well, we have 3. Baba, I'm just letting it cruise up, man. We don't have, that was a good fill there, man. Like that dollar club was a good fill. So we'll have to wait for that one to come through now on Alibaba, as it's still, it went $2, man. It went to 89.50 there and stopped. So we are looking sort of at 90. Maybe we can get a 90 fill. Maybe we can't. We'll see if that does come through at some point. But right now the market has to pick a direction. Even when we were down here, I mean, I turned this bear into a bull. Looks like it's going to still try to hold out for that right now, but still looking for more trades to get into as the market takes out some of these highs. Google right now, try and take out 121. We know we want to go long on that as well. So that's going to be a break spot for me to go long. Meta's just chilling. Hopefully it can fall back down a little bit. We're now, again, 30 cents in the money, but doesn't really matter. We're looking for lower. Keeps on bouncing off 291, which is where I was sitting to get some more shares. So maybe we need to be a little bit more sort of frugal on that. Take something in the 80s and still waiting for 291 exactly. But yeah, so far so good, man. We were short Apple. That was really the biggest loser for us today, or for me today, was this short on Apple. But it's still kind of, I know we have that bad wick there. Let me see if I can zoom out. We still are kind of holding up near here. It's just, I don't know if this market's a short. We're above VWAP, and we'll have to wait to see. But we are short now on Meta. So
what a reject there. I just got trailed. Remember, 42 didn't break on AI, so I got trailed out of that. The only long I'm now in is Mullen. So AI is a winner. You're not going to complain about it. It was a good breakout yesterday, but there's the trail. If it makes another consolidation, we can try joining that trend back in. But that was a violent rejection. Forget about Mullen for a quick second, because I want to go back over to Tesla because this name, I mean, it's making a big time turn off of 280 as we speak. Like, look at that rejection of the lower high. Oh my goodness, like what is Rivian doing? I got a Rivian at 89 like we said we would, but if this does anything related to what's going on in Tesla, this should be back at VWAP. So again, you can hold it past if you want, but a breakout's either a breakout that you're holding all day or it's a breakout that works right away or it doesn't. You already mentioned Meta there, and I want to go back over to what is it? Oh my goodness, you've got to be absolutely kidding me, Coinbase. Oh, I hate you, Coinbase. It was a great short up there. Right, of course, as Rivian goes for the breakout, that's when Coin gives you that short again in the high 80s and then plunging down. That's frustrating. I think this is, if we turn from here, Coinbase could be a short the rest of the day after making that rejection on the daily chart. It's an obvious level to be playing off of, but yesterday it rejected the same level and went to $75. So if it does anything, if it does half that, then I think you want to look to join the trend back to the downside now. So I'll look for VWAP, maybe the 80 level to join into this one. But that's a frustrating miss. But you gotta, if you're playing a breakout, I mean, you're going to look at Rivian at that particular moment and not have your level 2 set for Coinbase.
Oh yeah, Nvidia's pretty good. I'm looking at Apple. We reshorted Apple, but whatever. We'll wait to see. But 431 for. I mean, Nvidia's right at a good level, man. It's at this level basically 428, I guess, is what we're looking at. Whoops, NVDA. What the hell is NVDS? Okay, nice move down here, though, which is happening for us on Apple. So let's put a bid out there, see if we can get 23s. We'll try to take 20 cents on Apple right now. But so Nvidia on the minute chart, there's 428, but we did get as high as 429 right there. I was sort of looking, was it the 20? Yeah, so it was just into here. But again, a lot of these wicks today, I don't know if shorting Nvidia or AMD or any of these are the right call today, with it being up so much more than the market. If the market does turn, we could get, let me check out what AMD is. Apple's 25 cents in the money short right now, so is Meta.
You just saw 1.7, I think it was on Nvidia.
Yes, and AMD.
0.8 on AMD. Micron is up 0.1, and Intel's up 0.17. So I think those two might be the dogs.
150.
I'm actually looking at Micron because it might be weaker in some ways than what I'm in right now, which is Intel. And look at yesterday's top, the lower high being put in. If this market pulls a reverse, I'm already in Intel, so I shouldn't be talking myself into this. It's almost a very similar trade. Coinbase is just flushing now. And watch out for Rivian. As you said, you have to determine how you want to structure a trade. If it is going to be a clean break and it has to be a clean break, then get out of it. I think now that you're looking at an upward trend, I've been still waiting for a solid entry on a consolidation play for the stair step up. But every time it's made a bounce, it's been a wick bottom and snap right back to the upside. So you have to be waiting for this, maybe get into VWAP, wick the bottom at VWAP, and then just punch back in at 2350. That's what I'm looking for on Rivian. Forget about the breaks. I feel the consolidation long could be the one to go. But I want to be adding to this. The second we get back underneath 32, I'm adding onto Intel and maybe even Micron, just from what I'm seeing here. Like, you might just want both of these. They look like dogs relative to the rest of the chips.
All right, we're positive on Rivian. We just shorted it, but again, just against that 2440. So let's just wait to see what happens right now. So this is going to be, if it gets up there, that's 30 cents. We're going to wait to see what happens right now against 2365. That's sort of been the bottom there. That's tried to hold. We did get out another piece of Apple again because, again, just talking about these trades. Some of these, not all trades are a risk to reward. So on Apple for now, for me, like that's 40 cents to the upside if we're wrong. Oh, sorry, 30 cents to the upside. But on this move down, it just went almost immediately when we got the short down 20 cents. So let's make sure that we take that. And we took another piece for 15 cents. And now we'll see if it does want to fade out the rest here. Hopefully it does. We'll see on that. Rivian now only a dime in the money. But again, on a really strong, this is like a retracement play, right? On a really strong move to the upside, we'll see if we can't capture some profits here as it retraces back down and probably just gaining steam to make a move back to the upside. So if we can get anything and just tick down to 90, we should have probably been bidding there for 15 cents. 15 cents is pretty good. So let's see if we can get that on Rivian. And here it goes right back up to the upside. So it looks like it just goes down, basically touches this 21 period, gets sort of steam behind it, then tries to go again. So yeah, so far so good, I guess you could say. Here today for us on Rivian, but it's a positive stock, and really, you know, that's what we're trying to do, is make positive decisions. It's been tough. We had the Alibaba long, which has been good today. The Meta short, we're still in it. Like, so we're in it 30 cents, but it just keeps on bouncing off 290. I just think the next 290 break maybe gives us something. So that's kind of why I'm waiting. I could just keep getting out, and it looks like this might just be a reload trade. And what I mean by that is, like, get out, scalp it, just keep scalping. That's a better word than reloading. So I think you can try to scalp this, but see, like, it just goes down. What, you could have got, what, 21s there or something? And then it just blasts right back to 35. So, you know, we'll wait to see if this can still keep making that move lower on Meta, but I don't know. I'm going to wait for another reload near here, 291. That's sort of what we've been trying to do on that. Rivian, again, I don't know, man.
The amount of volume it's doing at 24
it's
even.
It's going to do like 300 million shares today, probably.
It's like I'm just watching in the corner because I'm out of it and looking for a dip buy to join the trend, but it's every time it gets to 24 even, like the buyers just step right back up. GUR, which is Gorilla something, making some moves back into the upside. This hasn't done a lot. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's got like a 10% range since the open. This could be, I don't know how many times you have to see setups like this where how long is it holding out there at the absolute bottom? You see the gap up. There's a huge churn for this to get. Maybe $5 would be the big level, the next big level. After that, maybe something like a 7.5. So it's got a lot of room if it takes out the top here. This could just be a look for the clean breakout. There's always a Huadong possibility, like we were just talking about breakouts. If it breaks 4, don't let it fail 4, that kind of a thing. But yeah, I got to be watching this for 4 break. I don't want to mess around with it inside of this range. That's just not that exciting. CDNA? Don't you mean CVNA?
Probably.
Oh shoot! Oh, my bad. CDNA is apparently a stock as well.
There's
another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't realize. I assumed you guys.
I didn't realize at all.
I realized you guys. I thought you guys meant CVNA, but CDNA just made a bit of a pullback as well. It's CVNA is the one I'm looking for at 27 even. I haven't looked at the stock just yet. When I get a chance, I'll go over it. But Carvana is seemingly headed toward that 27, where I like that right break. I'm going to get back in. Now we're back under 32. I'm adding, not subtracting, to Intel at that price.
All right, we've been waiting to do this all day on Meta, so here it comes right now. Let's go. There we go, man. It's $1.50 now in the money, Meta short. We tried to get more short. Like I said, we were too frugal with it. We were waiting at 191. Should have been a little bit better than that. All right, Rivian tanking. Well, tanking. We got a great print on Rivian. Let's just take I was bidding 11s here on Meta. Here it comes. Ooh, no, just resisted right now. Let's just get something out there. Okay, there it is. Bang. That's the trade that we're looking for right now. So bear with me, and you'll be fine, I'm hoping for. There it is. Yes. Bang right now. Let's go. $2 club. We'll see if we can still do it. That's another one. That's 2 $1 club members for you today. As we're net positive, starting to go to the downside right now. And by the way, see you later, Apple. You know, we waited for this trade to come through as well. Look at what the hell Apple's doing right now, collapsing and puking all over itself as the market is finally doing exactly what we thought it would do off that level. That's why we put shorts on. That's why we put shorts on Apple, Meta, Rivian. It's just this level right here. Look, it's a bullback here. I mean, I thought this move was going to continue to the upside right there, but here's the tank down, and yes, sir, man. Thank you, DJ, for that, because you got another one and
another one
and 2. Okay, so there must have been 3 right there, because Apple's 70 cents in the money. Meta's now $1.80 in the money and still going to the downside right now. And there goes, holy man, yes, sir. That's what Call of Duty Tradesman play right there on Rivian as we have that short in. Let's go Rivian, bringing it back down to the downside right here. We still got 60% of this trade, so that's going to be a good one for us as it is collapsing. See you later, Rivian. Good trading over here. Hopefully you guys have that. I have no idea what's going to happen now. I know there's been a lot of money made on the longs on Rivian that we quite frankly missed, but we did not miss this one. It's a good short there, Rivian, pullback trade.
So you'll see I'm actually out of which is weird, I'm out of a long, but as the market went down, there goes, I don't know why, but congratulations, Mullen wants to go up as the market went down. I was a little bit skeptical of this move, so I'm all out of it. It went 20 to 22. I took the 10% and ran, and now it wants to continue to go higher. I think this is probably a short at some point. I have paid for locates on this. I'm thinking 25, but this is getting out of hand. If the market wants to go down, I don't understand why this one wants to go to the upside the way it is. There was just a nice little flush down on Intel. I realized I chased it a little bit here. It got through 32. I didn't get the fill until it got all the way down to 96, so I immediately took some profit out of it. But this one is still looking relatively weak. Quite crazy. Give me a break. Rivian just bounced exactly where we wanted, but that's not what I want to get into. GUR is making that move above $4. We're talking about that as a small cap for a breaker. As I got into Intel, it made the break on GUR. So if it makes a breakout trade, I want to be on that level too as it happens. If we bounce off this, I can try to get back in on the way up. But it's already broken out, giving you the scalp trade. Now it has to settle itself down at that same price area.
Yeah, we're going to be short Intel here too at 32. I mean, against that 32, 15-ish. I mean, maybe this area here, 32.10 possibly here. So let's look for a dime, see if we can make that at least on Intel right now. And we'll put on some more shares if it gets up into this 05 area. I think that's going to be a good one. And then 32.10 right there. Just because we're not short AMD or NVIDIA or anything like that. It did make a move down the NASDAQ, but it seems like it's trying to bounce again off 15 too. So that is what's happening. So it's good, man. We got out of the majority of all of these trades as it started to come to the downside. So we told you we still had 60% of Rivian. Got a couple outs right there as it came back into VWAP. VWAP right there at 45. So let's see if Rivian still wants to hold out for that level. Intel right now, the newest trade. And then honestly, this one, Meta really climbed back up, man. It went to 288.60, giving us $2 in the money. And it just bouncing back right now pretty strongly there. Nice bounce back here for Meta. All right, it's not happening now. It's small cap recap. With Sharif.
All right, guys. Small cap recap brought to you by Huzi. Huzi, a digital insurance platform in China, has partnered with Ping An Health Insurance to leverage their expertise in health insurance market and collaborate on insurance product customization, promotion, customer engagement, and health management services. Shout out to the folks there at Huzi. All right, let's see how small caps are faring. We talked about this one earlier on. PWM, it was an IPO from yesterday that did not do much, but this morning got going for some reason. 1180 technically the high on the day, but the pre-market seeing action around 13 and a quarter. Fabian asking me, is this one done? Well, it kind of halted around 8 and a quarter. Now trying to retrace back into 9. We'll keep an eye on that. NIR, another one showing up on my radar here. 50 million share float, kind of retracing off that 180 level. This one had a headline coming in. Benchmark initiates coverage of $3. CDNA, you saw Neil allude to this one earlier, 52 million share float, 1033 high, breaking down now through VWAP. Yesterday's close, 8 1/3. GRRR, GRRR, up 88.25%, $4.12 the high. The majority of the action, though, coming in the pre-market, just until now, that is, 10:15, we get that breakout through that 380. Any move here, Neil, on GRRR?
Well, I just tried to get it on the way back up at $4. So I was long 401 with the local bottom and previous high local bottom at 390. It was actually 389, so lost an extra cent on that. But it's not really holding up. The volume's already starting to fail on that level. It sucks. I mean, clearly, if you had it early, pretty good. I still think there's room to go. Maybe we get a consolidation long on GRRR. I'm calling it GRRR because I was like, I'm a huge Invader Zim fan. If you've never watched that, you got to be a big-time nerd, and then the best character in Invader Zim is GRRR, so I have to say it that way. It's Gorilla something. What's the name of this? It's Gorilla Technology Group. There you go. I said that's the last time I'm saying the actual name of the company, quite frankly. Mullen, I hate your guts. Should have just been, I should have held on to it. Like the second you get out, it goes parabolic. So thank you very much, Mullen, for that. I would have thought 25 cents, but look what it just did at 24. I was thinking 25 for a short on Mullen. 24 was clearly and obviously the level there. Rivian, as all that was going on, you have to be so fast on the bounces on Rivian. It's got to be the stock that you're watching. That's at 23.50. VWAP bounce. We said like the last time it bounced off of a breakout price, look at 23, snap right back up and instantly 30, 40 cents. Exact same thing happened here, 23.50. So back to only Intel, quite frankly, for the short, but the Rivian's still trending to the upside. We mentioned Coinbase. It's finally giving a push to the upside to join the short. I want to be short into the 80 level, not the high, so it's going to have to travel a little bit further, or maybe consolidate here, and then I can short it off 79.5. If it consolidates here, I can probably try to short at 79.5. If I think we can get to the lows, which I'm still believing in, Bitcoin is still turning a little bit here. Just want to keep an eye on that as well. I like the Coinbase short. It's rejected exactly the level we wanted it to. So looking for it to stair step down will be the next play.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that we put a bid down there on Rivian, but it didn't get back to those lows of 50. So right now, this 50 period of, I now have a bid at 66, but it's starting to go back up. I don't think it's going to matter. If it comes back down to 67, you know, we'll probably get a 66 fill, let's hope, right there. So let's watch out for that on this pullback down in. We don't, like I said, we still have shares on it, but you know, that was a good move down, and I didn't even realize that was happening. Once we got this fill at 85 and we broke through that level, Rivian did make that move down, but then stopped completely at VWAP, and that's where we were able to get out. So let's see now if it wants to pull back just a little bit on that one. Apple's still making those moves as well.
Here comes Carvana.
Yeah, hey, that's funny. I was just going to say that. I didn't even look at this yet, but there comes, we looked at it, but I don't have an order out. 27. Again, I just feel like, you know, all these reloads down here, like you're getting some good opportunities when it rips up, fails, comes back in, then gets sort of ramped up again, and that's why this 21 period seems to be pretty good. So we'll be able to watch out for that.
It's a trap.
It could be a trap, that is for sure. Still looking to get more short on Meta. Haven't been able to do that. I was looking at 290.5 there. It just came up to, wow, I didn't realize it just did that too. Okay, so 290.23. I don't know if it did that, but I'm going to put an order there just in case it does do that again. We'll take another short into Meta, as we still are short this name. Made back what we lost, but then it bounced off that 288.50 level, which we gave. It was all unrealized because we only took out a half right there. So we were back in the Meta sort of bandwagon there when it went down to this downside, but now it's retraced back up. So we're only holding an 80-cent winner right now on that, hoping for a little bit more. Alibaba, again, we only have 10% left. I'm still waiting for a higher move here. It may have been exhausted. We've seen Alibaba really get wasted there in the afternoon, where it just kind of just does nothing. We'll see if that can change today for Alibaba. Amazon's trying to get a little bit lower on that one. A name that was looking at yesterday, Peloton. It just came up that it was at a VWAP or so.
It was a
level, yeah, set, but again, it's not. It's only up 2%. So just got the scanner there that we are near that VWAP, but again, just not really doing anything. We're going to stay away from that name. I don't know what else.
Tesla's at
Levi's. Tesla's 75.
Well, it just bounced off 75. It's trying to get off that
short
75 level, but it hasn't really.
That Intel can go to hell, by the way. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, that's kind of going sideways here. I remember I was looking at Memu. I'm going to go there next, but yeah, Tesla breaks 75. I think that gets a little bit frisky to the downside. I was just talking about, Micron dipped underneath VWAP, so this is now suddenly weaker. It's gone red. Intel's kind of holding 31.97 is where it closed, so at 03s it's pretty much flat. But Micron does look a little bit weaker at this particular point. I want to put this on in coin. I should already be in Micron now that I think about it, and I should have shifted some of the risk there. But I'm going to start getting into this coin. If there's two shots, like this it's legit. It's trying to consolidate here, that 79.50 area. So I'm going to start at 79. We can add if it gives me like 25, stop at 79.5. And if we get the 80 short, we get the 80 short. But if this stair steps down and I get nothing, I'm going to be very frustrated with myself. As I mentioned here, Micron, this just looks a little weaker than Intel. Like this is Intel here. This is lower highs, but above VWAP, doesn't seem to want to press the bottom. Micron, lower highs, just broke VWAP, now rolling underneath. Yeah, I'm going to get, so next time we dip under 32, I'm going to cover some Intel, and I want to get into some Micron in lieu of that. Carvana, I have a stop for the break. Whether we get it or not, we'll see what happens. The other way to get into this would be if it does give a nice little dip and consolidate, as Sean was saying, For now, it's still screaming to that high, which I like the break of, but if it gives you another consolidation, you could be looking at 26.30 on a dip, kind of like it gave you 25.6 and then 26 even. 26.30 area looks pretty solid as well for Carvana. It just has to set itself up there. Otherwise, it is the breakout at 27.
So we got, yeah, I like that Carvana level for sure. A little bit higher would be better, but 27's good. And then you ought to watch out for that $27.50, $28 level. I know Neil just reviewed it, so whatever. All right, so I got short Meta, and it did, you know, so we got short that 23 area, and then it did dip down below 290 again, so we could have, again, started to scalp it. I wonder if eventually I'm going to feel that is the right trade. But this GER, I just saw in the chat there, it should halt very, very soon. If it takes out this 420 level, that should halt. I feel like that might have been the halt band there, just because of where we went from 380. But again, I guess it's the time thing, so it's not going to halt. But that 420 might have been the top. Yeah. Whenever you get some of those exhaustion candles like that, maybe that was the top, and then you come in and you close below the last bar there. That's a weak sign for, you know, these kind of trades. I don't know, though. You know, when you get this behind it, man, it's only $4 and 58 million shares. So there's a lot to happen there with GER. Let's just, I guess we just wait on it. Rivian, did I get that? No, I did not. Wow, look at that. 66. Remember I said I was at 66? You have to be, honestly, remember I was like, oh, if it comes down there, I'm going to get 66 anyways. Stupid, Sean. Just put a 67 next time, and then maybe you would get that. That's so funny that basically comes in, touches 66 there, and then that's 60, well, I guess, yeah, 66. 66.8, so I guess it maybe hit 67, broke, gave someone a dark print, and then ripped right back up. So we'll wait for that one, but Rivian, I still like the short there. The apple of my eye right now, bang, right there, spin that money. This is now 90 cents in the money on this reloaded short position on that. So that's going to be a good trade for us, it looks like, after all. And as if, man, Intel, I told you I was going to get some more short at 32.05. That's exactly where it went to. And what was I sitting on? NASDAQ gateway. Should have been on something maybe a little bit free, because there's Intel. Now it's trying to break lower as well. Now an amazing 6 cents in the money on Intel. Let's get peace out at 31.90 if it does continue to go down. Apple right now trying to join it. We are 85 cents in the money right now on Apple, trying to get to that dollar club here, and it looks like it's going to that level right now. Now the 90-cent club. Sharif, let's go over to Sharif and figure out what's going on at the big desk. There goes Rivian.
Brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breathline O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Shout out to the folks there at Riley Coin. All right, BTC, it made fresh 52-week highs earlier this week, breaking 31,500, trying to hold above 30,000 for now, but it's not really the main news item today in crypto world. It's Riot blockchain up 9% on news that it mined 460 Bitcoin in June and it anticipates having a hash rate capacity of 12.5. And I'm not going to try to attempt to say whatever a measure that is at its Rockdale facility in the second half of this year. So market liking that, up 9 and a bit, guys.
Yes, sir. And I'm in coin right now. I'll get to that in a quick second. I just took some, like I said, if it got underneath 32 on Intel, I'd take a little bit out underneath, and I would get into Micron. So Micron kind of stair-stepping to the downside. I just like, it's a weaker chart, obviously, on Micron since it broke down underneath 64, and the daily kind of headed toward this 59.60 area. It's weaker this morning in the way it's stair-stepping down. Yesterday's bottom of 60.50, I think, needs to be respected. The other thing we got to keep in mind here is the overall market. We have 30 minutes. It's already 10 past 10:30 till we get to 11 o'clock. Remember what we said about 11 o'clock? Sometimes the market can find a little bit of a bottom. Well, it would be a higher low if it finds it right now. And we're nowhere near that 15.18 was the overnight low. Well beneath that was yesterday's bottom. So if we get there at 11 o'clock, that would be exactly when the market's been bottoming out and you're looking for a reversal place. When you're short, that's the place where you want to make sure you're taking some profit. Get out when the getting is good, and then maybe look for some long plays. Wow, 430 was, I wanted over 430 short on NVIDIA. I know I said I like that area short, but I wanted above 430 into 431.50, which is very different from shorting 29 and holding at $3 against you. if it happened, but NVIDIA does turn, it's still up 1.3% and with every bit of a chance to put in a higher low here. So I like coin short because where it's come from. We'll see if Intel wants to cooperate. It's now starting to go to the downside. I got Micron. But just if we're at 11 o'clock and we're bouncing off support in the NASDAQ, these shorts are getting trimmed. Just every single day we've done the same thing when we have a down day, and that's bounced at 11 o'clock. So we're getting close to that. Pay yourself out on these shorts.
Okay, if you thought that trading was ridiculous, so this is even more ridiculous. We just put a bid at 190.42 to make that exact dollar. Look, I've been trying to get, so that's $3 club members today. Apple, Alibaba, and Meta. Well, no, Meta, no, only two. No, we had three. It was Apple, Alibaba. No, maybe not. Meta rate. Oh yeah, we did have Meta. Duh. We had Meta that first time when it went to the downside. So here's Meta right now again. By the way, we reloaded Meta. You guys heard me talk about that. So there's another out. So that's a 44 reload or so, and that's a 69 out, just in front of those levels that we had seen before. So far so good here today, man. It's been a big day. Now the only thing is, can the fourth member, can you believe we had any of you $4 winners today? If we can get the fourth member of this dollar club to be Rivian, that would be pretty good. Here comes Rivian right down. It's trying to join this dollar club right now. So if you see the position I'm at, 24.04. 23.04 goes the bid. Why? Because honestly, we're going to get something. Look, we had got nothing out on the way down. We took VWAP. We took that 65 fill that we talked about. Now it's coming back down, and we're going to get out anyways. There's 23, the 200 period. So we're going to put some bids out there on this name. So there goes Rivian, man. Great trade on that. Like, you know, I like to sort of mean revert some trades, and that was a good one for us right there because it gave us the trade, and that's what we wanted. So, so far so good there today as Rivian. Let it go up, hit the short. Like, this is something that I'm, adding to the toolbox as we continue to go here. So there it is, man. Big day alert here on everything. So hopefully Meta will continue that fall down, and we'll see. Rivian is just its own beast. We have 30% left now of that trade, so that's actually been pretty good for us. Let's not forget, I actually forgot, so let's not forget again. I forgot to get out of some Intel down there at 90. Now you can see it is retracing back up. So look, we can make money on trades. It doesn't mean that you could take 5 cents. Like I said, when you're talking about share size and things like that, but I should have had some 90s out there, even though we didn't get our full fill. That is a mistake by me. So definitely missed out on that opportunity to get something back there on Intel. So missed trade opportunity there. Rivian, look at these trades. Rivian, 77 cents in the money. Meta, 70 cents in the money. Intel, we just talked about that. Alibaba, $1. Like, look at these trades that we have on. $1.59, 60 cents now in the money, and Apple still enjoying that dollar club. So far so good. Let's just see. Maybe we're done. I can look at Tesla Mashworth, but honestly,
it's tanking.
It's tanking. Okay, well, I've got 4 shorts on right now. So Elon, what color are your shorts? Because right now we're going to the downside right here, and your boy right now is El Fuego with some diamond hands, trying to hold some of these $4 club members. Come on, Rivian.
So coin just bounced off 78. So we got the short at 79. Found support at 78. There's a reason for that, though. Look at the open at 9:30. Where did it break out from? How often do you see a breakout price at the open turn into a support level? I still believe in the short, but when you see that happen, you get some out. If we roll over same price, we roll back into some shares. Tesla there, I know a lot of you guys are watching Tesla. There's that 275 break to the downside. We're now underneath. Be careful of a hold of this low. Like, the NASDAQ just wicked that bottom and wants to go back up. So if you reclaim 275, there's a lot of Tesla bulls that look for that as a bit of an entry for a potential bottom. Adding to the shorts at the bottom, I think, is a little bit of an issue. I wouldn't be too aggressive with it. I did get some out on Intel just there. I got into Micron. Intel came back into that low. I took some out because it just feels like, and I could be wrong about this, it just feels like where we're sitting on Micron is a little bit weaker than Intel underneath that VWAP, and holding underneath VWAP as well. So I'm going to work into some more of Micron. I want to give this just past VWAP if it does want to make that press into set upside. Wow, BBAI wants to go as well. Oh, by the way, Carvana, just to remind you, I mean, 27, like it has to break 27 for a 27 long, but it's giving that little dip buy opportunity now into 26. It just wicked underneath 26. The last time it did this move, it kind of held one green candle on the 3-minute and then look for the long. So once I see that, I'm looking to get into the dip buy on Carvana. And you'll give it to just underneath that 26 even.
All right, I'm just making sure that I cancel some of these orders because I don't want to have too many orders out just in case something dramatic happens here at some point. So let's just stay kind of chilled out here if we can on these trades. So, all right, so that's what we're doing. Sorry, I'm just going through all my stuff right now. Okay, there we go. And one last look at okay, oh, actually we did get, oops, that's Meta. Oh, Meta's bouncing now. Okay, that's good. We got out of some of the Meta, so it's all good on that front for now. But what we were actually looking at was Intel, because I just actually went back up. Oh, okay, so we got a 95 fill there. All right, so Intel is doing a little bit of a dance here as the futures are making that move back upside now. I guess the trade that I sort of have to look at, because it was just a dollar. We just had that move down to 289.50 and then a direct move right back up. Shots fired right now off Meta. Like, I mean, it just made a move right back. That GUR is still at $4 and not moving, by the way. I still have it up because I do kind of think that there is that halt potential.
I think I want it to go. I thought this was the one that was going to go 4 to 5, or maybe even 6 or 7. But
I agree with that. I think I thought that was a great opportunity there for that. So okay, especially because you made that scientific or science fiction reference.
If you've
there,
never seen,
no, I had no idea, but I thought it was good.
If you've never seen Invader Zim, that's all.
No.
It is one of those. Like, let's put it this way: it would come on at like midnight on Saturday. It is not your average cartoon. Like, it's not
midnight on Saturday.
It's not dirty. Like, it's not like it's not Beavis and Butthead. It's not Ren and Stimpy. It's not South Park. But you're laughing at it if you're an adult, not a kid. That's the way I got to think about it.
I still haven't watched that Mr. Pickle one.
You really got to get on the train of Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty. I was like, it was on the tip of my tongue, Rick and Morty.
It's like not as good as Rick and Morty, but it's definitely more undercover than Rick and Morty. I do like this stock, man. This can be a long, but it's not really showing you any buyers. That's the problem.
Booyaka right there. What's up, Bogdanov? I don't know if he called about Meta or not because I didn't pick up the phone, but Meta right there. Huge move, not huge move, but we just got exactly. That was kind of a relief print right there. Like, I didn't realize that we had sort of gone back up to the upside, and I do have shares on it. So that was good to get that out. So right now we have 20% left of all of this. 30% left of all of this. So that was a good out there. Let's see if it continues to go. I don't think we want to be in this past 291, although we talked about that 291.50, but now VWAP has come down into this area. So that, if anything, that's probably the out right there. 291.20 in case it really gets spicy on us, which would be about 80 cents out. So we take that 80-cent winner right there. We talked about R to R today. That would be that. That's 1-to-1 right there against our out. So we will average it back in, but for right now, that is what it is. Look at Intel, man. Intel just made that move right back up there. So now we get the fill we want, but now I don't know if we like it because of where the market's going right now. So I know we'll be both positive here to go. I know Max is having a good day. We'll find out more about Pratt as he goes right now, getting set up beside us right now. So, okay, Intel, really? Just because we got the reload, that's a 32.10. I just got to make sure I have that order set to get out because this one's moving, Neil, a little bit more than I expected.
Yeah, so is Coin, and I just reloaded.
We'll give some back here.
I just reloaded Coin, and I just reloaded Intel. I did not add enough of Micron has not moved. This is definitely a better one. If we break out VWAP here, I want to get out of Coin. We took some out on the bounce of 78. But this is like, look at the diversion. I'm going to show you guys this again because I just got more right here on Intel after we got some out in the 90s. But Micron's holding underneath VWAP. This is the better short. I don't know why. I love Intel as a stock. I usually do really well on it, but it's definitely a stronger name than Micron, relatively speaking. Baba almost made a run at 90 there. Watch out for 90 level on Baba. Every even $10 is pretty gigantic for that stock. I think we're supposed to be going to the desk still. So let's throw it to Sharif for, I'm going to say it's Sector Watch.
That sounds right.
Yeah, guys, it has been characterized today by a move of small caps, not large caps. Look at the Russell. The Russell's up 1.21%, and it's at day's highs. Compare that to the ES or the NQ. They're nowhere close. Here's the ES. We're still negative on the day, and then the NQ down 1.18%. And that story is reflected when we look here at the watch list. Big tech is red, but everything else below it, decidedly green, whether you're Chinese ADRs, cloud, fintech, pharma red on the day, battery plays, EV, solar, they're all green. We move into the energy space, and they're just as green. Energy green, airlines green, cruise lines green, banking very green. Everything green, guys, except big tech, the Russell outperforming the major indexes.
Yeah, I mean, we are still holding. The NASDAQ is bouncing off that low. Like, you look at, I mean, we haven't talked about this name at all, but if you look, oh, come on, there you go. Double bottom on Netflix. This is another big cap name, which is, if you look, it's just sitting there holding at the bottom, trying to break back out. Tesla, we already talked about. I just got out of Micron, even that started to go. Tesla is back above 75. It's that 11 o'clock bottom theory, man. Like, how many times are we going to see exactly this? Now you're holding above 75. Why am I not just right now long to 74.90 on Tesla is the question I have to ask myself. We said at 11 o'clock you'd be making bottoms. It reestablished at 275. Yep. It's about 50 cents worth of risk. Gimme. So I said about because this local bottom is underneath 90, so it's actually a little bit more than 50 cents worth of risk. If it bounces again, another consolidation, maybe you're stair-stepping to the upside on something like a Tesla. But to have said it this many times and not look for something long that is setting up is not going to make any sense to me. I don't know about Meta down here because I haven't been tracking Meta since I got out of it.
Let's go.
Of course, it's right at that 290 level. It's teetering as well, exactly the same price level. So Meta wants exactly the same thing. Tesla 275, Meta 290. It's doing an over-under. I've already picked Tesla, so I'm not going to fight it. GRR, okay, fine. Gorilla, whatever. Now it goes. I don't know. This is going to be the, you try not, I'm not going to FOMO and punch long at the top or anything, but kind of felt this one might go. It just didn't really set up for me, so I'm not in the trade. It looks like $5 and $7.50 when I pulled this up last time. 5 psychological, $7.50, kind of where it hung out for a while if you go way back to the front half of the year. Those would be the big levels. $5 is an obvious one as well. But yeah, maybe there's another dip to be able to join this. It gave you a consolidation long. I just was not willing to stick it out and tough it out for that consolidation. I got out pretty much right away. I got in, I got right out when it stopped me, when it just ran back underneath that previous high. Allow it to go sideways, and then try and take it when it does this. I find this is a better trade. When it's going nowhere, then it kind of gives you the wedge. Take it long into that wedge after it's settled down for a bit. That's what I should have done on GER. If it does the same setup, above $4, I'll try and grab it there.
All right, I'm still waiting to get what we think we should be able to get soon, and that is, of course, Meta short. Oh, we did reload Rivian. So, again, I don't, I told you, we only had 30% of the trade left on board when it came down here. Probably should have got something out, but I don't know, maybe should have got something out at 30 right there on this name. We got a 50 print. Could have got a 30 print on that. We were waiting for 23 to break. We talked about the 200 period. Maybe now it doesn't come through, so we're gonna have to watch out for that 23.20. We just took a piece out there. So we reloaded it at 80. We took it out at 65. So our average price on Rivian is changing, but that's fine. I still like the name here, and I think that this is going to be the trade that we think to the downside. And if not, we know where we're going to get out. But you were just mentioning Meta right there, and I just want to make sure that we do have that order out because we do. So here it comes, nicely done. Well, not nicely done. It's coming back up to the upside right there. Nicely done taking it out. You always wish you took out everything when you see this, but we'll wait. We'll wait, see if we get some more. We got some more there at 60s, and now we're going to wait to see if we get something in the 80s here for Meta, which is right where VWAP is, and then we're going to use that as our out. So we almost got back to positive on Meta after going short early, and then, like I said, we held. So we got out of 75%, held 25% for that win. So that was basically flat for us. But because we got out of too many shares, and then there it is. We've shorted again, make about 50, 60 cents. That actually goes down that dollar, joining the club. But right now it looks like it wants to take that dollar club right back and get a refund because it's trying to go back up to the upside right now. Everything's fine. Obviously, Intel, I think we did well to get out of that one once it broke through 10s there. We talked about that, but now it's right at that high again.
The high
so
17.
The high is 17. Okay, so we'll punch a little. Whoa, I was gonna say okay. Well, we just wiped out a little bit there. You could see the prints that are happening at 14. We wiped it out to try to go to the downside. Obviously, it got refreshed there. So watch out for that high side right now. Rejecting that wipeout, 32.20. I mean, Neil just said it. 17 is the high. So you know, it's not rocket science on this one. Let's see what happens with Intel. We got out, then it dipped back into 05. So this trade, honestly, if this can be 5 or 6 cents, I think we take that on Intel because
it's here it
goes.
Break the top.
Yeah, it's breaking the top right now.
It's about to break the top. I don't know, one tick.
Silly
it's
trade
not
there.
just yet. I just added to Coinbase, so I don't want to flip away from coin. I have a stop out. If it breaks the high, we got to get out of that one. I can do this. We can do picture in picture if you really want. I got my bids, but they're probably not going to fill. I think we take out that high. And remember what's happened here. 32 was the monster level. So if Intel starts breaking out, I think it can turn into a long. And if the market's bouncing at this particular time, I don't know if I want to get all in on a long because it's at the key price right now. But above 32, you got to start thinking about that one in the other direction. 32 was the big level. I want to stick to that. Coin, despite the market going up, is continuing to go down. I think I have a Bitcoin chart up here, so I'm going to slide over and just quickly show you. You did this over on
Intel,
BTC, which was bounce. And then you got a wick top here, 34, and we're kind of climbing higher. They had that big run on Riot and Mara, but Coinbase has failed at 81 level. Now we're short into VWAP. It rejected 78 before. If it gets back down into 78, I do want to take some out in front of it, but I want to hold for a 78 break. If this gets all the way to the bottom, I want to be there for that to happen. Here's Micron. That also made a breakout to the upside. So we're short Micron. It broke VWAP. It's not nearly as strong as Intel, but I wasn't going to hold it past VWAP either. Oh, I did get into Tesla. I took no profit as it's not really going anywhere. It's holding above 75, but that's about all it's doing. If Tesla wants to go a little further, this is what we look like on the 15-minute. 275 and 280 are the big levels. We did close at 276.5, so I think that's going to be a decent price to take some profit. Coincidentally, it's about $1 from here, but that's not necessarily the reason for it. I should have just immediately reversed on Intel instead of wait for it to settle down. If you reversed instantly, it just immediately goes 10 cents. If you were fighting for 10 cents earlier, above 32, this is reestablished as a long, it looks like, on Intel.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I don't have much to say. I'm trying to learn from my past mistakes there. So Rivian does go back down, and we did take another 40 cents on that one. So all it's doing for Rivian, and I honestly wanted to say something, and I think I got caught up in this. I saw Neil short. I liked it. Still, 32 was key for us yesterday on Intel. And I just want to say that now that I look back at this, pretty stupid trading, honestly, because we like 32, and as long as it's staying above it, I feel like for me anyways, and I know, we all make our independent decisions here, but to get in there and get out briefly and then to go short using 10 as the out, which is fine, take 5 cent worth of the hit, that's completely reasonable. But this last short, nah. Once we broke it and we were pretty confident, we didn't need to wait for that. In fact, we probably should have reversed into the long. So I'm going to flush myself down the toilet for that decision. That's really the only decision today that I regret making. I don't have any other regrets today. I mean, the trade that we lost on and we made back more than half of what we lost was Apple. And that was just getting short here and then getting blasted out right there, basically, not at the highs, but at 50. The high went to 70, so that's okay. But again, that was really the only mistake. And then we only put on half back. So the fact that we're still down on Apple sucks. But that wasn't a bad decision in my opinion. I wanted the short, just maybe took a little bit too many shares. It's that Intel one that I'm not super happy about. Meta's been fine today. I'm not going to say that this one's been a bad one, but again, now Meta's trying to go right back up to those highs, and we almost got stopped out on that. So just be very, very careful with what Meta's doing because that was close to that stop out price again. So, all right, I just want to review some mistakes I made because I feel like Neil and I do that a lot, and I think it's important because you don't learn. Often you learn from your winners.
My notes this morning on Intel, and even when I said in the pre-market, was if it holds 32, that's like the line in the sand. But I still play the over-under game. We're going to get to money talks.
Yeah, I know. We always get stressed about that. I don't really realize why, but we're going to get to it.
We'll get to money talks.
Let's just get to it now.
I'm not adding. I already talked about Coinbase. Nothing to add here. But let's go to Sharif at the desk for money talks.
I was so excited to get ready there, guys. All right, the U.S. dollar index not having a good day, down 0.2%. Basically, every currency on the board having a good day against the greenback. The euro up 0.5 point. The British quid up 2/3. Same thing with the franc and the Japanese yen up 1 1/3. The loonie up 0.5 point against the greenback and the Australian New Zealand dollar, both up 0.8 plus on the U.S. dollar index, guys.
Yeah,
like we rushed for 35 seconds.
Nah, it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. It's money
like
talks. Money talks, and you know
That's
what
all
walks.
that
So we always have to be at it. But we gotta talk about the overall market. We have to talk about things that aren't the individual stocks that we're trading. That's what it's all about here. I'm never going to trade Forex, quite frankly. I remember testing it when we got it added to the platform. That's about all I can give you. I mean, it added to P-Pro 8 years and years ago, but that's the only time I ever even looked at Forex. We just got to the previous close on Tesla, so that was the first out there, 2760. Does look like it wants to go to the upside. Coinbase is threatening VWAP again, so this might break back out. I still think I feel like it's a short after it broke that 81, but it just bounced. I just stopped it out here. I have the local high. I'm going to get out. If we fail back underneath, we can always jump back into the trade. Do not want to force the action on Coinbase. I still believe in the short, but it doesn't mean I'm going to hold it past the stop out. I haven't really executed on GER since that first failed breakout, whatever you want to call it, but it's starting to hold around 450. But look at what happened last time. This held for about a half an hour. It went sideways and then broke back out. So that's what I'm looking for. Like, give me another consolidation and then work into the long. That makes a little bit more sense. With 5 minutes to go, Carvana's still on the march. Like, how clean was the dip buying Carvana? Like, it's the same thing too. Like, stair step, stair step, stair step, and wait around for the 27 break. That one's still trying to make that breakout of 27 even. One more thing I wanted to get to because we haven't traded it since, but you know, AI did end up holding at 40.50. Like, there's the break, 40.50. It bounces right off of 40.60 and is still going up. Mm-hmm. So when you look at a local break like that, that's probably your re-entry into the long on C3AI. So I like it. It's above VWAP right now. It's a better fill at 40.50. I don't have to tell you guys that because it's about 50 cents higher. But if it puts in a higher low here and goes sideways off 41, I think you re-enter the long trade for the lunchtime. And then just its arrows up on the stock until it gets to at least 45 even, I think, on C3AI. We've seen 10% on the stock before. It's a pure squeeze play as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of percentage points up on that stock. That's nuts, man. C3AI. Yeah, we had the sense that we talked about it every day. The market seems to be bouncing around that 10:30 mark. That happens again today, almost exactly at 10:30. So we actually wound up getting out of some Apple, but now Apple's coming back down. So this might be a decent push back in. We're still $1 in the money on Apple, but we should have just reloaded that at 191. I was kind of sleeping on that. I was like, let's just check out what the market's doing. But the market wasn't doing much. But Apple did make, that's too bad, man. Apple did make that run back up. Ugh, that sucks. Okay, we got to put another offer up there so I don't sleep on that if that happens again. Up there into the 80s or 90s on Apple, then using that 191 maybe as our out there for that. So that's a missed opportunity day in and day out there on that play because that should have been taken, I feel like, on the downside there for Apple. So mistake there for me. Mistake number one. Not getting more there on Apple. So we'll watch multiple mistakes. Okay, Rivian, Intel, we're out of that obviously, but here comes Rivian. We just reloaded that again, man. I mean, this is what's happening to Rivian today. You know, we actually made good money on the short for sure. We made money on the long and on the short today for Rivian. So we just reloaded again at 80. If we can get a 70 fill, I do still want to hold for more, right? So if this does come back in, we do definitely want to be there. Let's take oopsies. I think, did I take 2 outs there or did I just get 1? Just 1, okay, good. We got a 70 fill. I had a 69 there, but then I was able to cancel that because I was like, wait a second, maybe this is not dropping down in, but there is, again, another short for Rivian, pay dirt right there. It looks like we might be getting out now of Alibaba. I mean, if the market wants to rip, great. We've really done well. This is a $2 club right now, so that's going to be a good trade. We'll wait to see if Alibaba wants to continue. But we're green. It's been a green morning, which has been pretty good.
Oh
what's bothering you right now? Is that GER at $5?
Of course it is. Of course it's at $5. Of course, GRR is at $5. Like, give me a break, this stock. This stock is absolutely freaking relentless. It only goes up. When it dips, it's only when I'm long that it makes a dip. But it is what it is. It's $4. If you had it at $4, congratulations to you. If you had it at $4.50, even better. But it does get to that 5. It just rejected a break of 505. It got to 501. This is not halted yet. I guess it's you know what? Even if it rejects this down, it's managed to hold a halt band. So if it gets 10%, I'd be looking for a bounce off of 450 on a $5 rejection. Just because it never halted the other time. Like every time it's gone up, it doesn't seem to want to halt to the upside. When it pulls back, it doesn't want to halt to the downside. So I'd look for bounces every 10% on this name. If it reclaims the high a second time, well, it just wicked 501. If the first thing it does is retake the high and go 02s, I like that breakout trade. I didn't get the 4 break. I had the pullback on 4. I'll go with an 02 long here with a stop out underneath 490 because it's holding 480s on this $5 fail break, which is usually a pretty decent sign.
Well, with only 1 minute to go, thank you so much for watching. If you guys get the like button, that'd be greatly appreciated. How many likes do we even have? Oh, Kat's in the building today, by the way.
Like and subscribe today.
She's right there.
Yeah.
Come on,
Brad. You're crushing on the girl every day, and she shows up. And yeah, quite frankly, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. If there's anything to be jealous of Pratt, I guess it's his love of Cat.
No, it's the platinum hair when he gets it. That's what I'll be jealous of.
But he's over there right now. He's getting ready to rock and roll. I'm jealous because of the hair. I would go if I could even grow hair. You know, I mean, that's
why I just said it.
That's what I'd be all about right now. I'd go platinum for sure, too. That's going to be fun. I know he's already promised that, so that's coming up.
Well, if I made that bet, I'd already be platinum for you guys. I'm just saying.
Yeah. 1.1K. Thanks for the likes. That's not bad. We have over 6,000 watching. 8,000 at its maximum, so thank you so much for watching. But it's 11 o'clock, man. The bangers have been in today, man, and I know you guys have seen those. So Alibaba, Meta, Neil had AI. We had Intel for a minute there, which was pretty good. Apple's $1. Meta's been, we lost on that last push of Meta, but Meta's been pretty fun today. Not too much movement. We'll wait to see what happens. It's Obi over there, so you're going to get some Amazon talk soon. I was just going to go over some Amazon, but we don't need to do that because Obi's over there. So, all right, that's enough. So let's go. We're ready for the midday show. It's Prad. He's excited. I know he's got a good one on. It's Prad. He's over there. He's ready to rock and roll. So let's throw it over to the midday. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Every day is a good day, especially when you're brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with up to 8% max trailing drawdowns on all new accounts. Brought to you by Surge Trader. Check out the link in the chat and make sure you, I think there's also, there you go, Bears was both through the link in the chat. I was waiting for the link to show up and use the promo code to learn more about Surge Trader. Welcome to the midday show. You see who's next to me, the one and only, the Jedi Master, the master of Amazon's force, willing Amazon to his power with mind power alone. He's next to us, ladies and gentlemen, Obi-Wan Kenobi. How's your day, my buddy?
Good, man, good. No. Definitely not willing Amazon to do anything. More like respecting the price action and order flow.
I like it.
So that I can take pieces off the chart. Was a little late to Amazon today. I think I was looking at this out the corner of my eye while trading Rivian. And this 128 bounce, I was like, oh, that's so good. I traded Rivian for a few minutes out the open. I look back and this kind of did that dip bounce off the 128.20s, and I was like, there's a little bit of a reserve there as well, and it kind of held some key levels from yesterday in the pre-market, so like I have that on watch. We're making a little bit of a base here, 128.50s, 128.60s, like there was some, I think there was some reserves or some size that showed up around these levels, and then these levels are kind of respecting today. Now again, like 131, perhaps if we start breaking these tops, like pre-market top was made, and then I think right here I went for the long off of this break to see if we can get to this pre-market high. Never came in, and then I went over to Meta, but as you can see, the short was definitely there off the lower high if you were risking pre-market high, right? That would have given you like maybe like 20 to 40 cents to risk, depending on if you're taking the wick or taking the close of the candle. But yeah, I think that was a great short back into this key level where we're seeing where we're seeing a little bit of demand here at 128.60s. I think Meta was a good trade today as well. I really like the idea of like continuation. Like coming in yesterday, the 300 short was one of the big ideas, and then I saw in the pre-market that we had already rejected such a key area, and all day there was follow through on the sell. So it was pretty much like a classic sell on the news. I know that the threads is popping off. It's getting a crazy amount of users by the minute, but the thing is, like, the chart pretty much showed us that like people sold on the news. So I was looking for that bit of continuation today underneath the 295. We traded over under 295 yesterday and the past couple of days. So seeing that pre-market top at 295 really gives way to the continuation, right? You can be like, okay, like if 295 fails and we're making lower highs and we're holding some moving averages, like what is the probability that we kind of push a little bit further? I think it was pretty decent, but no follow through on the 290 break, right? There's like a bit of capitulation with the strong volume coming in on like a $2 drop. So I was like, all right, that's a good enough reason to cover, reason to buy. So I got out of the position. Nice $2 win on Meta. Nothing too crazy though. I was expecting like a full-fledged move down to like 287s at least, but that never came in. Markets looking like they want to retest this 45 going into the end of the week, right? I just want to pull up NQ and ES just to see what kind of week we're trying to print here. If I can just pull up the weekly here, pull it up. Is it a red week? Is it a green week? It looks like it's going to be a red doji for the most part. So
like Brad called it, it's going to be a red week.
Yeah, so like green, red, bit of consolidation over this 15,000 makes sense in the longer term picture, right? So as we're day trading, we're looking at this kind of consolidation range for the past week, for this kind of month. We made the 15.5 rejection and we're holding above the 15. So bit of a consolidation range, a bit of a chop in between that, and looks like there's a lot of like ranges that we can be playing off of. I know Amazon is definitely in a range while these larger markets consolidate. Same thing with ES, right? ES is headed for that 45. We can take a look at Rivian as well. I touched a little bit of Rivian this morning. That was I think that was a very in-play trade off the 22 break. 22 again, great price to get long. If you look left on the chart here, let's before I pull that ticker up, let's look at the weekly on here. Rivian, we know it's doing a multi-month, multi-week breakout based off of this action here, and we were looking for that continuation to break these tops. Like, why is 22 important? This is a weekly chart, right? Look at these wicks off of 22 and not much space until 25. So that's where we're kind of headed right now. Looking at a shorter time frame, let's look at how we kind of came in today, pre-market versus the action. Like, look at this strength, right? This is not just intraday. This is over the past few days. So once 15 broke and held, 20 was in play, and then now 22. The 22 break was solid, right? But that happened in the pre-market. So like if you were looking to play this type of follow-through move, you were looking for any sort of dips out the open, kind of consolidating and holding this strong trend from yesterday. All right, so that was the idea. So how did I execute on that? Let's see. Let me pull up Rivian here on the chart. All right. Again, not the best execution, but let me blow this up here. Throw on a 1 minute. All right, so out the open. This is the open right here, right? Get a little chasey on top of the 23, not full size, right? Because I'm expecting it to kind of come into this trend, but I also get a little bit of FOMO. I don't want to miss the move if we just slap out the open, all right? So I get my initial size in, and I get more down here, so my average is roughly just under 23 for the 23 follow through, and then when it comes in, I have targets at the 23.5, I have targets at the 23.7, and I'm ultimately looking for that 24 break. And right here, we're talking about like the momentum is so strong, and look at the slowdown off of 24, giving you great reasons to sell. And I think right here, it didn't even print the I think 99s. I think these highs are like 98s, 99s. I didn't even print the 24. So I was like, when it came back into the bottom of this consolidation, I was like, yeah, no, this trend, this short-term trend, the morning drive out the open, that is done for now. Sure, we could potentially get continuation on the day, but if this move were to snap right away and really squeeze, I think that 24s should have broken very easily, and we didn't get that. So just out of the position right there on that failure to follow through on the initial test of 24. Right, we do come back in, and I think right here, pre-market highs, like look at how well this area holds. So like reload down here above the 23, that was a great trade, and it gives it to you again. So 25, I think that's definitely up for grabs today. 25 is incoming if this move holds these levels and we start making higher highs. Shorts are definitely, swing shorts are definitely underwater from looking at some of those past consolidation areas. And now I know this name has about a 15% short float. And if you've been watching this name over the past couple of weeks, the short float was closer to 20 and now it's dwindling down, which is kind of confirming that shorts are getting pushed out of this position, right? So keeping that 25 on watch. If we can hold above 24 and really consolidate for the move back up, that'll give precedent to the move. But yeah, that was my morning so far. Unfortunately, didn't really take the move on Amazon. I know Amazon gave $1 off of where I kind of wanted it, but that's okay. Next trade will be this 130, right? If this range kind of holds, maybe we get back in short here. It's getting a little toppy above pre-market, below pre-market high 130. So yeah, we could potentially short here as well, but like I'm not really looking at that. I haven't really been focused on Amazon as much today. But yeah, a trade might pop up at any given time, and I'll try to be ready for that. So yeah, I know some small caps are running as well. I know Prad's been trading a couple other names, so we'll send it off to Prad to see what he's been up to.
I've been trading Rivian, and you basically talked about it. I have nothing else to talk about, so I'm probably just going to talk about other positions at the moment. I'm surprised you didn't mention anything about the dark pools that happened on Rivian today. I'm guessing you were just trading the chart and not actually looking at the tape, and I would suggest
No, I was looking at the tape.
You are?
But yeah,
then you should probably mention the dark pools that happened all across the board on Rivian today. I mean, there's so many trades on that position. And something that I also noticed, I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. You're your own trader. You trade your own setups every single day, and that's what you're supposed to do. But I'm just going to throw it out there, you know, being a fellow trader friend that I am, I did not like the fact that you took the even dollar setup and then held the even dollar setup all the way back through. So what that tells me is, one, you didn't trade the even dollar breakout properly.
It wasn't an even dollar break trade.
What was the setup?
Position.
What was the initial breakout trade?
So it was like, okay, so you want to kind of position in to the drive. So like
the opening drive, pre-market,
right? So
even dollar, whatever breakout it is.
Dip.
Yeah. So what that tells me is right away for the breakout, the opening drive breakout, you got in and you didn't get out. You didn't take enough size on that breakout.
No.
Right?
Right.
The fact that you didn't take enough size on that breakout, which is why you didn't get out on that trade, fine. You got in again at the low and you're averaging into a loser. What if that low broke and it kept going lower and lower and lower for the rest of the day? Are you going to keep averaging on that? You got to have a stop somewhere, Obi, and we've talked to you about this multiple times. Not just me, the managers and everybody. So when I see things like that, that's very upsetting for me. Look at my position. I'm in on the very same entry, but look at where my stop is. 3 cent stop. I'm out. And then I'm actually flipping short because I'm thinking, hey, that's a failed breakout. I'll flip short, I scalp out, and then I get stopped out on the break of the previous high again. I'm getting in on the re-entry of the short, I'm adding again, I'm getting out, I'm getting stopped out. Now, I see the iceberg show up at 23.30. I am leaning on the iceberg at 23.30 short. The iceberg on 23.30 doesn't hold as a level for the short side. So now I'm flipping into a long because that iceberg is such an easy level. When millions of shares are being printed at a price and we're not able to reject off of that level, I am now looking for a long off that level. So now look at me being aggressive on the fills, right? I don't care where I'm getting filled because I know where my stop is. If I'm getting filled in the range of 23.30 to 23.40, my stop is 23.28, right? And that's where how tight my stop is, boom, boom, boom. And if you just zoom out a little bit over here on the chart, this is the 1 minute chart, zoom out. Come on, Prad, what are you doing? You don't know how to computer today? So, but boom, 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 zoom out. Once it comes back down, I know those levels. I've been watching them. Even the volume weighted average price, anchored volume weighted average price, which is a new indicator that I'm learning, is confirming my theory that with the extra oomph that the market gave Rivian today, breaking out of 22, clearly a significant level that you've identified.
Right.
So I want to see buyers showing up around VWAP or at anchored VWAP. And they showed up every time. I'm watching the tape around the level, and the tape is showing me big icebergs on the bids. So why am I going to go back to the short side? No, I'm going to keep fighting for the longs. Look how aggressive I am again with my stop at the low of that same range where I was fighting for the shorts. And again, I'm in the winner again. So this was the cleanest trade in my opinion today because I was the only one I was watching. I'm sure there's a million other trades that were so clean today, but looking at the levels over here, along with matching it up with level 2, time of sales, where the icebergs are, where the bidders are, where the sellers are, and then incorporating other technical analysis such as VWAP, EMAs. Some people love to use RSI, MACDs, incorporate other stuff along with the main indicators out there in the market, such as the level 2 and time of sales. I mean, my day is pretty much flat, I'll say that. Right? It's because I have other stocks on the board, such as AI, Mara, and so on, where I tried some trades, my tape reading didn't work out, I got stopped out, and the move was still there. But I'm not going to say I was right on the trade. It didn't work out. My read was wrong. I made the wrong decision. We lost some money on it. But we are up on the day thanks to Rivian. So I'm surprised that you didn't mention the dark pools over there. You know, you are a big dark pool buy.
I felt strongly about the position because I was like, okay, these buyers
Your
stepping up.
opinion was stronger than what the market was telling you?
No. I'm saying the move really confirmed when those buyers showed up above 22. Right. And because since I was already in the long, I was like, okay, now this is the confirmation that this move is really going. But what I can learn from you is like when I see that, that's when I really have to start getting aggressive.
Plus, Obi,
on
the
the
reason
position,
why
right?
I'm really telling you about this even dollar break or pre-market high break that you got into, people know that you're a trainee. It's a $50 shutdown. Right? If you want to make $2,000 in X amount of period and actually graduate, these type of setups, you really want to have size. But if you're taking 10 shares, 20 shares on the first initial breakout and the move goes, you're not going to be able to get out on it because you have 10 shares, 20 shares. Right? So you want to have maybe hundreds of shares over here on the breakout, and when it fails, goes back down, you're not going to be adding over here because you are already losing 10, 20 bucks on that possible drop back down.
Right.
So you're going to get stopped out, and you're going to reprice yourself. So watching that over there kind of gave me a little bit anxiety, honestly, because I was like, Obi, you're doing the same thing again.
Yeah.
You're doing the same thing again. You're adding to a loser. Clip the loser. Come back to a better price. I did too. I added over the lows too. Right. So I like to add on the low. You come back to the better price, get it back into a better range. At the lower the range, because the higher the range didn't break out. I'll stop schooling you because I feel like a teacher now.
No, you're 100% right,
I
bro.
didn't. I don't want to see that.
I chased the initial drive.
I don't want to see that.
Right. I chased the initial drive. You're 100% right. The move really did confirm and come in after that initial reaction was kind of formed, and you were 100% right on that.
100 million shares on Rivian today?
Yeah, that's pretty
wow.
crazy. Like again, that's what I'm trying to learn, right? Right now I'm using smaller shares just to figure out like this order flow and figure out where I can really start getting really aggressive. So yeah, I'm a little bit timid on the sizing as of right now in my trading journey, but like Brad said, like when those levels show up, when those reserves show up, when buyers or sellers show up above or below a level that you're looking at, I'm realizing that is the spot where I really have to get aggressive, and it's okay for me to take, maybe hundreds of shares, maybe even thousands of shares on that level, giving myself that tight risk. 100%, Brad. Like
I love it, man.
Either that knowledge.
I love it. I mean, I'm just sharing with you what we always love to share with the trainees over here. Anything that we see, we want you guys to succeed, basically, right? That's what we're seeing. And right now, my eyes are still glued to this Rivian stock as we're marching back towards the high of day. I recently just took another profit. Probably you guys can see over here, but my eyes are just stuck to the tape and the level 2. My day is getting much better now. Instead of just being flat, we're actually getting into a much better state. We have not that much size left because of how I exit. My exits are piss poor, Obi. That's my problem. I don't know how to exit. I simply don't know how to take profits the right way. And that's my worst problem because when I have the right trades, I exit so much quicker, way earlier. Like, look at these exits, so bad. These exits are horrible. Why couldn't I just hold all my size from here since I'm so aggressive and I like the level so much and I see that iceberg? Why can't I just hold it for that bigger move to the north side, right? So everyone has things to learn, man. Everyone has things to do. That's the beauty about this job. Always got to keep getting better. Always got to keep adapting with the market and the way that things are changing. Or adapt or die. That's the saying, right? Adapt or die.
Literally, the title underneath my playbook is.
It says adapt or die?
It says the market is ever changing, adapt or perish.
I like it. Adapt or
That
perish.
is the biggest lesson I have learned. So.
Were you here yesterday when we were talking about the multiple browser argument, Oprah,
right,
Bing, and so on?
Yep.
Look at Oprah today.
I didn't even know it traded until yesterday.
A new all-time high coming into this position. This browser doesn't want to stop. And you know what the catalyst is? They have a new AI browser that is available on Android.
Oh, okay.
Does that seem appealing to you?
Maybe, but I think they're just trying to target like a market that's been kind of left out of it. Because I think ChatGPT had an app for Apple products, but they didn't have one for Android.
Okay.
Right? So Android was kind of left out of the party there. There was not really a ChatGPT app for Android. But iPhones did have them. So I think maybe it's running off of that, where it's like, okay, now you have some sort of AI interface with a big name for Android. So that's a potential reason to kind of buy. I don't know. I haven't necessarily looked at this chart yet. So yeah, let's take a look at Opera, and this will be like one of my first looks on this name.
Once volume picks up in the stock, I can't wait to trade it.
Volume picks up. Look at this right here, man. All year expanding volume, expanding volume.
I mean, it's only
like
1
the chart
million
speaks
average
for itself.
That's not tradable as a day trader in the morning.
Like the volume traded. Yes. Yeah. For sure. Like it's a little illiquid on that sense, but at the same time, like if this is a ticker that's kind of pushing for its true potential, I feel like the volume you'll see the volume growing, and that's kind of you see that confirmation. Like look at this average volume. Back at last year, December, like you don't even trade more than 30,000 shares, and then you get to 50,000, 200,000, 300,000, and then you start gradually pushing up into the millions as every few days, right?
Yeah.
So this expanding volume really shows that this ticker is really coming into play, maybe starting to get some attention from institutions, because now it's doing some real volume. So institutions feel more comfortable coming into this name and being like, okay, because it's liquid enough, we're actually able to give this a risk. That makes sense, right? So I think that's a good look. That's what I'm seeing. Again, first look. I'm just checking this chart out. First time I'm seeing it. Looking left, we are breaking new highs in 25s. Like when we're pressing into new territory, like psych levels become a thing. Right, and obviously it has to confirm on the book and the tape, but I feel like we're kind of pushing off this 25 here. Can you expect a 25 resistance on the initial test? I think the probability is decent. You can kind of expect it there and just see if it is there. As of right now, the 15-minute, we have wicked off of 25 a couple of times on the initial test. So let's see where we go. I think I'm a little bit more short bias on the intraday. For sure, on the long term, definitely not. Like this ticker is just bidding up. I don't know what the short float on this thing is.
OPRA. Short float's not really available, but cash on float, total float of 16 million. So not really the greatest float out there. Market cap 4.42 billion. Revenue 346 million. Cash on hand 84 million. But yeah, I don't really see a short float number on Trade Ideas. If we go to Float Checker, maybe we can see OPRA as being estimated anywhere from, is OPRA? Not available, so 1.7 to 2.4%, so not much.
Yeah.
Not much.
Nothing too crazy yet. I mean, yeah, so, okay, so we don't really necessarily have too much of a squeeze. Or I think some of that data is also like 2 to 4 weeks behind. But here, looking at the weekly again, let's see what kind of price action we've had in the past 2 to 3 weeks to see if that data could potentially be valid, right? Look, 3 weeks ago, literally we had this kind of top at 22 and a significant fade relative to what we've been doing. So maybe potentially shorts have gotten in here and we're seeing that squeeze happen. That data is delayed. It's not it's not like a live or like a recently updated short flow. So maybe in 2 or 3 weeks, if it shows like 15-20% short, like we'll know that like this squeeze was kind of due to shorts kind of piling in. We're seeing that volume coming in as well. So keeping that in mind, the thing with the short interest data, and I don't really like this as well, I think it should be live. Because it just, I don't know, if you have live data for a short interest, which I think some players do, that can really give you an edge on a shorter time frame squeeze, because you're like, oh, intraday, like this is the sitting short float, and yeah, these guys are probably going to get rocked if price kind of
I may
bids
be wrong on this,
them,
but
right?
like short inflow numbers comes directly from like the markets.
Yeah,
But some people
it's
can
delayed.
code it themselves because every single transaction is tagged short sale or buy. And then a cover for a buy or a long is tagged as a simple sell, right? Buy, sell, and a short sale. So those are the three tags in the market. Not sure how you would track it on the time of sales, but I'm sure in the packet that's being sent towards the market, you can maybe intercept it like the HFTs do, and then see somewhere in that interception if the tag is SS or just a S or a B. And maybe that way you can collect the data and put it in. But I'm telling you, it's pretty hard.
I'm sure there
the amount of data
there
is
are people
insane.
that are attempting that feat, and probably successfully as well. But yeah, that's the look on Oprah. I have Oprah, however you want to call it. This 130 kind of building up on Amazon, but like we still have these tops. I'm just gonna wait and hold. Like the trades were down here, the trades were up here, and we're kind of up there again. So potentially off of this wick lower high could get short, but kind of want to respect this triple bottom here, right? Triple bottom support. It could come in. We know that 127 area is the bottom of that weekly range, and the 131 area-ish is the top of that range. So will Amazon close red or green on the week? I have no idea, but I think if we just take a look at the weekly on Amazon, we can get a good inference of that, looking very similar to the futures. But look, check this out, right? Some old lines on there, but yeah, check this out. First green week in a while, right? First green week in a while. We have not looked back since 100, since the 90 dip, right? Have not looked back. First red week in a while. Let's see if we the opening price of this week is 130.80. So if we can break 130.80 today, the week will go red to green, right? And I'm watching for that move, and that move has the potential for being pretty vigorous. So if these markets try to trend up and push maybe this 15.3, and maybe even we get to 4.5 on the ES, like this week could potentially do that, or we just kind of chop in this range. And I do not, I've missed a couple of the range trades, but maybe it comes in again now. So we'll take a look at that if it does come in. Let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at? Like I know there's some there's some small caps that are running today. Let us know your experience in the chat.
Oh, baby, let's go, chat. Rivian, $1 in the money. As you guys saw, a dollar club just got played not too long ago because Rivian is now joining that party. There was some size at 25.50. Sorry, it's 24.50. And the high day right now, 24.49. So that was the high day. Maybe Pratty Daddy should take some more profits. Huh? Let's do that. Let's take some more profits over here around the high day for Rivian and try to hold the last few shares till the end of the day, see if we can get something out of it. A bigger move up to 25 or something. If not, no worries. I'm also going to quickly head back over to Rivian on my trusty friend, Trade Ideas, and put my anchored VWAP back. And thank you to Michael Noss, who actually sent the message to me last night with an updated version of Trade Ideas, which shows you thicker lines over here. Did you guys get the link? I can send you the link if you need. You get thicker lines. Instead, the lines were pretty thin, and it was almost invisible. OB, I don't know if you remember that. But these lines are now better and way more visible to see. So that purple line right there, I anchored it to today's candle. So it starts off from basically here and calculates VWAP. Notice how the red VWAP, which calculates it for every single day, is a little bit higher than where the anchored VWAP is. That's where we are also kind of seeing supports come in near this 23.15, 23.20, 23.30, having that iceberg. Levels all the way keep showing up to the north side. Now we're seeing a level near 23.50, a little bit of a pullback off that 23.50, but as OB and other people in the chat and other people on the floor have been mentioning, 25 is not that far out for this stock. And also if you zoom out to a longer time frame over here on RIVN, the level that I'm actually interested in comes from these lows from 22nd of June area or so, around 25.80, 25.50. So I'm expecting a move, even a whole dollar above from where we currently are on Rivian. Maybe that 24.50 area can break. We see that size getting taken out off that level and then pushing much lower. I'm trying to increase the amount of levels I can see on my time of sales, which I think I did last night, and it is saved, but it's not working at the moment. Not sure what's going on with that one. Oh, let me just quickly do this. Remove that gateway, remove that gateway, remove that gateway. Actually, no, we'll leave that one in there. Save, apply, okay. Still not working. I'm not sure what's going on with my level 2 ever, man. My level 2 always so buggy. I have to like look at Max's level 2 and then trade, because I see the size on his level 2 when I'm trading the same stock, but I don't see the size on my level 2 unless the stock really gets close to it. It's like they don't want me to win, Obi.
Yeah.
The market don't want me to win. That's what it is.
Yeah, the market can definitely make you feel that way at times. Yeah, they don't want us to win, but there's a lot of fugazi in the markets now.
Embrace the fugazi. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said you got to embody the
embody the
before
fugazi,
plunging
man.
into it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I just want to talk about a little bit of. Oh, VIX is below 15. Okay, cool. Yeah, yesterday I thought that this was a little bit of a significant move where VIX kind of gaps up into 15. We haven't seen these levels in a while, and then when it does, it just slaps up into 17, and then now we get reversion, right? So reversion of volatility always more higher probability than reversion of price. So we are seeing that in action today on these markets. So let's see if this 15 area kind of holds. We see that the VIX has kind of been at 52-week lows, not all-time lows. VIX was down in the 10s before as well, but like it hadn't been in the 13s or 12s in a very, very long time, and we kind of dipped into there. That was a great place to kind of start watching this for a potential reclaim and reversion back up. As you know, the VIX is what it's pretty nice in the 30s, but I think it's great when it's moving around as well. We're just talking about like VIX and volatility when it comes into specific types of levels, or when the VIX itself does like breakouts or reversion moves. I think you can get some sort of market direction if you're observing that. But yeah, no, VIX coming in.
Do you watch the UVIXI when you trade?
I don't really watch the UVIXI as much. I know there's players that watch VXX and other volatility products as well. Right now, I'm just watching the VIX. Like I have my VIX charted, and I'm familiar with how it kind of pops around. So yeah, just one second. I'm just gonna fix my mic. If the VIX really comes in, we could see this market top breakout today, which kind of corresponds with this Amazon breakout. So if you're long from this triple bottom, great. If you're long from this meta capitulation down here, great. Like the longs could potentially be in. Let's take a look at Apple, Microsoft, some of the other larger caps. I haven't really done much of that. Now, as you guys know, back in my desk, like I have all these tickers at the ready. Like if they make a tick up or down, like I will know. But here I don't necessarily have the luxury of having all of those tickers on watch at the same time. So we'll just go through some of the large caps just to see where we are, see what the constituents are doing, top to bottom. So we'll start off with Apple, Microsoft. So Apple kind of made these all-time highs, 200 potential tests incoming, 195 fail, and we're coming into that 190. Yeah.
We're flying.
That 25's coming in, man. 25's coming in. That is the bottom of the next consolidation. So
we're flying.
A solid trade. I definitely sold a little too early, but yeah, Apple kind of coming off the bottom here. I know Microsoft was at a key support area earlier today, and yeah, we've kind of come up from there. That consolidation yesterday and kind of making a higher low today off of those levels. So let's see. 340 was an area that I had on my sticky note. But 377 as well. So that 377 was the area that I was watching, and that 377 kind of comes in. We don't even hit the dollar. You don't even hit the $0.50 above the 77, and then you wick back up. Like the bidders kind of came in off of that. So let's see if this wick is the low of the day, or we kind of come in on the markets. The markets themselves are kind of pushing for the high, ES specifically. All right, so next is Google. So Google, 120, still 120 key area churn. Like we have been seeing this for a couple of weeks now, this 120 above below kind of a churn, but like Google is coming off some of its highs, right? 130 It's pulling off of that. So potential 115 coming in if this move kind of continues. But the 120 recycle, I think, is key. 120 is going to be like a long-term over-under type of level, in my opinion. But yeah, Amazon, we know, we've already seen it. Microsoft, we've seen it. So let's take a look at NVIDIA. We know NVIDIA has been kind of bullying the markets around as of late. So let's see what that's up to. So it's 420. Yeah, I missed this level as well, man. 420 came in the pre-market. 420 comes in, and we bid right back up.
You never miss 420 though. Come on, how could you miss that?
No. Sometimes I miss 420. Man. Come on, it's not that important. But yeah, so the 420 comes in. It might have been important on NVIDIA, but 420 comes in literally at the 8:30 number. I think there was a number around 8:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Or some sort of news, some sort of catalyst comes in. Comes in, strength holds off the initial reaction, and then we just straight up 430 test. So that was a missed trade. Again, realizing that some good prices really show up in the pre-market, don't necessarily give day traders a chance, unless you're sitting here 4 a.m. day trading, which kudos to you if you're that serious. But yeah, some of these moves really coming in. 300 rejection on a longer time frame. I'm watching for that as well. Meta sell the news off the threads. Let's see if these levels kind of hold and see if we can kind of get a cheeky scalp on the short again if we kind of start coming back in. I will be watching for that move on Meta. But that's the market look I have right now.
Yeah, the market numbers that came out today, the two of them that you're talking about, 8:30, well, obviously the unemployment numbers was also in that one. Yeah, unemployment number, I see it right there, 8:30 coming in at 3.6. Where's the other 3-star? Non-farm payrolls came in also at 8:30, and there was another one apparently. Average hourly earnings coming out also at 8:30. So three-star numbers coming out, economic data numbers coming out at 8:30 today. So obviously 8:30 usually every single day a pretty important. Why can't I click on this calendar? What's wrong with you? It won't let me click on that calendar to see the next week's calendar to see if there's anything important there. Ladies and gentlemen, Rivian is going to be the only stock I'm most likely going to be talking about until this trade is done for me, because there's still so much going on. Yeah, we're 30 minutes into 11 o'clock and lunchtime is right around the corner, which means volume should be leaving the market. But then the question is it going to leave Rivian? I mean, 100 million shares by lunchtime. Does that mean the stock's about to do 200 million today? That's usually how we see things end up happening. I mean, what is Tesla's volume today, Obi? Tesla usually does 100 million shares, 150 million-ish or so. And I'm guessing Tesla is much, much lower than that today compared to Rivian. I mean, look, Tesla is only doing 50 million so far compared to Rivian, which RVOL is anyone wondering what RVOL means, is relative volume, 7.44 relative volume. So very, very elevated over here on the amount of activity being taken place on Rivian. We're sitting pretty on the day right now. I mean, I have to take my profits to really be sitting pretty, but which I'm not doing at the moment, because greed is in here, baby. The greed is kicking. It is strong. We're watching the stock not really push too much further, 24.50, 24.40. Maybe we see that power push coming into 25 as Obi was talking about it. And some of you in the chat, I believe, are also looking for that $25. I think someone in the chat earlier said $35 end of day push. I think you meant 25, and yeah, we're all looking for that $25. Right now, it's a big battle being taken place around these areas, so let's go quickly take a look at the volume profile, see what the chart's looking like for Rivian at the high days over here. What is the volume profile indicating? Volume profile shows us that for the whole day today, the July 7th, I believe, yeah, July 7th, the whole day today, most volume transacted around $23.76. No, that's not right, $23 and yes, 71 cents. Same thing. 76 or 71. It's because it's including all of these candles too. If we get rid of those candles, both of those lines should align up. There you go. 70 cents or so is where most of the volume was transacted. So that's where the buyers and the longs mostly are. Any shorts that got in here and gave it that stop got blown out on this area. Any shorts that got in again in this area and gave it this stop or that stop, they got blown out. Now the question is there any new short sellers entering this position in these areas? Are they going to wait for 25 235 instead? Is there any FOMO long entries pushing in at the moment over here, or any paper-handed longs like myself taking some exits over here? You want to look for all possible scenarios, right? Because that's what the market is. The market at the end of the day is a bunch of traders or computers, whatever it is, sitting there, putting their idea, putting their theory to work and actual money on the market, and you're seeing it taking place in the form of, you know, order size being taken on the time of sales. Some people like to use you know, technical indicators and other stuff too. Whatever helps to make a trade for you, that's what you're looking for. But it's also a good idea to maybe think about what the other side of the trade is thinking about. Where would they be underwater? Where would they be in pleasure? You know, when are they getting happy and about to take profits? Once you kind of like you know, understand this whole basket of players idea, I would like to give you an analogy of like you know, video gaming, because I have a very serious video gaming poisoning. I'm not gonna say video game addiction. Video game poisoning. It's like alcohol poisoning, because I can put it down at any moment I want, but I can't. So it's video game poisoning, not video game addiction. Sorry, yeah, exactly. And that, you know, in games like Valorant or any shooters or even any puzzles, you start recognizing patterns after you start taking losses, and you learn from said patterns, or you just don't learn and you just keep taking those L's. But you learn from said patterns and you keep on creating you know, theories, and you put those theories to work over here in the market. That's the beautiful stock market. Come on, you're telling me we pushed up to 2466 and reject off that one more time? What an amazing battle being taken place. Is the volume more than earlier on in the day? Not really. I mean, it's a little bit elevated compared to what we saw from 10:30 till 11 o'clock or so. So that is a good thing. You want to see volume increasing when the stock is trying to take out higher levels to the north side, which means stops are getting burnt and new buyers are stepping in all at once at the same time. But battles are being taken place. Who comes out victorious? Is it going to be the bulls or is it going to be the shorts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that type of perspective is always key. Like, I'm always talking about, like, you got to play the meta, and that goes with like any type of gaming, right? You have to understand how other players are playing, what their rules are, how they kind of take risk in this game, and kind of play in and around them. And kind of if you see it happening, you can kind of strategize against that. So whenever players are stuck, they always produce some sort of demand, and if you kind of supply that demand, that kind of mentality, I feel like can get you places. But I don't know, I'm still learning, so it's a work in progress, right? I am a little bit short here on Amazon. Markets are kind of wicking off. Let's see if this break is actually like a false break, or this break is real. So I'll be watching this. Coming in, markets are looking like they're testing their tops. NQ is kind of having like an inside day, right? NQ has not tested its top. NQ kind of wicked off the bottom, inside day for the most part. Let's see if this kind of has any sort of move out of this range break, right? So for the most part, this initial reaction, we've kind of just been trading in that range. Similar with ES. ES has this huge wick up here at this 44.5, and we've kind of made lower highs and kind of wicking below that level. So yeah, I like the look on the short, but like this position can, like, the risk is into the dollar, right? So let's see if that'll come in and if that really follows through. So I'll be watching for that. Rivian, I know you're laughing straight to the bank with this, ha 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 ha, to 25, right? So this thing is the move
I don't know, man.
on the
There's
day,
no
dude.
size on
that
66.
22 break, that was key. Like I'm getting a little bit of FOMO here when I did not get in on this reclaim. Like I was looking other places, but yeah, great trade. One of the trades for the day, top in play ticker for sure. It definitely has the short interest. It's breaking out key technical levels. It has catalyst. It has tailwind. That is, I think this is a good look on for today's trade.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm trying to actually do something here real quick.
All right, yeah, I know a couple other small caps. Was it PWM? Was that the one? I know there's another one as well. GRR that was moving today. If I can just pull that up here. GRR. Oh no, 3 R's. GRRR, yeah. So this is another name that's been going today. Crazy small cap. Again, I'm waiting for a potential backside to come in. PWM was the other one. This one was up in the pre-market, and shorts were definitely kind of coming in off of this pre-market levels, making lower highs, and out the open you kind of flush into this below $10. So, yeah. Some great trades today if you kind of stayed on your feet using pre-market levels, kind of over under on both of these small caps that are running like crazy today. I know Carvana as well, CVNA has some volume. We can check that out. CVNA. Yeah, wow, take a look at this. Holy, yeah. So this is another name that's been moving. 25 break, right? That was probably a key. This consolidation from yesterday, right out the open underneath 25 broke. Volume is there. Relative R-vol, just by looking at the past few days, it's doing today. But yeah, Carvana, great look. It's happening on Carvana today. Good trades there, guys. Good call outs. Brad, what are you looking at with that Rivian? What are we going to 30 today? Are we breaking 25?
I'm not sure.
Like, what's happening on
I'm
that
not
name?
sure. I mean, the tape is really stalling out in front of 65 and 66, and there's no size on 65 or 66. Like, bidders are stepping up every time. You see them fight for the price. Right now, there are some bidders on 60. Oh, there we go. We finally push up. Now that's what I want to see. Every time we push up to 65, 66, the tape stalls out. You start seeing mid prints come in, and then some red prints come in right after that. That's exactly what happens when the buyers are drying up and they don't want to punch the high of the day. Makes sense. Why would you want to punch the high of the day when the stock is up 14% and the market's like barely even up on the day? It's flat, so it makes sense. I'm not frustrated about that. It's just like I don't want to see that characteristics changing off the tape when I'm already long and we are all screaming for that $25 expectation. But look, I'm $1 in the money. The smart thing to do is taking your profits. We're right back to that 24.60 buyer now, and look at how the tape starts really selling off into that 24.60 area. So once again, I think the sellers are really coming in over here in this price point. I think Sean just punched in like 1,000 shares or 1 million shares, bullying Rivian back to the downside, taking out that 24.60 level himself, because like what else could happen? We're watching the tape all day. The tape has been nothing but green, 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 green until it hits one of these levels, and then it slows down the tape. The tape slows down. You start seeing white prints, which are mid prints between the bid and between the ask, and then you start seeing the bids getting smacked and people being more aggressive and smacking below the bid just like that. Look at the wall of blue. Look at that wall of blue. What am I still doing? I'm out. Look at that wall of blue. I'll get back into that trade after. I'm sitting there looking at it, not making a decision, and this is what frustrates me even more. It's like I see the tape stalling out. I see it happening, but instead it's all about the dream for me, and the dream is currently a meme because it's not working. This trade's done. We come back at a different price point. Where the buyer's at? Yeah, Boggy called Sean, and that's what happened. Boggy, why can't you call me ever, bro? Boggy never calls me. It's Friday, and Boggy said, nope, not Pratt. Let's call Sean instead.
Yeah,
Sean, at least give me some tips, man. Come on.
Told me to punch short.
Nice, nice, nice.
Fonzie asking Obi, what is the Lambo trade today? Man, you know, if you're talking about a Lambo trade, again, I'm gonna say it was the 300 short on Meta. Like the 300 short on Meta is definitely in play, I think. But you had to be there yesterday for that, and I know there's a couple of players. If you follow some decent traders on Twitter, like they have that move. Some of the stronger short players, they have that 300 short idea to sell on the news type of thing, and that idea working out well today off that 290 break, right? So let's see if we kind of get follow through into the 270s by next week. I think that is definitely qualifies for like a Lambo type of trade. But yeah, Amazon kind of pushing higher here. Like I am starting to not like this, so I should probably get out. And
size on the ask now.
Let's see, I just posted and I should be getting out soon if it doesn't take me. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. One more.
Okay, nice.
There we go. Okay.
Nope, not nice.
All right. So we are out of that trade. Potential for that top coming in. 130 coming in. I want to respect this chart. We've made a triple bottom. We tried the consolidation. We're consolidating above. So I don't really want to get in the way. Yeah, sure, I took like a 20, 30 cent loser on that. But it is starting to kind of break this consolidation with the markets kind of printing. Now, if this is a false break and we still kind of wick in, like I'm more than willing to get back into this trade, take it back down into this 128.60 demand zone that we're clearly seeing today. But yeah, that'll be my trade on Amazon for now, just taking quick scalps. Now, anything can show up at the end of the day, right? I am still expecting that like a potential move at the end of the day to really see how we print that weekly candle. But yeah, I'll be watching for that. ES pushing for these highs, right? Kind of, we whipped off the last 15. So let's see if there's any follow through there. That just tells me there might have been a little bit of selling here on that, off that wick, right where we kind of saw selling in the pre-market and before out the open. So maybe, yeah, maybe these sellers are there for the day, or maybe they get negated. So we'll be watching that. Just a cheeky short on Amazon off of that idea. Not really working out, but that's okay. Let's go on to the next trade. The next trade, yeah, I don't know, man. Rivian, what is Rivian doing off of that? Still kind of pulling back in. Hold on, let me pull that up. RIVN. Yeah, so look, it's still holding trend. So this is still pretty strong relative to what the chart is showing us. You can throw like some VWAP on there, throw like a 9 EMA just to see what it's doing. Here, is it holding some sort of trend? And yeah, the 9 is kind of respecting, and I'm sure it's kind of holding the 21 as well. I know back at my desk, I was looking at both like the 9 and the 21 just to see. I was observing that it was wicking off the 21 and kind of holding the 9. So a lot of players getting stuck on the 9 and reloading on the 21, it seems, on that Rivian move. 130 coming in on Amazon. Not a bad place to cover there because the strength is definitely there. We are breaking out. The shorts are a little bit underwater for now. If we get past this pre-market high, which we kind of did, but if we convincingly get past it now into the 130, yeah, those pre-market shorts, all of this volume, any sort of intraday short float, if you want to call it, here it would be underwater off of this level. So let's see if we get a real follow through, or if the markets kind of come back in, those sellers will definitely reappear at this 130 and bring Amazon back down towards this 129. I am also watching the 15-minute chart. It is looking a little extended as well. Let me just pull that in for you guys to see here. Yeah, I'll keep you up on there. So yeah, you see above VWAP. So yeah, we're testing this.
Obi, I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Worries.
AI now breaking through 42. New high day incoming. AI just went through 41.50 to 42 in a span of minutes. And a big bidder shows up after breaking 42 for the second time of the day. And then another bidder shows up at the high of 42.10s over here. We're now really battling this price of 42 to see if we want to hold it or not. I do have some size over here on the long side. I might try to add in front of 42 just in case they hold that size. Look, it's only 30,000 shares, I think, at best, yeah, 30,000 shares at best. So it's not a lot of size, but randomly after this time of the day when that big spike in volume comes in, look at that huge spike in volume comes in, and then the size shows up randomly, and then 42.10 shows up size too. So this could have some potential for another run up there. Rivian, you guys heard what Obi was looking at it not too long ago. It is trying to climb back to the high of day, but the tape and the velocity of the tape has slowed down quite drastically. It will be on my side burner now. It's going to be on the bench, because now the best player is on the market again, AI, and you're going to hear a lot about this stock very soon once Maximilian comes on at 12 o'clock. I'm pretty sure he had a banger day on AI. Can't wait to see how he traded. I actually tried a little long over here, got stopped out, and then the move happens. Another stock that happened the same thing to me like that is GRRR. Let's show you what my GER position looks like while I look at AI on the other side. GER is now currently at $5, and I had the long at $4. Sadly, I'm not the greatest at small cap stocks. I don't really trade small cap stocks that much, but I like to be part of them just in case you get another big DWAC or something. So I took a small size, gave it small risk. Clearly my risk was not adequate for it because I should have given a little bit more risk, obviously. Didn't give it enough risk for it. Basically was the low of that range, and maybe I should have given a little bit more for that range to play around. got triggered, moved on, did not care about the stock anymore. Sadly, I probably should have, because that breakout of the range to the high side, 40-20 area, pretty clean, ripping up to $6 almost. So GER was very, very, very much in play today. Another stock that I did trade and thankfully stayed away from getting back into this one was Mara. Mara short 16 right here, got stopped out. Said, okay, I'm done. You know, clearly Coinbase at $81 today. Mara wants to keep going past 15. We talked about Mara actually last night on the 4 o'clock stream for those of you who were listening. We were also talking about Levi Strauss on the 4 o'clock show, talking about how we like the possible longs in case the stock triggers SSR, especially if it does so. Oh, AI went back under 42 here. We don't like that trade anymore. Gonna get out. We're gonna keep watching if it goes back through another high a day run. Quick little loss of 15 cents on that. Not a problem. Levi over here, though, we were really bullish about the SSR longs in case, especially if the stock moved down to that level of, if I remember correctly, was $12.80, $12.90, $13. If it did move down there, sadly, we did not see those numbers coming into play right here around these lows. Yeah, $12.80, $12.90. We did not see those numbers coming into play. I wanted to see how the tape looked like around that area for a possible dip buy, SSR long, and so on. No trade. We were also looking at the possible level around 12 over here, which looks better on the monthly chart. So if we go to the all-time chart, right here around $11.30, $12, I like that area too. So neither of these areas really came into play for me to watch the stock, so missed out on that move. But I see some people in the chat earlier on mentioned that Levi longs were working. Levi was Prad's #1 play yesterday at the 4 o'clock show. You are right, but I also did mention a couple other things with it, which is I need to see those levels get tested. I need to see an elevation in volume. We did get the elevation in volume today. Average 10-day volume, 2.5 million shares. Today, we've already traded 7.5 million shares. So good little elevation on volume for Levi. So congratulations to anyone who did play that long, especially off the options AI levels too. Options AI, I believe yesterday was giving us 7.6, 7.7% move to the downside or upside, and it did end up playing that exactly that way for our friends LEVI. Another stock that actually moved last night in the after hours, but I wasn't able to talk about it or even know that it was moving in the after hours, sadly. Was Costco. Costco today moved around in pre-market a little bit too, in the same direction that it moved in the after hours to the downside. So here was the after hour move on Costco, dropping down to almost 530, and the continuation off that move back to the downside. 528 now being tested as a low at day 4. Costco, I believe they announced some numbers. It is on our Trader TV watch list. For those of you who are not signed up to Trader TV watch list, you have to take a look at that. We come out with banger trade ideas every single day. Just trying to pull up my watch list on the phone over here. Should have probably done it on the screen, but I'm afraid that I'll dox myself with my email, so I should have probably had that ready before. Costco, have you heard that story before about me doxing myself on the show? I'll tell you in a second. Costco declined 1.1% in the after hours trading as the company reported disappointing comparable sales for the second consecutive month. In June, the company's total comparable sales dropped by 1.4%, following a 0.3 decline in May. According to Refinitiv, out of 39 brokerages, the 16 rate the stock a buy or higher, while 11 rate as hold. The average price target of the stock, $548.91. So the docking story, Obi.
Yes.
When I first was on the show, back when we first started back with Valeria in that corner, I don't know if you were here on the floor back then.
I was watching.
Oh, you were watching. Okay,
I was watching at home. Yeah.
Yeah, we were in that corner over there where currently I'm sitting again to trade, right? Beginner streamer, don't know what I'm doing yet. Opening my email on the show, typing in my email on the screen, and the email gets shown to everybody.
Damn.
Right? And then you can only imagine what happens from there on out.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos ensues.
Absolute chaos. Right? Gotta love the chat for that one.
Yeah, definitely. People talking about our shirts.
Oh yeah.
We forgot to remind them. Today is, what is today?
You do it. It's your idea.
Floral Friday. Now there is I don't know if you guys can see. Let me bring it up to the camera.
That's not
here.
floral, man.
There's some flowers in there. There's a little bit of flower. So like the small flowers. So like what I wanted to say is like you gotta have attention to detail. Maybe it's the small things.
Okay. So you want to talk about attention to detail? What was Floral Friday about? Miami, Hawaii vibes.
No.
You're
Not
wearing
necessarily.
this to Miami or Hawaii?
Listen, so this is during market hours. Once the sleeves roll up, it's
yeah?
party time.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
party
I
time.
like it. I
So
like
it's
it.
like it's still floral. It might not be as poppin' as Pratt's shirt here. Pratt's shirt is definitely poppin'.
Wayne shirts pop in. I like
Yeah.
Branko's floral shirts best. Brankos, can you grace us with your presence when you have some time, please, for your floral shirt? Branko's floral shirt, my friends. Hands down, the best one on the floor today. It's coming right now. I mean, sadly though, the floral shirt that he's bringing it's a floral shirt.
Yeah, it's floral.
That's floral shirt. That's a hands down the best floral shirt there can be out there. Beat that shirt, you get $1 million. $1 million buying power at Day Trade the World. Trust me, you're not beating that shirt on the floor today. But what is getting beat is this market's tops, OB. They're getting taken out.
Yeah, it does look like that 130, 25, or what is this, 30 kind of came in. We did break the 130 level, so yeah, now I'm looking for if this is like just an exhaustion, failure to follow through.
It's not even a flower? Oh, it's a leaf,
yeah,
you're right.
The long is definitely there off of these levels. Like I was not necessarily switched on and locked in when Amazon was testing these levels. Again, something I got to work on, allocation of mental capital and kind of proper diversification, if you would call it that, of mental capital to properly execute on these moves. Now, 130, I just want to bring this in on Amazon before, I know my time is coming to an end here. Why is 130 a key area that like we're looking for the break? Like, yeah, sure, I took the short around here. There's reason for the short. I was looking for this kind of pre-market level yesterday, which aligned with today's pre-market level, which aligned with this lower high to kind of start to fail. And we didn't. I disrespected kind of this uptrend, this strength off of this base we formed. And that's fine. Like I was expecting that a little bit because as we talked about, if you guys have been watching the midday show for since last week actually, like look at what Amazon is doing. You can literally throw a line here, 130.25, 127.50s. Like this is churning. Like swing churns, like if you're playing the range as a swing trader, like you're taking pieces off, you're just sitting at these levels and your orders are getting hit every couple of days. We talked about that, and lo and behold, today, yesterday the bottom holds, and today we come in and are pushing for that top of the range. So nothing new, it's doing nothing new. It's kind of doing its own thing. This is a long-term kind of like a consolidation pattern going on Amazon. Looking at the longer time frame, like where is this name headed? Are we consolidating at a key area? Of course we are. We kind of came off of these 80s, the 100, right? And markets are also testing that 15.5 and consolidating between that 15 and the 15.5, and then the 45 as well on the ES. So does it make sense that some of the large caps are consolidating on a larger time frame? Of course it does, because longer term players are potentially looking for to get into this move for the continuation. Like people are talking about this is what we're well into a bull market, et cetera, et cetera. Like you can see like on a 1 month chart here. Let me take this VWAP off so it doesn't get in your way. Look at this 1 month chart on Amazon. Like we are strong. Like we're not necessarily going anywhere, right? So what was the COVID drop? Like what the COVID drop was it right here? This is March 2020 on Amazon, right? So like that just goes to show like we bounce off of that level, off March lows, and then we've retraced about 50% of the move. So yeah, reversions are definitely in play in season over the past couple of years, and this move is looking pretty strong, and yeah, looking untouched on the longer time frame. Like I know people who are swinging along with some of the bigger firms. Or if you're doing like if you're trading ETFs or you're swinging ETFs, like yeah, you're definitely chilling on these names. You're not necessarily concerned about this interim volatility here. Yeah, 180 back down to 100, but like looking left, monthly chart, you're perfectly within trend, right? So I think these are all strong tickers to trade, and yeah, if you can figure out how to move them on the daily, that's great as well, because you know they're going to stay liquid for some time to come, because there are strong interests on these names. But yeah, my time here has come to an end. I would like to thank you all for watching. Have a great weekend. Take care. Have a good one.
Thank you, Obi, for everything. Hopefully you are going for some fishing or something. I'm not sure if the weather is beautiful or not this weekend, but yeah, go enjoy it, my friend. I believe we are going fishing during, who are you telling get a haircut? What? I just heard in my ear get a haircut for no reason. Oh, gold haircut. What? I still don't get it.
Right. No.
You're muted?
They're talking about the platinum pride.
Oh,
they're talking about the platinum pride.
We're
That's
talking
what
about
they're
you
saying.
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
Obi. We're talking about you enjoying your weekend, not about platinum pride. It's not always about pride, okay? Sometimes, but not all the times. We'll see you soon, Obi. Have a great time, my friend. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you for everything that you do over here for Trader TV Live. Ladies and gentlemen, on a quick glance on my screen to the left side, I noticed that XLF has been grinding VWAP all day today. Absolutely all day. So looks like the banking sector looking a little strong, at least only up 0.3%, not really that much. But XLF is just grinding VWAP the whole day. So that's going to make me want to look at JPM. JPM up 1.3% on the day. Monster move on JP Morgan too. Right back above that 145, slightly above 145, just ticking around 145 lightly. I'm guessing Bank of America looking very similar at the moment, and Wells Fargo too. Yeah, Bank of America looking very, very similar to the XLF chart itself, and has been grinding VWAP before, now taken off of VWAP and now grinding on the grinding. On the 100-period EMA now on the 1-minute chart. So, wow, banking sector looking a little clean today, trying to take off the high day, while the SPYs are trying to do the same thing. SPYs trying to take out the high, I think successfully doing so right now. The market is never stopping, man. Forever staying green. I think, what's the saying? Stonks only go up. I mean, look at Rivian right now. Rivian making me upset for punching out my size. I guess I should have waited for like an extra confirmation on the close of the lower end of the EMA and not just reading the tape over there. The reading the tape really got me sucked into the trade over there, and then I made an impulse decision without waiting for other extra confirmations to pad my bias, I guess. You know, you need more than one confirmation usually. The tape is always the best confirmation out there, and the level 2 and so on, but you always want to confirm your bias, and me making a little bit of an impulse move over there, punched out of my last, 15 shares, who cares? So I'm not going to complain about how I didn't hold my last few shares over there. It happened, we punched out, we are no longer in the trade, but a new high day has been cemented just now on all markets. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Is that the NASDAQ market? 930 should be 830. So we are above the 830 number actually. Mouse, where are you? We are actually above the 830 number. So a new day's high coming in for the NASDAQ. New day's high for the S&P 500. New day's high for Rivian recently. XLF trying to make a new day's high. I'm seeing if I can make a new day's high on my P&L now based on all of these moves coming across the board. Our buddy, the Tesla demon himself. I guess today you're the AI demon or still the Tesla demon?
Tesla is a little bigger in the blotter today.
Okay, still the Tesla demon.
I'm actually long Tesla right now. I need to, you know, this layout's still messed up, man. I shouldn't have updated this computer. This is probably why Sharif didn't do that. But yeah, just trying to get this set up. I am long Tesla. Oh, we're through 279. Let's go. All right, things are going pretty well for me right now. Not gonna lie, I'm long like 277.5 or something. This layout is totally messed up. But yeah, things going pretty well. So I'm looking for like 280 to break on Tesla right now. I tried to get short a little early, didn't let it kind of break the level and play out. I kind of just got short on the initial wick of that 280 price. The short ended up being good. I tried the long off 277, which is a price, you guys know that's a price for me if you pay any attention around here. It did end up working, but quadunks off that price, and then I ended up being able to get short just below, adding, and I was looking for it to stop at 273 for the long. It stops at 274. I get long above 275, and I've just been adding, getting out ever since. So probably need to take a little bit of profit soon here on this Tesla position. Everything looking good at the moment. AI too, like I tried it so many times. It just won't give me a clean move. I don't know. The algo's pretty nasty on that AI, so haven't been able to get anything going on that.
Where were you in?
I was in 40.50, but then I was adding on the way
Oh,
up.
me too. No way. Okay. Oh no, I was at. Yeah, me too.
Where is mine? Where did my history thing go? Oh no. Side. All right, great.
I can take over while you set
Yeah.
that up. I'm just watching Rivian, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting a little bit of FOMO here for that tape read, the seller over there making me punch out of my size. But someone in the chat mentioned, you know, you never go broke taking profits, and you're right. Thank you for putting that out there in the chat. That actually helps me mentally because I was so close away from making a FOMO entry into a different stock of some sort just so I could be part of something, right? I like to be involved. I like to be part of things. But no, we're not going to be stupid about that. We're going to be looking to now preserve our capital because I remember when I first joined the floor and I used to do daily meetings. I don't know if Neil remembers this. Daily meetings after 2 o'clock or so. We used to actually bring Neil into those meetings and have his, couple words as how our trade set up and so on. And Neil would always mention, you never go broke taking profits. And this game is not about how much money you can make. It's how you can retain the money that you have made. How can you hold on to the money that you have made? It's not all about, how much money can I make? Oh, I can make $1,000 today and I only made 100. Oh my God, I'm so trash. Okay, fine, you made that 100, good. Tomorrow, how do you hold on to that 100? That's the question now. It's not the question of how can you try to make that 1,000 again instead of only making 100. Hold on. Their size now on 2970. Oh, sorry, 2470 has about 240 lots or so. 240 lots now disappeared to only 100 lots. So it looks like they got tested a little bit and they passed that test as we are trying to continue bounce off of this 2470 area still. I mean, everyone's expecting 25, right? So I think that's the number that we are going to be looking for. Now, if I do make a new trade on Rivian, and I'm sorry I sound like a broken record because I'm not really looking at any other stocks today. This is where I want to put most of my mental capital on the day today. There are other amazing stocks out there for sure, and I will take a look at them right after this one. I want to maybe now look for possible shorts around $25.50, $25. So we'll wait patiently for the stock to go up there. We don't have to keep watching it like a hawk while it goes there. So we'll set some alerts, we'll wait for it to go to that high, and then we'll see if shorts show up for us to take advantage of this position. Real quick though, you're not supposed to do this to test if shorts are available, but I just did, and shorts are available, and we are able to take part on the downside if that trade does come into play. People in the chat looking for any trades over there. I just see a bunch of deleted messages, so most likely people hating on me, so that's fine. Looking for messages on stocks. Any perm Pratt? What is that? What's a perm? Is like one of those machines that goes on your head, right?
They want you to get a perm?
I've never had one, but is that the one that Aaron had?
Yeah, Aaron's got the perm
Aaron had the
going.
perm one day?
Didn't Ian have a perm for a minute? Or he was talking about getting a perm?
He was talking about getting it. Okay.
Yeah.
Ian probably would look good in a perm, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ian would look good in a perm.
Ian look good in everything,
kind of
bro.
K-pop look. Yeah, exactly.
Even Neil goes, that definitely is Ian, the K-pop look. I like it.
Ian, Ian's down for the K-pop life.
I don't listen to K-pop, but I think you know more about the K-pop artists than I do. What's that big band about K-pop?
Yeah, I don't know anything about K-pop.
Don't you know about the big band that everyone likes? The big...
Oh, yeah, what is it?
What's that name again?
BTS.
BTS, that's right. BTS. Is that what's called behind the scenes? Okay. I mean, I guess. In camera world, it's called behind the scenes, yeah. I know that, but I don't know what BTS and their
behind
language
the
is.
scenes, he says BTS from behind the scenes. That's where we got it.
Okay. All right, Max, what are you looking at, my friend?
I'm looking at this Tesla position. I don't know. I got to take some profit, I think. It's higher than I expected it to be when I sat down. I'll tell you that. When I got up to come over here, it was like 278.70, and now we're like almost $1 higher. I'm looking for the 280 break. I think that Tesla can make that move today. But you never go broke taking profit, as Neil always says. So we'll see if we can.
Wow.
We'll see if we can get a little profit taker on there on Tesla, and then see where we go from there. I don't know. That AI kind of sucks. Where's Carvana at? I know that Brankel's back there was going crazy about Carvana and Beyond Meat as well. Beyond Meat kind of going nuts today. Like light volume, but still kind of going. Let me pull up BYND.
Okay.
The 15 level on the daily is what he is obsessed with. So let's pull up the daily chart here, see what that looks like. Oh, that's Tesla. What? Come on. Yeah, that looks interesting for sure. Like 1460 is kind of more interesting than 15 to me. Where's the 15? Yeah, maybe $15. I mean, clean even dollars is where people stop out from these like swing shorts. So maybe people stop out above 15. This thing gets going. I mean, it's only done 2 million shares of volume and it's gone up all day. So, you know, potential for sure for the continued move up on this one if we do crack 15. I'll throw that up on a chart. Rivian at $25 too. What a miss on that one today for me. I tried to play it early. I tried to play the opening drive. Did not work. I missed the kind of 23.10 break, so I took small size, just punching up on 23.20, looking for 25s to break there. And then I was willing to add like above 23, but when it just quadunked right down, I just punched right out. And then went over to something. I think it was AI was breaking out, so I went over to that, and then didn't have that second high of day 23.25 break into that big move that is exactly what we were expecting. Like we were talking about this for the past 3 or 4 days on the show. If Rivian cracks that 22 price, the next spot on the daily chart, there's a very, very clean gap all the way up to 25. And where are we? We're at 25. So is it a fade at 25? I don't know. Maybe you can take a fail break. That could be something. Maybe that's what I want to do. Yeah, I'm gonna think about taking a fail break on Rivian at $25. If that does show up, and I don't know. I just feel like it's up too much to go long. What do you think?
That's exactly what I was saying earlier. I'm not sure if you were here or to Obi. I forget who I was telling it to. Like I'm only looking for that 25 fail break or that 25.50 area for possible shorts now. I don't want to FOMO into a trade after making my decision of jumping out of the position. So yeah, it's still going up. Congratulations to the bulls still who are in anywhere around my prices that we were or below that. You're loving this position at the moment. I'm actually replacing some of my charts over here with Trade Ideas charts because I like these new Trade Ideas charts. They actually upgraded, for anyone wondering. They're now using an HTML-based charting software. It's much cleaner, much faster.
Yeah.
You gotta upgrade it. If you need the link, I can send you the link because I think it's still in the beta version.
Okay.
So Michael Noss, shout out to Michael Noss. He sent me the link. I'll send it to him too. Even notice the lines over here compared to the one on your chart. The lines are a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Right. So it's much cleaner, and the interface is a little bit cleaner too. But what they messed up is now if I want to put other indicators on, I can't because you have that little pencil that you can draw lines and trend lines on.
Yeah.
I don't have that pencil in here anymore, so I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on that side. But yeah, I like the fact that they cleaned up this chart a lot for those of you wondering. So use code TTV20 on Trade Ideas website to get 20% off, and you'll be able to use awesome tools like this that even your man over here, the demon himself, who just can't stop winning every single day. I'm just trying to go through his scanner to see what his volume leader shows up. I see Rivian, Baba, right? Where's Tesla? What?
This is the real volume leaders.
Oh, okay.
This one's a custom one that I have actually. You guys can come to my screen if you'd like. That shows the volume. Like if it has over a certain amount of volume, I don't remember what I have. I guess it's filtered for 3 million and holding within 20% of the high of its day. So then like you can catch a breakout or a reversal there. If something's holding within 20% of its range, like we're chilling at highs, like on Rivian right now, which is at the top of that list. If you're looking for a reversal on some market move, then you can look to that
15-3 market
thing right
rejection.
there. But yeah, the volume leaders that I have right now, GRRR, which I haven't even looked at today.
I took the 4 long today off that, and I
God.
lost, man.
I looked at that today and I don't know, it didn't excite me all that much. But apparently the market was excited about that GRRR. I was looking at that other one, the IPO from yesterday that Eric was
PWM
saying could
something?
be the next HKT. And I was like, what? Okay. Now I'm interested, but yeah, that one didn't pan out so well. Not that I took any trades on that. Yeah, what should Carvana's at 28 again. So CVNA, I don't know how to get long when they're just doing this. New York, right? When they're just doing this this move up, like this move straight. Why? Software is not cooperating with me today. When they're just doing this move like straight up, like, I mean, Carvana wasn't on my radar until it was like in this kind of range, and then you just have this like choppy, crazy move up. There's nowhere that you can really execute on this unless you're like trying to take a double bottom or something here at 26. The 27 break wasn't clean. Here we go through 28 though, new high of day again for Carvana, so 15%. If we get to 30, I'm gonna take the 30 break on this. That's like such a clean level from, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. If this chart will load, come on. I think the high was 29.90. Yeah, 29.90 right there. High of this current move. Anybody who's gotten short recently on Carvana will be underwater, not necessarily stopping out, but they will be underwater above $30. And then, you know, we got room on the daily chart on Carvana to, I mean, the all-time high is like $480 or something ridiculous. But the last time it really squeezed was last July, I believe, or last August during the Bed Bath & Beyond kind of thing. And it went to 55. And then you have this lower high at 42. So I think, you know, 30 breaks, you're looking in the near future for something near 42, I think, on Carvana. But yeah, we got to get there first. And I haven't had any success like trying to just punch into kind of more random prices on this name. I think you got to be picky. You got to be picky with the entries on Carvana.
Price is very important, my friend. That is our job, especially when you're trading for a company like ours where we have shutdowns.
Exactly.
Right? That's what I was talking to Obi about earlier in the morning, and chat got a little spicy about that one. That was good.
I heard that.
It's about, like, you know, we got shutdowns. We got to control our risk. We can't just hold on to trades like some of you guys can at home because what's going on with AI? Oh yeah, I got, never mind. I thought I was still in the trade. Thank God I'm not, because it just pulled back down big time. I was like, oh wow, am I still in that trade? Yeah, AI right now pulling back to VWAP, ladies and gentlemen. Rivian over here, no pullback. No pullback. I actually like these trade ideas, new charts, man. I'm going to replace them. I'm sorry, P-Pro, but P-Pro charts are now being replaced by trade ideas charts as long as I'm allowed to do that.
I'm always looking for like something that I don't have to pay for that's good charting software. And I mean, I've wanted to play around with like anchored VWAP, like
look at this stuff. Look,
we've been talking
bang,
about.
all four change. You got 4 different timelines for 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute daily. The only sucky part is I wish we could connect these charts to our time of sales or level 2.
Yeah.
Like if I just do it in Rivian over here, bang, that should update over there too. But you know, come on, I'm a gamer. I can't be complaining about having to click and make work buttons.
You know, you're pretty tech savvy. Maybe you can get a little macro going.
How can I help you? Oh, I got macros all on my computer. You know that.
But get one where you type it in. Is that too much?
Nah, it's kind of hard to do because you would have to somehow link P-Pro 8 to trade ideas. Trade ideas, though, Michael Noss in the chat did say that that's a good idea that they're going to look to implement, but it's going to be hard to implement with our software. It's just proprietary technology. It's how we are going to incorporate on our end with them is going to be the thing. I'm just boosting trade ideas because I'm loving this new upgrade. I am loving the new upgrade. So shout out to Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, thank you for sending me the link. And also he's going to be helping me create a new after-hour layout so we can find all the good movers after hours, because you know what season's coming up, Max? It's Max season, baby. Because Max is about to max out his Max account. I don't even know what I'm trying to say anymore. To the roof time. 15.3K rejection, Max. What do you think about that on the NASDAQ?
Well, I don't have the NASDAQ chart up because, you know, I'm kind of messing around with this layout still, but let me pull that up and It's U23.
Yep.
Come on. I'll pull it up here. Ooh. Man, these charts are not cooperating today. I'm not scared of that. I mean, we're consolidating at this high. The market doesn't feel scared of the high. I want to see this 315 kind of break. I mean, it feels like we've done all we have to do to the downside to allow us to kind of break the high and go up now. That being said, I mean, we got lots of room for a pullback here. And a lot of these NASDAQ names are getting close to their highs now. You know, AMD's getting up to that 115. I mean, Tesla's getting up to that 280 very slowly. I wish that would kind of just blast off for me. You know what hasn't been going today is Meta. I wanted that 290 hold on Meta, but I mean, I was trading something else first of all, and secondly, the volume is just so bad on this name. Always.
What do you think about the lawsuit?
There's a lawsuit?
Well, Elon Musk, well, not Elon Musk, but somebody under the power of X companies or X whatever it's called, X corporations, sent not a real cease and desist order, but something like that to Threads saying, hey, you guys have X Twitter employees with X Twitter proprietary technology, intellectual property, and you purposefully took that group of people that you poached / hired, the X Twitter players, wow. and you told them to make the software for you in a fast, competitive way, and now you're basically using Twitter property. You're not allowed to use our Twitter website by scraping Twitter. You're not allowed to even do this, do that. Like, there was a couple statements in there, and they're saying we will come after you with the lawyers and everything, take you to court, basically.
For me, if you're getting sued, then you're probably doing something right.
It's a good thing,
You're probably doing something right. I think, you know, kind of sucks for Elon, kind of sucks for Twitter in this case. I think, you know, Instagram has been the top dog, and now making like a Twitter for Instagram is, I mean, that's not the best for old Elon. So, I mean, a lawsuit tends to be kind of the last thing that you, your last line of defense. And
Exactly.
I don't think it's going to work for poor Elon there. You know, I liked his acquisition of Twitter. I thought that it was good. I thought it was good for the platform because, you know, Twitter was getting a little bit crazy with the censorship and all that, and that was his idea to stop that. And I guess, you know, Meta has kind of, I don't know if they've proven to be as like censorship friendly as
I mean, they had a
Twitter
bunch
in
of
the
people
past.
banned before Threads came out, and as soon as Thread comes out, they're like, oh, you know what? By the way, my hand slipped on the delete all banned people account button, and they just unbanned all people who got banned for Threads. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
You're telling me just because a new app comes out, you're like, hey, you know what? Let's unban millions of people that we banned and just bang, unban them. All right, buddy. Just because you want to
well,
boost
I mean,
in
that makes sense. If you're trying
account,
to exactly
yeah,
copy
you're trying
Twitter,
to bust viewer count.
But if you're trying to copy Twitter, and Twitter is saying we're not banning people, we're allowing free speech, you know, you basically now have the exact same platform. Now Twitter has zero edge other than being there forever, but Instagram has more users.
Yeah,
than
look
Twitter,
at euthanasia. Definitely unban Facebook users. I got my ban lifted. First off, euthanasia, what are you doing to get banned on Facebook? Okay, that's what we need to know.
Yeah.
At least you're tamed in our chat because you have to be banned in our chat. At least you're tamed in our chat. So it looks like you're reformed now, as the gamers call it, as the League of Legends players call it. You're now reformed. I like to see that. I feel like I've been very reformed from my previous hosting days, my previous League of Legends days. Still a lot of reformation to do. Still a reformation, is that even a word anymore? Still a lot of reformation to go through. But I like to see reformed people being reformed, so welcome to euthanasia over there. Tyler1 in the chat, hey, shout out to everyone who knows what I'm talking about. But getting back to that whole argument, I think you're very much right about what you said. There was actually one of our very, very close friends that we love hanging out with, Uncle SAJ.
Oh, yeah.
He once got a cease and desist from none other than Ray Dalio.
I do recall that story.
He got a cease and desist from Ray Dalio, and I believe someone said that same statement to him, and I was like, wow, okay, yeah, that's a very well put statement, and I agree with that one. Real quick before I throw it back to you, my friend, Rivian has about 2,000 lots on it on 2 different gateways, 1,200 on one, 1,000 on another gateway around the 25 area. High a day 24.98, and we are just playing with that 25 level right now.
Like, do you just take that breakout and try to get 50 cents? I don't know if I want.
I mean, the risk to reward is there. Maybe you risk 5, 10 pennies for 50 pennies, 5:1, 4:1 trade. Looks good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about in the morning call today with all the trainees. Like, that 23 break, it happened pre-market. It hadn't broken yet when we were talking. And I was like, I don't really love the idea of that 23 break. You know, we're up pretty high, but the risk to reward is there. I mean, the structured setup is there. You just take it. You know, you lose nothing, basically. If you lose, you know, you're punching out 97s, 95s, and, you know, your upside's like 50 to 80 cents. And in this case, it ended up being $2. But, I mean, I think that is actually what I said. It could go $2. But, yeah, I mean, like, this 25 break, if people are offside and stopping out at 25, maybe it's a break to have. Maybe you can just, you know, take this. I don't know. It's the wrong time of day for that. I'm not going to do it. I think I like it if it rolls off there instead. What?
Talking about reformed and everything, someone in the chat said Prad couldn't get out of iron. That's why he's been tilted ever since. Listen, I was not an iron player, but good joke over there. I like that one. Yeah, this Rivian, man, 25 coming into play. I like your trade idea that you mentioned in the chat earlier, which is fail break 25 looks much better.
Yeah.
I think the risk to reward on the fail break of 25 is way cleaner because you're expecting a 50-cent move, but doesn't mean that has to happen on the break of 25, right? So that's the trade setup there. It is available. But then the confirmation kind of shows up when you're waiting for the backside of 25. 25 breaks. You see the stock go above 25, maybe 25.13, maybe 25.24, and shows you where the top is, and then goes back down. And now you have a very defined clear out. Right?
Yeah, the clear out is that wick at the high, and as close as you can execute to that wick high is, you know, that's your risk to reward. Exactly. And that basically determines how many shares you can take as well. If you're saying, you know, I want to risk whatever, $50, and you get in like 95s, and the wick high was like 09s, then you can only take 300 shares. But if you can get in like 00s and the risk and the high was 05, you want to risk $50, it's 1,000 shares.
Beautiful blue eyes, indeed.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Appreciate it. ES is making a new high right now as the NASDAQ is dipping. So what do we think about that? Is NASDAQ just lagging, or are these names going to pick it up?
I mean,
NASDAQ hasn't taken a new high. Yeah, the banks.
Banks are now up 0.5% on the day as an ETF. XLF is ripping right now, taking out the highs. JP Morgan's following it. Bank of America's following it. So you're just pulling it up. I'm giving you time to pull it up over there. Yeah, look at that.
Interesting. They're not at, like, BAC and Schwab were above 29 and above 57 a couple days ago. So yeah, I'm not really seeing any edge to trade these banks, but whoa, look at that move down yesterday.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm just like in another universe, not
You're in the Teslaverse, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the Teslaverse, just not paying attention to anything else. But yeah, definitely some interesting banking moves yesterday. I guess just getting bought back up today.
Well, since nothing's really happening.
Dying. Speaking of people who could make that macro for you, I heard somebody told me that you got some fight in you.
What do you mean?
You went to MMA last night.
Oh, yeah, that was sick, bro. Yeah, that was sick. I'm hooked. I'm absolutely in love with the MMA and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, I always was. I've always been in love with the, watching people getting their face beat in and blood coming out of their noses and whatnot with big gashes like in their eyebrows. I love it. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just some sort of a psychopath on that side. But I love it so much that I finally made that decision to go do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for the first time, and boy was it amazing. I learned how to do the arm bar. I learned how to do the triangle choke, and then somehow I combined the arm bar and the triangle choke while rolling with each other, and I pulled out the Chael Sonnen triangle arm bar. I put both of them together somehow. I don't even know how I did it. Put both of the moves together. Put this guy in a triangle armbar choke, and he's like, "Whoa, you're good." Maybe he's just trying to sell me, obviously, right? He's trying to be a salesman.
No. He said he was surprised with how much fight you had in you.
Like Journey was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love sports in general, man. I always like to push myself, especially like the Stairmaster. Anytime I'm on the Stairmaster, I'm on like, okay, I'll stop in the next minute. And then the next minute finishes through, I'm like, I'll just keep going. I'll just keep going. It's nothing to me. So yeah, I love pushing through. It's because when you push through is when you start realizing where your limits are and so on, right? And then you know how big of a B you are or how big of a G you are, right? Right now though, Rivian's trying to figure out if it's a G or a B around this 25 level. It's trying to take out that 25, and we're seeing size actually reload. They're not reload, sorry. They're getting bigger slightly. 100 more lots coming in on that same 25 area. So we're gonna keep watching this level until it breaks. But man, yeah, I enjoyed it. I think I'm gonna go back every single week. I can sadly only devote once a week for all the summer. With my parents gone, I have to go back home for my dog. So was that breaking 25? No, it's QQQ. So I will be going back every once a week, and yeah, I can't wait to keep learning, soaking in the information. This market is going off.
Okay, baby. Here we go on NASDAQ. So is that new high? What was the high previously? I think that is new high on NASDAQ. Looking, yeah, those overnight
market ripping.
Those overnight highs from yesterday now being taken out. So yeah, we got some room here. If we want to make a move, let's try to pull up like the hourly chart, I guess. We got room up into like this 15,335, 15,340, 15,350 kind of area on NASDAQ. ES just pumping to the high side. Everything looking great right now. My Tesla trade feeling awesome. Rivian actually fading despite the market going up. So that's an interesting thing to note. Rivian not wanting to break that 25 level yet. You would think on market strength, this would have just blasted through that 25. So maybe the short is now in on Rivian. I'm not going to short it away from that price because we just talked about the idea of risk to reward. The risk to reward doesn't make sense 10 cents away because, I mean, I'm only talking about taking, you know, a scalp down to 65s or maybe 50s. I don't think Rivian's giving up the whole move going back to VWAP today. I think this is an ultra strong stock that has clearly caught some people offside. So yeah, I guess that trade is kind of dead. If it can break now that it's done the wick down to the teal, to the 21 EMA, and you know, exploded back off of it, I feel like that break could be good now in the face of this very strong market. What time is it?
So Rivian
35.
You know how Trade Ideas gives you like these profit targets and stop targets for the AI calculation?
Yeah.
So I'm putting them on right now for Rivian to see like what could be the possible stop for the short if I get short. I think it's giving to me somewhere above 25.24, like right around 25.24, which is the level we were talking about earlier. So if you do want to short this, because someone in the chat said talk about the short on Rivian one more time. If you do want to short it so impatiently, I would say obviously be patient.
Yeah.
You see how Max himself is waiting. He's like one of the best traders on the floor right now for the past few months. I'll tell you that, right? If you want to be him, you want to wait for what he's doing. And what he's trying to do is actually get the confirmation of that break.
Yeah. I want all of the liquidity to be taken from the...
All the smoke.
Yeah, well, yeah. But you want those sellers or those people who are long to see the break, see it fail, and then they're like, all right, I'm bailing now. I'm way in the money. Now I can take profit. And then people who wanted to short it, who might have stopped out at the high, and then it comes right back in, they're FOMOing back in as well. And that's all kind of cascading into a win on the stock. So Rivian's actually going for it right now. It's kind of slow. It's strange how slow it is and how kind of lackadaisical it is at the moment. I'm watching this Tesla trade because it did just take out 279.5. I want to see it taking out 280. I kind of want to just hang on to a lot of these shares. Yeah, I think I'll just hang on to these shares because I don't want to be taking profit too early. You know, I've gotten myself into kind of a great position since that 275 did end up holding, and you know, just adding, getting out the older portions, and then you know, getting into more and kind of scalping that out as we go. So now, I'm into kind of the core position is all that's left. I don't really see a spot to add to it unless you're talking 280 break, but I don't even think that's a good risk to reward add there. So I just want to hang on to this, see if 280 breaks, see if we can get through 281. 283 for me is like the very strong resistance at the moment. If that shows up on this chart, 283 right there. So yeah, we just can't close a 30-minute candle above that 283 since we made this gap up earlier in the week. So I think if we get there, I will be all out of this position. I'm not looking for anything higher than that. Obviously, $3 more from here, I don't even think we get that. Carvana is a new high of day. This stock is nuts. Hopefully Brankles is still long back there. I don't know. I don't even think he's at his desk. He's just letting this position ride because he's an absolute animal. But 28.50 now on Carvana. Looking to take out highs once again. Now up 17%. The percentage for like a runner like this isn't even that crazy yet. I mean, if we get to like small cap percentages here, this thing could be up like 80% by the end of day if we take out this 30 price. But yeah, this is starting to go. I don't see a spot to get long. Like it gives you this triple bottom here at 27.50. So that's somewhere where you can execute. That's not really a trade that I typically take, like triple bottoms, double bottoms, that kind of thing. I feel like that's a little bit simplistic for my style of trading, but it gives it to you right there. You just risk 10 cents or whatever, and then you're getting this dollar move to the upside. And realistically, if you're long this name, at this point in the day, I mean, you're looking for that exhaustion move, that absolute spike and capitulation to the upside to cover your position, I think. AMD going back for 115. So I actually wanted this short earlier in the day, but again, a little bit distracted by AI, by Tesla. Why is it doing that? All right, P Pro. But yeah, back at this 115, it wicked, did 2 wicks above 115, and then, I guess that's 3, and then gives you the dollar whatever move. I think if you're looking for something on like a market turnaround here, I think AMD at 115, risking high of day, makes some sense. I'm not loving the fact that it's higher lows all day, but if it wants to give it up, I mean, the NASDAQ is going nuts. ES is absolutely on fire. I mean, ES, like, what is the next level on ES now? 4470 would be the breakout level. And then 4480, I mean, 4500 would be a spot. We're only up 0.5% right now, but I guess we started down. What did we start down today? Like,
the market was down 0.2, 0.3.
Yeah, so we're basically doing like a 1% intraday move today. Oh, there goes Rivian.
Yeah, that was the short.
Oh, it was the short.
That
So
was
it
the
doesn't
short.
give me the short that I want, but it gives the short that everybody needed.
Is that a Batman quote revamped over there? I like
yeah,
it.
buddy. Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Right down to the 50 period. We'll see if it can crack that. If we get support here, which, I mean, you can see that this 70 price reserved for a long time. It even gives you the little liquidity grab wick that I like to see right there below that 70, then keeps holding, and blasts off to 25. So we'll see if that level can hold again. If it can, I think you're looking into these like 50s, 40s. I don't think you get VWAP today, but you never know. Like, this has been an awesome move for Rivian. We're up from yesterday's close of 21.60. So if this pulled back to 23.80, that's not really that crazy, just $1. So you might just get that. Where's AI at? AI did the pullback, but it still can't crack that 40.50 price that I liked, that I was getting long at today, that I mis-executed around, sadly. I had this breakout this morning, and then I was just add, get out some. These were like small outs, and then punch out everything on this wick down. And then we do end up getting back in. So I got back in, same size on the way up, and then I'm adding here, and I made some money on this trade, but I think it deserved more. I think it deserved more. And then I tried the 42 break again. It still didn't work. So AI is not Carvanaing today. I guess the short interest isn't quite as high. So not quite as crazy on the moves. I figured when I was long here that we could just kind of trend all day up to like that 45. We've seen that before on Fridays, where AI just kind of trends, gets this like, you know, elevator move just slowly up to that, up like $5. I think I was on with Neil for the first time when AI was squeezing from like $25 to 33, and we're trying to short it the whole way up. I thought we could get a move like that today, but sadly, we just get this. I mean, you know, $1.50 is great on a $40 stock, but when it has short interest like that, when it has the explosiveness that we know it can do, I mean, it's kind of disappointing. But anyway, back to Tesla, which I remain long. I'm going to stop out if we take out 278.50 now. So I'm long 278. We're holding the 50 period. We've been holding since we held 275 here. If we give this up and we take out 278.50 and hold below it, so basically like close a 1 minute candle below that 278.50, then I'll bail. I will take profit if we break 280. So I'm actually going to set a profit taker here at 280.15, 14 for my next profit, and then we'll see if we can take out that 281 today. I don't know if the market has the juice for that that kind of move, but I mean, we've made a higher low. If you look at the 30-minute, and this is what I was trying to look at earlier in the day when I was executing on these trades. Obviously, a lot of little triangles there because I am crazy sometimes when it comes to Tesla. But we hold that 275 off the initial move. Obviously, we have all these wicks, which are kind of gross, but 275 was low of day on the first day. Then we hold above it, and then we just trade below it for a very small period of time yesterday. Same thing today. We can't even get to that 273 low that we hit yesterday. We only get to 274 today, and then we're back above 275. So it feels to me like higher low here, and then maybe make the move up into the top of the channel. But I mean, we're running out of time on the day for an explosive move out of Tesla. Obviously, you know, power hour after 2 o'clock. When the volume comes back, maybe we can make that move. But the market is making an insane move to the upside right now, and Tesla isn't really following that. So, oops. So yeah, I'm just gonna be stopping out if we take out that 50 price. What are you looking at, Baba?
Yeah, Baba's been
91
on a tear today, bro. Baba's been on a tear today. Last time I saw this stock was $88 today. We're at 91 now. Where does it stop, Max? Where does it stop is the question coming in from the chat. If I remember correctly, I was talking about Baba at the after-hour stream last night really quick on the 4 o'clock show. Speaking of which, Neil, 4 o'clock show funding has been secured. For guess who? Rob. Greg's next week. Greg's not here today. He's got to do some family stuff. You're going to come back from camping? Yeah, when I'm back. So when he's back from camping, Neil's funding secured for the one after that. So ladies and gentlemen, the roster. No, you can't back out now, bro. 100%. You're not going to drink alcohol on the show, will you? We'll get you both. We'll get you a Heineken and a fritter. All right, sounds good.
Rivian back to the high of day.
Go for it.
So now the breakout's looking pretty good on Rivian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take this, actually. I'm just going to take this breakout. High of day. The fact that we went down to the 50, couldn't go any further. We only get down to 72 or 71, whatever that was, and then we go right back up to high of day. That's a bullish signal for me. So, yeah, Rivian, 25 break. Next trade I'm taking. Tesla still dipping, but it does. I mean, it's not.
The fritter.
Yeah, you got to secure the fritter.
Had to secure the fritter. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah. What do you think about this 25 break, Brad?
I mean, look, we've been talking about it all day. I'm pretty sure we all love it, but the question is to what direction? And my direction is going to be the short side.
I think you can take both. I think if this doesn't work for me to the long, I might just take the short.
Yeah,
but I feel
that.
I feel that this dip down has kind of done the move that I wanted it to do. I mean, this is what I was looking for, like 25, 30, 40 cents
What's the
on
red
a dip.
line?
That's the 50 SMA.
Okay.
And it holds that like a champ. So I don't know. I feel like the break is good now, but we'll see what happens here. I'm not going to get too hurt if we do lose on this.
I mean, my line on
And
Rivian.
there we go.
Wow, here we go.
Okay, 15s, 18s.
Wow,
Let's go, Rivian.
instantly.
Let's go. All right. I'm not going to take anything out here. I want to see if we can get to 50 cents. This is actually quite a lot of
on
volume
bid?
on this spike up.
Tested.
Yeah, I'm just going to be stopping out if we take out that 25 price again. Lots of selling coming in, but we're still 10 cents higher. So let's see where this can get to. Come on, Rivian. Pump up, pump up, pump up. Let's
Pump it up.
If we take out that 25, usually 25s is like the kind of the level on a breakout where if you take that out and make a new high, that's where you kind of explode off of it, I find. I honestly wasn't expecting 20 cents right away on this, so this is actually quite good for the breakout on Rivian. So
My level that I have
one.
is 25.50 area. So if that
Yeah.
comes in, that's where I would really like to be heavily short on this position. 25.50, as you guys can see on this chart over here. Look, I keep glancing to my other screen because I have like the Rivian on 2 different time of sales, filtered and unfiltered, watching it, just in case something crazy happens on the tape for us. We'll pull it up over here for you guys to show you what that looks like. I mean, look, a new high day. Oh my God, my chair again. A new high day incoming for Rivian, and now we're seeing a little bit of action, kind of. We don't know what kind of action it is just yet. Is this tape stalling? Is it tape figuring out what it wants to do? A big wall of blue came in, but we didn't move that much. I mean, we only moved a couple pennies, even with that big wall of blue. So it looks like that selling wasn't really, too much of selling. So let's actually do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's filter the tape. Let's do it to 1,000 shares, so 999. Let's do 999 in there. We'll filter it for 1,000 shares. See how the stock moves around at the 1,000 share filter, and see if we see people, being aggressive to the buy side, being aggressive to the sell side. If so, what stocks, what price is really being printed at the moment? And I'm sure that you guys want Max at the moment, but Max might need some time to situate himself with them trade. He's actually has a position, and I don't. So I would love for if Max, you want to talk about it, just let me know. I'll give it to you. But if you need help, let me know.
Yeah, we can talk about this. I mean, it looks like it's holding that 10. I mean, this wick is not real. I'm looking at my other platform right now. It only got to 09s there, so. The bidders are stepping up, it seems. People are punching the ask. There's not a lot of size on the ask. If you really want size, if you want 20,000 shares, you got to go up to 25s for it. So I think this is looking pretty good. I think a lot of people kind of offside on that short down to the 50 period. They probably weren't expecting this to come right back up. So now short's getting squeezed out. Maybe some longs FOMOing back in after stopping out. Where can we go next on Rivian? You say 50s. I said 50s. So I think 50s is the spot. Next real spot on the daily chart is 27. I don't think that we can trend up to there today.
No.
But yeah, if we do, we do. And I just stopped at a Tesla because it did hold below that 278.50 price that we were talking about. So take a small win on the remaining shares on Tesla, but did not get the move that I was looking for. And I am looking for Rivian to hold this 25.10 price right now. Printing lots of green, but not really going anywhere yet. A little bit of a cool down mode before we take out the highs, I'm thinking. I'm going to take out another like 15% at 25.23, so front run me if you wish. I don't think that's going to be a problem on this trade. Looking solid on Rivian at the moment as the market kind of pulls back. So Rivian making its own move here. This 25 price we know is very, very important. And I love that we consolidated below it for such a long time. Well, I guess that wasn't that long. That was only 45 minutes. But still, we consolidate below it, do a dip down, then break above. All the liquidity's been, evaporated from this name, and now people just having to punch higher to get those fills to cover. And it looks like I got bamboozled there on that Tesla trade. They're sending it right back up to 279 as we speak. But, that's cool. We took the win on that trade. What is going on Rivian? Come on. Come on. Accelerate. Come on. Are you short? Brad's short 16s? All right. Well,
yeah, but that's high
we'll
day
see.
risk at 25 though, and it's about to go right now. So I'm about to, oh, there you go. That's it. That's all I wanted to see. High day risk. 25 had some size. 25 instantly got wiped out, and wasn't too much size either. So perfectly planned out for myself that I just wanted to be part of the game in case it did flush. After showing me the high day, I didn't want to miss out on that trade. I was talking about the plan. The game plan was there. We executed it perfectly. We got in around 16s. The high day was 25. 25 also had some size on it, which got cleaned out. So now we wait patiently for that real number that we were looking for, around 50s. See if we see size at 50s. If we see a fail break of the $0.50 like we were looking for, the fail break of the real dollar. A couple other setups being incorporated into my mind right now, thinking about what we can look for. Maybe if you see some big bidder showing up, the size, rejecting that bid and popping up, and then eventually coming in, smacking that bid to the downside, showing us that now the sellers are taking control and wiping out the bids over here. So multiple ideas, churning in my head, and I'm waiting patiently to see what happens. We tried one short. Didn't work out. That's fine. Thankfully, we kept our risk management exactly the way we wanted it to, and our LFT on the day is nothing. So we'll keep watching. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Rivian, the hottest stock on the day today. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Baba was pretty hot. Mara was pretty hot. AI was kind of hot for a little bit. So there was a lot of hot girls in the market today. You just had to take your picks.
Oh, yeah. Lots of heat on the market today for sure. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I took another little piece off of Rivian. I'm waiting for a new high of day. I think we can get 50s here based on how aggressive this buying is. You see this trend kind of slower up in the morning. Obviously, very aggressive, but we're kind of slower up, slower up, slower up. Then we break this level, and now it's kind of getting heated. So I'm wondering if we get some exhaustion move to the upside, right into 50s, and then that's where we kind of turn around. Turning around right at this 32 is kind of random. Not really expecting that to be the case, as the tape's kind of flying around a little bit here. People definitely punching both sides on this name at the moment. The algo is getting a little antsy too, possibly trying to get those fills. So we'll see what happens on this one. I'm not seeing any size really anywhere. I mean, there's a little bit on 30, but that's nothing. That's what is that? 25,000 shares. That's nada. So no size anywhere. You got to just watch the chart, basically, see what the levels are. I'm stopping out at 25 even right now. I may move that up to 08s, but I think I'd be fine with letting this come down and test the teal a little bit. We can see how well it held previously on that teal line. So we'll see if it can hold the 21 EMA here at 05s, 06s, and then if we crack 25. Stop out of the remainder of my position. I have, I don't know what that is, more than 50% on though. 65% approximately still on this trade, looking for higher. Tesla definitely bamboozled me there. Stop out right at the low there, and then, it made a little bit more of a move down, but stop out and then comes right back up. I'm expecting, oh, there we go on Rivian. Back to 32s. Where's Rivian? Come on. Back to 32s. Let's see if we can crack 32 here on Rivian. A little bit of resistance coming on, but, not expecting this price to be a problem. It looks like they took that size that was on 30, so maybe somebody needing some liquidity here and waiting for it to show up. But if it never shows up, you got to just start punching the ask, I guess. Let's see. Can we get through 32? Come on. What is this random 32 price? Let's go, Rivian. Let's go, Rivian. All right, there's some buying coming in, some buying. I don't know, man. I'm bored. Do something crazy, Rivian.
Stock's going to $26.30.
26?
$26.30.
$26.30?
Nostradamus has spoken.
All right, I'm going to offer all the size
I'm
out
joking.
at $26.30.
Shut up. Don't do that.
Here we go, new high of day, printing 34s. Let's go, Rivian. Let's go. Come on. Can you do it? Can you make the move? That 43 high is not real, but maybe somebody does want to punch up there to 43. 36s, 37s. Things are happening right now. Is somebody offside here? Do they have to print? Do they have to buy to cover some of these calls that they've sold on Rivian? Who knows? But, you know, I'm chilling, watching this thing trend in my direction. It's not very often that you punch high of day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and end up getting a winner. So I'm pretty happy with this, this Rivian position right now.
It's a beautiful position.
What else? AI just wicked that 40.50 price too. Rivian's doing a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if we can just bid right back above 30.
Is that like the high of day, 25.43? Like we're not gonna see 25.50s?
That would be way too boring, man.
Come on, man.
Come on.
We didn't come this far to come this far,
yeah,
right?
we
Neil?
didn't come this far just to come this far. We got to see 25.50s. I'm expecting this dip to be bought up. There we go. So they buying, we're good. What else is going on in the market, man? That BABA is such a miss. I know that Wayne had this in the morning. What do you, like 87 break never looks back. You take 87, you could still be holding it up to 91 right now on Alibaba. That's crazy. What a move on that one.
Yeah, Compass RX actually had a nice joke in the chat earlier. I forget how it went. It's something about Alibaba and I don't know, it was a pretty good joke. I wanted to say it out loud, but I got distracted with Rivian over here, just moving all wild like. High of day 25.43. So I'm actually looking for, you know, I've been telling you guys how I've been reading this anchored VWAP book. So I've been anchoring VWAPs right now while Max was talking, trying to see for where can I anchor. I anchored one at all-time low, anchored one around these tops over here, and I anchored one off of this low. Anchoring off of this low over here for the VWAP shows us a little bit of a possible resistance area, and apparently that price is around 26.30, 26.50 area. So you're telling me
on
the daily chart the stock could go up there? What's up, baby?
Brad, PWM. No. PWM.
No.
It went. Could it be the next HKD? Halted up. Sharif, shout out to Sharif.
No.
Just told me PWM is halted up at $13.88. That's insane. This thing looks totally dead today.
Anchoring VWAP off of IPO.
Look totally dead, below $10, halted down multiple times. I stopped looking at it, and now we're halted up at $13.88. All right, that's crazy. 15 breakout was something that I wanted. Now it's looking to gap up a full dollar here to $14.75. Now tapping over $15. Could this actually be the next HKD? Oh my God, this is crazy. Wondering if Eric's long right now. He's got the headphones on. He says yes. Yes. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. I totally wrote this thing off. I totally wrote that off. That's wild. That's wild. So we'll be watching for the open on that one. Halted at 1257.40. Currently 1259.
15 tap.
All right.
Tap is at 15 for
I saw that. And Rivian, here we go. 50s on Rivian.
Finally.
49 high at the moment. They're trying to sell it off. Let's see if we get up there. I just got a profit taker at 43, I think it was, or maybe it was 40. And yeah, it was 40 actually. And looking for one at 53, I think it is, and then 69, I think I have a profit taker at. So we'll see if we can crack 50 here and keep going on Rivian, as Carvana as well, taking out new high of day. Things are happening in the market today, Brad. I thought that we were going to have a boring day and nothing was going to happen.
Are you kidding me? It's Floral Friday, man.
I could not have been more wrong. It is indeed Floral Friday, as here we go, 49s. Get through those 50s. Come on, Rivian. Go print me on 53s. Then let's see if we can get to 69s on this 25.50 breakout. Absolute money breakout here on Rivian. Wow. Wow. Come on. Come on. Breakout.
It's trying.
Breakout,
Oh,
Rivian.
it's a wall.
Come on, Rivian.
That's a wall. You shall not pass. Gandalf is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. I take another fill there, so then I'm just going to cancel that 53, and then we'll see if we can get that 69 fill there. I still have more than half left on this Rivian trade. I feel like we can make this move. It's looking pretty solid here. There's 49s again on the ask. Come on, Rivian, pump up. Pump up. Brad's short now. Here's 50s. Here's 50s. What is Sean dancing about?
Alibaba's $4.
You're long 87. That's the biggest
That's the best trade of the day.
Yeah,
That's
is the best trade of the day for sure.
You know how we don't do trade of the days anymore, ladies and gentlemen? Trade of the day is $4 in the money on Baba by your main man, Sean Katina. And did that break?
51s.
Oh, that broke. We're out.
Here we go. Come on, Rivian.
That's a
Come
weak
on,
break,
Rivian.
though, man.
Let's go. It's weak for now. Then they have to punch. Let's see if we get some reserves on the bid, maybe. They're just kind of punching the ask here. Has not gone back below that 50 price yet, so
it will.
Still looking good. Brad thinks it's going to go back below there. You know, I'm not going to doubt that. I think it probably does go back below. I don't know where to
Bears
put my
roll
stop
out.
now. This is looking great. Is that when does that stock open? 57.40, 02.40 it should open, so it's going to open about a minute. It seems like there are icebergs above that 50 price, which is what I figured might happen.
Yeah.
People are offside very likely on this Rivian and needing to get some fills here. And honestly, there is not that much liquidity on the ask on this stock. So yeah, people may be kind of screwed and punching on this one.
They are very much caught off guard, mate.
I think now I can trail this to 25.24. So that is what I will do. Just have to cancel my old stop. There we go. All right, 57s, 58s. So we'll see if I can get filled here. 69. 69 does always fill. We do know that. Everybody knows you get filled on 69. And then in about 5 seconds, that PWM is going to open. So I'll pull that up for you guys. See where this one's going to open. It just opened now, below 15. Is it going to take out that 15 price? I did want the 15 breakout before. I don't know if I want it now. This is looking a little bit crazy. Spread is insane. There we go, through 15, 15.30. Is the break good? The break is good. Oh my God. 15.85. Is it halting here? Yeah, that's a halt price at 15.85. We'll see if it can halt. Not enough size to halt it, and we're back down to 14. All right. But holds the 14, which was basically that halt price there. This one's going nuts. Kind of calming down, though, right now. Kind of chilling out. I think if it takes out that 13.85, that's often a stop price, but sometimes it'll wick that price, and then that's where it goes. Or that's when it goes, and Rivian is just taking out. All right, I got to.
Icebergs,
I
goodbye.
I'm going to take some more size out on Rivian, but I'm going to keep a lot of my position here to give it the chance to kind of bid back up. So I'm just going to punch a little more out, and then I guess cancel that 69.
The TTC thing?
Yeah. All right. I'm not going to repeat what they were saying.
Probably don't.
Yeah, all right. That 16 price looking like a potential breakout here.
I am a champion.
All right, so Trader Brad.
My friend.
Trader Brad finally crushing that Rivian. We're crushing it on both sides. I got like 60% out, most of it above that 35 price. You are short above 50. Everybody wins, Rivian.
You get a win. You get a win. You get a win. You get a win. Rivian on Oprah style today, ladies and gentlemen. Giving
on
you wins
Oprah
on all
style.
sides.
On Oprah style. All right, there's that 16 break. Wow, this stock is absolutely nuts. I am not going to trade this PWM, but I mean, if you
16?
got in, yeah, 16.50 now. Yeah, the 15 break was kind of bamboozlement, but it held 14. Now we're going for $17 here. Let's see if this thing can crack 17. I don't know how to execute on this one.
Brad wearing shorts while shorting. So is Max, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't see it.
When you're sitting down in these seats, I find the shorts really ride up.
They do.
I don't know.
I
don't know what it is about these specific seats, because back at my desk, they're not riding up, but like I end up with the shortest shorts ever. I'm like rocking a bikini over here. PWM is trying to halt up again. There's no size on the bid, and like not a lot of volume going off. So only 5,000 shares could knock out this bid right now. Doesn't look like they're going to. This one going to the moon potentially. 17 on the tap immediately, which isn't actually what I was. There we go. $20 tap. $20 tap.
Never doubt Eric.
Never doubt Eric.
Never. Eric, what's your target? 3,000? He said 3,000, ladies and gentlemen. HKD part 2. He said no, by the way, for those of you wondering. Rivian's still going to the downside. We are getting some cash moolah that we donated to the market makers, but market makers realize that I am in the right. Maybe not. They're moving it back up right now. Let's take some more profits here on the short side. Scalp those quick 10, 15 cents that they are giving me. That way, if we do pop back up, we can keep on rinsing and recycling, adding shares, getting some shares out. That way, we can, you know, keep making some profits, the gross profits in the range, and then hold some for that dream move flush back down to maybe not VWAP all the way down to where is VWAP right now on Rivian, somewhere around 24 bucks. I don't, maybe 24 bucks is possible, maybe not, but I would like for the stock to actually find some support around this 24.50, 24 area. So if 24 comes into play, we would love that to be a trade, because then we had $1 in the money, $1 club on the long on Rivian, and $1 club on the short. Wow, that's crazy, because the last few days we've been trading Rivian. We've been doing nothing but losing on it. So today we win on both sides. That's insane. So let's get that wins coming on our board, helping with our confidence on Rivian itself. So that's always a good thing to do for. Wow, market still keeps going, Max.
Yeah.
New high a day for both of these markets.
We're going crazy right now. I mean,
we're bouncing off your teal though. Okay, time to take some more.
Yeah, we are bouncing off the teal. I said I would give it to the teal. I did actually cancel my stop. Because I think I'm just going to stop out below 25 basically now on this Rivian position. We'll see if we can get back above 50s. Obviously a key price. It didn't want to get to 69, so I mean, I guess the exception proves the rule or whatever they say on that one. 69 always gets filled, but just not this time. And, you know, it could still happen later on today, and I will be there to take that fill. I'm just trying to get my NASDAQ chart back up because I accidentally closed it here. Yeah, 44.75 on ES. Do we touch 4,500 today? Should we get a poll for that? That seems ridiculous, right? To get all the way to 4,500 today. It looked like the market wanted to break down. I had it. Oh, no. Now I lose my ES chart. It looked like the market wanted to break down today. And, yeah, I guess the buyer's just saying no thank you. And we take out the highs. Ne pas, indeed.
Ne pas is what I'm saying to the longs on Rivian right now. Let's go, baby.
You're crushing that trade.
Let's go, baby.
I'm getting ready to stop out of my last bit on this one. Happy with the profits that we took. Could have been a lot better, but you know, I'm not just going to hold this all the way back down at this point. I think you know, if the sellers want to come in and push it back below 25.20, then you know you got to get out. I'll give it how much time is left? 15 seconds.
I just want to point out, I almost called you Sean, Max.
Yeah.
That look, I like what we did there, honestly, on Rivian. I think the chat got to see multiple different angles of how traders trade. You first started off by saying, is the risk to reward even good on the 25 break?
Exactly.
Right? And then we figured out, hey, it was, because you were risking 10 cents at best for a 50-cent move, and you took it, you got that 50-cent move.
Exactly.
And then we also planned a possible short off 25.50 area, and we got that on the board too, which is also in the money. Guys, what more do you want out there on a YouTube show that trades real money, real size every single day, showing you how real traders put their money and their mind to work?
Exactly.
What more do you want? If you don't like that, to hit this, then I don't know what will it take.
Hola. Like and subscribe
Yanni Ramy
today.
behind me. I recommended Pilot Coffee to him because he likes the flat whites. Comes in saying it's good. It is good. Shout out Pilot Coffee.
Yanni Ramy, put the guns away, man. Yanni Ramy, put the guns away. It's a family-friendly show. Only Sharif's allowed to have the guns out.
Sharif covers them. Actually, no. Sharif's been wearing he's been rocking the polos.
I haven't seen a jersey all summer. And Sharif last year, there was not a single day where we did not see the man without a jersey.
Oh yeah, Sharif was the jersey man before.
He was.
Now he's all professional and stuff.
He's not allowed to be the jersey. Sharif, you're allowed to be whoever you want. Who's fighting you, Sharif? Tell me. Who's stepping to the plate to tell you that you can't do anything? I'm betting against that person. Arun? Okay, yeah, you know what? Arun might. Market's actually curling right now. Not Neil, sorry, Max. I'm calling you everything but Max today. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Markets are curling back over here. XLF looking to show us a little bit of a weakness. Not sure if we do pull back. I mean, Max called out the 4,500, sorry. Max called out the 4,500 area. We're only, how many points away from it? Five-ish points? Is that right? I need to look at the tape over here to see exactly how many points were away. That's the NASDAQ ES/U23CM. 44.74. So no, we still got some move over here to the north side for the S&P 500 futures to move to the north side. And real quick in the chat, Sharif was asking this question to Neil, but since we don't really trade that instrument, we don't know the answer. Maybe chat knows. What is the IWM Russell futures? And maybe you can put it in the chat and then we can pull it up for Sharif over there. He was trying to take a look at that one. IWM Russell futures contract, if anyone has the info for that, please throw it in the chat for us.
PWM is now open.
Okay.
Gap down actually on the open there.
Sharif
Interestingly,
RTY.
so it was looking for that 20 open before. Now gapping down at open. What is that? 1560 and going down for that 14 price. I'm thinking 14 is a stop out, or maybe we get a halt down off that. But I am not going to short a name like this. That would be pretty insane, I think, especially shorting lows on it versus like trying to catch like a wick high scenario. As we do wick that 14, somebody trying to get filled 5,000 shares there on 1394. Do they get the fill? They do get the fill. So let's see, is this that wick below the halt price that we were talking about? And then they send it right back above that 16.
Send it.
I would say 16 is a breakout at this point. If we take 17, that would be insane. I can't play with something like this. It's too wild for me. I got to be able to manage risk somehow. But I get the R2R idea behind these. It's just like wrapping my own head around it is just too crazy. Tesla also, I literally punched the low on Tesla there. That's too bad. That punch out 278.30s. Now we're tapping 280. I figured we'd get this move today, and I'm not involved. That's too bad. I stop out at the ad price. That's, my price was like 278 or 277.99, something like that. Just add here and then risk that 277.99 price, or risk VWAP or something, and then you get that move back up. I guess I just got tired of it, as PWM is taking out 15 again. This one's nuts, man. We have no levels, right?
Target 3K, bro.
Target 3K on this one. I'd be cool with 500 if I was long on it, but
Yeah.
How many, if it was gonna, I don't think you could get that today. I don't think you get to 500. What's the maximum that this could get to in the next 2 hours?
I'm sure people said that about HKD.
Yeah, but it didn't get there in one day. It got to 50s, and then it got to 100, and then it was suddenly 500, and then it was 1,000.
That's true. That's a good point. That's
you need time to get there. If it's gonna halt up and gap up that much, then
Okay, people said the same thing about Volkswagen. Now what's your argument?
honestly, I haven't looked at the chart.
Neither
on
do
the
I. I just know the
intraday.
stories from Neil, because obviously he's
Yeah.
been trading since then. That's a little age joke for those of you wondering. But no, Neil's talked about it multiple times about how the stock just popped insane amount of dollars to the north side. It was insane. My biggest pop I've seen was probably Tilray. Tilray to 400 was my biggest pop. I can't say DWAC was my biggest pop. Tilray was my biggest pop, but I wasn't trading Tilray back then.
That DWAC move was pre-market. Well, I mean, it got to 120 or something pre-market.
Dropped off.
In the pre-market, things don't halt, so it can just keep going up, keep going up. I think it was $40 at 4 a.m., and then by the time the market opened, it's 120. It's tripled its price. And then you get into that halt that gaps up to 175 or whatever. That was insane. And here comes a bit of a quadunk on that PWM. I don't know where, if you were long from down here, where's the stop at this point? This halt price here at 1030, are you holding it all the way down to 930 right now? I don't know how you would consider this one, because you don't want to be stopping out early on these kind of liquidity grab dips down when they're not resulting in a halt down. And maybe if you're long at $9 or $10, you're just saying, I'll risk a halt down on this one. And if it gaps down, then I get out. And if it doesn't gap down too bad, then maybe I'll hold it and see if we can get back above the price. I don't know. I mean, I like being involved down here, and then you can make these decisions in your head. That holding through the first halt down hurt me pretty badly on OCEA once. It gapped down $10 on me. I only made, $1 per share on the last little bit. But no, wait, what was that? Oh no, I made $10 per share on the last little bit. But it was up to 22 or something.
What's
crazy.
the longest you've ever been in a halt?
I was in, I don't know.
We have a trader on the floor.
There was a halt down once that was really long for me when I was trading at home.
We have a trader on the floor who's been in a halt for multiple days now, in the money, and the stock has yet to open. I can't wait to see what's quadunking. Oh, what? Sharif, man. He's recording. Okay.
The stock is yet to open?
It's yet to open. It's been halted, and he's in the money still, and the stock has been stuck in the halt state for a while now.
That's crazy.
I can't wait to see what price the stock opens at and how this one moves around. I forget what the ticker is, but it starts with something with
halt?
the M.
What's the reason for the halt? Just
some news halt, probably.
News?
Probably some news halt, because why else would it be halted for so long?
Like a bankruptcy kind of halt?
No, it's in the money though. I don't know if he's long or short, but he's in the money and it's still halted. MEOA says someone in the chat. Maybe that's the one. Let's go take a look at that one. MEOA on NASDAQ, I'm guessing. Yeah, there we go. This is the bad boy. Oh yeah, it's not gonna update the charts because I have to type it in over here too. MEOA. Let's see where this chart is. He's for sure short. He's for sure short 40 area, and he's in the money right now, $20-ish.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh baby!
Yeah, I was about to tell you that your Rivian is going nuts. If you get, I think now if you get that 25 break back to the downside, that's gonna look pretty bearish, pretty good for that short position that you got going on there. I mean, if we do this whole move, and this is that kind of exhaustion that you talk about. We saw how many people were kind of chasing up and hitting the ask through this move up through 25.50. And then it goes nowhere. So we find the real sellers and make the move back down. Do we make the move through 25 and maybe test that VWAP at 24 later? I'm not going to say 24, but I think, as I was saying previously, we can get to 24.50 on that move. Would you add through 25 here?
Oh, that's a spicy question. Would I add through 25? Probably not, mate. Probably not. 25 is up here. I'll probably add on the break of this EMA, honestly. If 25.20 starts showing some weakness and we don't keep popping back above 25.20, I might add on this area. And then if it really shows me weakness around 25, and then I'll add again, and then I'm done adding probably.
Well, for what it's worth, that 25.09 was holding before. That's the price that held after the breakout.
So we'll wait to see what it does around that price.
Yeah, if you break that price, I think that you could probably add through that price. And if that holds again, then, you're stopping out and
you know what, done. I just threw out a stop order to trigger me entry on the break of 25.09. And I'm crossing down to 25. That way I'm basically taking the 25 break. And if 25 breaks, I'll just throw another order out there to take more short. We have already taken out most of our size L. We only have, I can't calculate percentages on the fly like that, but I think I only have about less than 50 for sure, but not greater than, well, less than 30, I think, honestly, if I'm doing the math right now. Probably around 30% or so is what I have left on board. But I'm not going to take that out. I'm going to hold on to it. And if we do get that levels that, oh, here we come, Max. Are we going to get that entry?
Here we come. So we got size on that 25.10 there. A little bit of size, not really anything for this stock. 500 lots might be something. This is only 200 or 250. We take out that 25.10. Prad gets filled. Let's see where this one goes.
Prad loves getting filled.
All right.
On the market.
Big pause there. But yeah, I think
fill me, baby. Come on.
I think you could definitely see that 25 break, and then 24.72 is where it went to before. Are we gonna hold that 25.09 again?
25.10 holding.
25.10 holding.
Oh,
Here's
go.
09s. There's
That's
08s.
It's a wrap.
Does it hold? Selling coming in. Maybe a little buying. Nothing crazy there.
Where's your teal at? Are we below your teal?
Oh, buddy, we're way below the teal.
It's a lock.
We rejected the teal. We came in, we held the teal. This was fake, I think. But we held the teal once, break it, reject it, and then continue down. I mean, now we're rejecting the 50 period as well. So this is looking like a decent short. I kind of wish I took that like 25.50 rejection with you.
25, which one's right?
The 25.50 where you got short. That was
right.
absolute money. Here we come into 25. Guys, this is probably the most educational trade that's happened
been on this show.
On this
Legit.
midday show.
Legit.
Like I initially said, could you take the 25 break? And then I thought, no, I want it short. And then we do this dip down, which shows me that buyers are stepping up on this name. So I take the long. Prad takes a different trade up in like the teens short, which stops out and then succeeds at the 25.50. It's like whatever trade you want right now, Rivian is giving you.
You can have it.
This is
You
great.
can have whatever you like.
What a learning opportunity. And now there's about 1,000 lots on that 25 on the bid. If that gets taken, I think
I have an order to add more on that break.
I would be adding more on that break for sure. That's looking good.
If
it does hold though, you know,
I'm instantly out.
Yeah.
If it gets back above 25.10, which was the iceberg on the way down first time and the iceberg on the way down just now, if we hold 25, get back above 25.10, buyers are still being aggressive for their price, even after putting in multiple confirmations on the 1 minute indicators that I'm looking at, Max's chart, on multiple time frame indicators over here. I have yet to see stocks get pulled down to those levels yet. Here comes that 25.10 area. Now there was an iceberg on the bid, on the ask, sorry, on the way up to 25.10. So I'm giving it a little bit of a time stop here. How long does the stock trade above 25.10 area? Does it start showing me big levels of big orders of buys coming in? Already filtering the tape for 1,000 shares, not really seeing the tape move right now for 1,000 shares or more, which means that people are only trading less than 1,000 shares, and there you go, right back under 25.09. If I start seeing like these big orders, 5,000, 4,000, 10,000, being punched into the yellow color or the green color, then I would get scared about my shorts for sure and probably punch out. But this is basically telling me, look, the volume is there, no doubt about it. The market is moving. I mean, Rivian's traded 160 million shares today. The market is, the stock is clearly having a lot of decision making happening at every price point. But we want to see where the big traders are, where the big bank is, because big bank always do be taking little bank.
Brad, the chat's yelling at us.
Why?
Because we're not looking at Lucid.
Oh.
I mean,
Chat's always yelling at me though.
I know.
That's nothing new for me.
Lucid up 8.5% right now. This is a nice trend up. Yeah, it's a nice trend. This is not something that I can personally trade. I can't deal with these stocks that don't move, that are just like, it's just chilling here for so long. I don't have the patience for this. I understand, you know, taking one of these positions and you're just like watching the money grow and you got a ton of size because look at all this liquidity and it's not going to rinse you because there's so many shares on the bid and the ask. It's not going to flush on you. It's not going to really spike up like crazy. But yeah, new high of day on this. But I don't know why you guys are freaking out about it because this isn't any kind of like explosive move up. Yeah. This is just like kind of choppy, you know, very, very nice trend up. It holds the 50, it's holding the teal. It's doing everything that's very friendly, but it's not giving me any edge to kind of trade it at the moment. But congrats if you're long, congrats, especially if you're long down here on this like quintuple bottom.
Oof. Is that a word of the day? Nah, it's not.
Nah. Quintuple? That's not even.
Oh, let's go!
Where's Rivian at? It breaks 25, eh?
Breaks 25, gives me the shares that I wanted. Okay. We are crumbling.
Brad is printing over there. That's what a trade off at 25.50. You know, you talk about a setup, you take the setup, you execute it perfectly. You know, what's better than that? Wow.
Buying a private club tonight, or a private jet tonight, baby. John, you want to go to Miami this weekend? I'm buying a PJ. Let's go. Rivian, paid by Rivian. I'm calling PJ RIVN now. That's gonna be the license plate for my PJ. Let's go. Oh, Boggy's calling. Wait, hold up. Hopefully it's not that he wants to pump the stock now. No more PJs available, says Boggy apparently. But hey, let's send the stock to the downside. We nailed the trade to the long on stock. Well, I can't say nailed because I didn't get the whole move. Even though my targets in the start of the day, max, was 25.50, I got shaken out by some random move in the middle. Yeah. And then, I punched out my full size. So I can't say I captured the whole move, but look at this stock. Let's go.
What are you targeting right now?
I'm targeting 0. Rivian going to bankruptcy, going back to all-time lows. No, I'm joking. My target is $24. $24, I'll be happy with $1 per share. So right now my average is $25.18. Let's see $24.50, $24.18, $24. We'll love it. I need to take some profits now though, so I'll take some profits here, and then we'll leave our rest of our size for a bigger move down. Now my new average after taking some profit, 25.11, and that happens to be just a penny above that 25.10 area. So guess who's putting the stop exactly at break even? Actually, I'm not doing that because the algos listen to me and they're gonna fight for it now. So I'm not gonna put my stop. I'm just gonna mentally watch the stock and then mentally stop myself out. Try getting me now because I don't use stops, algos. Mr. Stop Huntington, come for me.
People also talking about Meta, which absolutely exploding right now to the high side. Yeah, Meta holds that 290. I mean, it did a $1.50 dip, but that's kind of what Meta does. Hard to hold size through a dip like that, but you can always just get back in when it retakes the level, and now you're risking down to like 289, I guess. So you're giving it $1. Now we're at 294.5, looking for that 295 break on Meta. I figured we could have gotten this like right here off the open where it holds 290, but then it kind of gets stuck at 291 and gets right back in. I'm hoping that we don't break 300 today and they save that for Monday morning, because I think that would be an absolute banger trade on Monday morning. You take the 300 break, you're looking for 305 to potentially add to it, and then you see if you can get to 307, 308, and maybe it trends to like 315 with, you know, when you break those crazy key levels like that, sometimes they just don't stop going, especially if the market move is in their favor. And, you know, these markets just kind of, you know, elevator to the
whatever
upside
happened to
today.
Free Fall Friday, Pride, huh? Whatever happened to Free Fall Friday?
You promised it to all the algos, and they were like, sick, let's get short, and it didn't happen, so now they're all covering it.
So you're telling me retail's stronger than the algos these days?
Retail is beating out the algos at the moment. Carvana also turning over. So that Carvana move, learn how to type. Doesn't get to that 30 price that I like. Still holding that 28 though, but that's like an 85-cent dip. You got to imagine if people are like shorting all the way up, that there's probably a bid somewhere here on this move down. So we'll see, similar to the Rivian situation below 25, if like the bidders step up here and then you know, we get shot straight back up.
I'm sorry.
Prad probably just almost punched a lot of size on Rivian right now, but thankfully he did not. But yeah, I'm wondering if this gets like just bought right back up because people have been shorting all day potentially, and then it gets sent back over the high. Obviously, giving up the 50 period when you've been holding it all day is not a good look, especially with a volume spike. But that volume spike is at the low; it's not at the high. So that is actually an interesting little point on this one. So we'll see if Carvana can get back up. At this point, like now, like if the 29 break happens, oh wow, that is what a dip buy on Rivian there. Oh my God.
Yeah, thankfully I took some size out of the bottoms there, and I had my stop out. Even though I lied to the algos, I tried to jinx the algos by saying I'm not going to put a stop out. I did throw it out there. I got triggered, and now we're out of the position. Now we're watching the position basically go up. So it was a flat exit for the last few shares, so I didn't lose anything on the last two shares. It was good to fight the market at the high of the ranges over here on Rivian to try and get that fill. We lost a little bit, then we got back in, and we lost a little bit there too, but we finally caught that move. Apparently, to the 100-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, dropping down to the 100-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, and now reclaiming 25, getting back to the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. We're seeing a little bit of a possible resistance coming in over here. If Rivian does go back all the way to day's high, I would be scared to short it this time, right? Because the first time it made sense. The second time it goes back towards that area. Markets are not stopping anytime soon. NASDAQ making a new high day right now. S&P 500 figuring out what it wants to do itself near the high days at the moment. So I don't want to fight the shorts. The trend is clearly to the long side. The dip buy looks easier right now if it does go back to the high day, but I don't know where my stop would have been if I bought it at that dip buys and so on. So multiple reasons over there why not to flip long for myself, but also an idea as to why not to maybe go short at the same double top if it does show up. There's another idea switch over here on the same theory. If the market keeps going up the way it is, if Rivian goes back to the high days, shows us that double top, and if market starts curling back down and Rivian shows us weakness around those same prices, then I do like that short. But right now, I'm thinking about a possible very, very tight risk trade around this 100-period EMA right now. Maybe trying to even situate myself around this prices that we're currently at Getting back under 25 might just give me that trigger. Let's see what happens. We are at 25, 25 printed, back under 25. That is the trigger right there. We'll take some small size and we'll keep trading between 25 to 25.10 like we have been before. 25.10 goes again, we walk away because that level seems to be very in play at the moment. 25.10, 25.11, 25.13 area, very, very in play. Previously, when we went above that area, there were icebergs on the bids and then icebergs on the asks. So clearly, something's happening. They're situating themselves around that price, and now back under 25, and they're trying to push back above 25, but failing to do so. So I think that re-entry for the short side on the trend that we are creating, on the temporary trend that we're creating right now after creating that high, which is higher low, higher low, higher low, lower low and lower lows coming into play. But this low over here kind of negates that lower low theory. We need to see this low going a little bit lower. Too many lows over here. I'm losing my mind. We need to see this price drop down a little bit so we can kind of confirm that theory of you know, prices losing their value, or buyers not getting ready to fight for the same prices that they were previously, or being as aggressive as they were previously and bidding higher. Now they want to wait for lower prices, maybe around VWAP or so, to actually get some, as one of the hosts on the show previously used to call it, money fills.
Those money fills.
Those money fills.
Love the money fills. Tesla still hasn't cracked that 280. I don't know what to do with that, though. Like, if you're looking for something, if the market's going to turn around, I think Tesla's kind of giving you an obvious price here. Either you're saying, I'm going to get short in front of 280 right now, and I'm going to stop out on the 280 break, or maybe you give it to this this high right here at 280.20 or whatever that was. That was only 08. So you give it, you know, an extra 10 cents just to confirm the breakout. Or you're saying, I want to see it fail break, and then I'm going to short it back down. I'm not going to take a breakout on Tesla at this time of day, but I mean, I can see the case for this trending through 281 up to 283. If the market does want to turn around, though, I think a Tesla 280 fail break could be a strategy that I could execute to take it maybe back down into 278.5 or 278. Just, you know, nothing crazy, but something to kind of pad the stats at the end of the day. You know, those easy, like, risk-reward trades, right? You're risking 20, 30 cents. You're trying to get $1, $1.50 out of it. Rivian's really flushing off of that 25.
Of course it is. You know who's short?
Brad, look at this.
You know who's short?
Look at this.
Sean Catina's short. I don't know if he is, but Pratty Daddy's short. That's why.
You short again?
Yeah, baby. Get it back right in.
Let's go.
Who's stopping me? Nobody. Not the market. Maybe my mom and my dad, maybe, but not the market.
Well,
not today.
Look at this 50 period.
Yeah, let's look at it.
We, you know, break out, hold it, break down, get back above it, hold,
Is it the
hold,
SMA or
hold.
the EMA?
It's the SMA.
SMA 50, okay.
Hold, then hold to the upside and push it back down.
Believe in the teal, baby.
This isn't even the teal. This is the red. This is Sean's favorite line, the 50.
Okay.
That's
what's yours then? What's the teal?
The 21 EMA.
21.
Yeah.
21. Can you do something for me? 21's doing something for me right now for sure. He's putting in the slaughter fest on this Rivian slaughter gang. I'm not going to say the other word, but we're dropping right now, baby. Let's go. 22 cents in the money again. Sadly, this time I didn't take as much size as I wanted. You saw the theory play out. We wanted to take the 100-period EMA rejection and the consolidation. I've usually seen this setup many, many times, right? A stock like Rivian today rips up the way it does all the way to the north side, finally shows you that exhaustion, then it gives you that lower high, lower low setup, and then it comes into that perfect consolidation area where it rejects the 100-period EMA, 50-period EMA, and then bounces between the two EMAs and then goes for that next leg down over here as you're seeing. So ring in the profits, Pratty Daddy on fire with Rivian after actually 3 days in a row of getting beat up by Rivian. Maybe not getting beat up, but I did lose every single day this week on Rivian. But today's one win alone wipes out all the losses that I had on Rivian for all of this week because my risk management, mamma mia.
Nice. I too have been getting crushed by Rivian the past 2 days. This win did not pay for those losses, sadly, but you know, it makes a dent. It makes a dent for sure. Amazing that we can both have like basically the same level. One person goes long, one person goes short, and both win.
And yet people always be screaming, don't short stocks, don't short stocks, don't go long, don't go long. Without long or shorts, you're not getting anything at the end of the day. You need those short sellers to make your profits on the longs.
Exactly. They add to the squeeze.
And I need these longs to make this money on the Rivian right now. More to the downside, baby. Let's go. Market going down. SPY's bringing it down. NASDAQ bringing it down. Raining profits straight into my wallet. My wallet's getting stacked tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going Friday, baby? Where are we going, Max? Where are we flying? We'll fly to Vegas today. You want to go see the Vegas Spear? I got you. PJ tonight.
That thing's pretty cool.
That looks amazing, eh?
That's really cool.
It is. That Spear looks amazing.
People talking about NVIDIA in the chat. I didn't even know that we were up 2.5% on NVIDIA today. Holds at 420 price pre-market and then just blasts off.
People in the chat making fun of me. They're like, Pratt, just shut up and go to the hair salon with this money that you keep complaining that you don't have about.
They've got a point. They definitely have a point there. You need to go platinum. It's you signed a contract live on the air.
No, I ain't signed no contract.
Verbal contract.
Fair. This guy's
live
a lawyer now.
on the air. You gotta get that. You gotta get that hair dyed, man.
This guy's a lawyer now.
Anyway, NVIDIA is basically at the high of its range recently. This 432. We still got 2 hours left in this day or more. I mean, we might just be able to trend all the way to these highs at 440 here if we are able to break and hold above that 432. I'll be there for a 440 break. I hope it doesn't happen today. You know, same as like that Meta 300. Like, you want these breaks to happen in the morning when there's more volume, more explosiveness. In the afternoon, usually they don't work so well, as that Tesla trade that I outlined works out perfectly for anyone who might have wanted to take it. You know, you're just risking, what is that, 70? So you're risking like 40 cents. It gives you a $1 drop, basically. Pretty solid trade, 2.5 R to R there. Maybe you even get down into this 278.50, 278 kind of level, but you know, it's just not the trade that I like to execute, so I don't have that one. What else are people trading in the chat? Yeah, Rivian. Wow, that Rivian was perfect. Apple? What's Apple doing today? No, 192, I don't care. Apple needs to be breaking 195 for me to care about it. What about that BYND that I can hear Branko's talking about back there?
Which one?
Beyond Meat.
Oh, BYND.
This one has, what is the short flow? Let me check it. I think it's like 60%. Oh no, 42% according to Trade Ideas. So 42.5% on Beyond Meat. Trying to take out that $15 level. Kind of wicks high, and now we're flushing down off it a little bit. We'll see if we get that like kind of hold that we got on Carvana there and on Rivian prior to the breakout, where it just kind of holds this key price here at 1475, 1470, and then shoots straight back up to 15. High of day break on this one could be something today, but the volume's still light. You're wondering when that volume's going to come in. When do people actually cover those shorts? There's like 30 million or 20 million shares short on this name. When do they want to cover? I guess they're assuming it goes bankrupt.
What do I do with Rivian?
I mean, it kind of hit the profit target now.
No.
No?
What's the profit target? $24.
24 is the profit
Yeah.
target? Well, then you hold it to 24.
I don't think that's happening though. Like, we're already seeing some stalling happening on the action over here.
Yeah, the
Max,
markets are starting to buy a little
My
bit
problem
right
with
now.
with my trading. Oh yeah, guys, I forgot to mention it. We were talking about secured funding. So Sean, funding has been secured, but as we know, the man whose funding has been secured is standing right behind us for the 4 o'clock show today. Friday, 4 o'clock show. But we know that the man usually has to run home because he lives quite a bit of distance away. So we appreciate you staying back till 4 o'clock. We'll do a quick half an hour session, and then we'll ask you some questions. So chat, if you have any questions about cars, boats, shipping, Rivian. We've been trading Rivian all day. So Rivian, last time you actually talked about GM and how you noticed like productions were lower and so on. That gave me a beautiful short setup off of your thesis and your idea. So I can't wait. Don't ask me for the money though, it's mine. But can't wait to have another talk with you about EVs and cars and so on to get more ideas. So guys, funding secured, 4 o'clock. Show up to that show up to the stream today. We'll talk, we'll grab some beers, talk to Randy and enjoy. So come hang out with us at 4 o'clock. We still got about 20 minutes here on the show, Maximilians. And the stock is actually pumping up. You know what? I made my decision. I'm out.
I think you got to trust the teal on that.
I can't. That's what I was going to talk about before Randy came in, which is, oh yeah, it's going to reject that teal, isn't it? Damn it, Pratt.
It wouldn't be great if it did. But no, that's a great trade, man. You shorted 25.50 and you basically got almost $1 out of a $25 stock. That's about as good as it gets,
I was going to say, though, my problem is I can't hold size the way you do. Like, I've seen your blotters before. You'll be like $8 in the money, but your unrealized is like $10,000. Whereas me, I'm like always looking at like, how can I take my profits as fast as I can because I have trust issues with the market? This guy just believes, and the belief is real.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't really play out sometimes, and you got to know.
On, Max.
You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. Obviously, today actually, I did pretty well with just kind of taking the wins that I had. I wasn't really holding so much today. I mean that Tesla one from that 275 or whatever, but I was kind of adding, getting out versus like just, punching all of it at the bottom and waiting. Because, the holding has not been working recently.
Yeah?
Me. I've been getting a little smoke this week. Thankfully, I was able to turn positive on the week this afternoon.
Nice.
On the show, I think I turned positive. So, that's good.
What's your number one stock on the day still, Tesla?
Yeah, it's always going to be Tesla.
Nice.
If I'm going to have a good day, it's probably going to be Tesla.
Look at Rivian.
Yeah, Rivian straight back up. So great out there. It's breaking the teal, so you get out on the break of the teal. What I wonder is like when people say holding a level or breaking a level, like that's pretty subjective, I find. At what point is it holding the level? Because, at a bunch of points it goes above, but then, goes right back below. Like, I don't know. I guess it's your definition whether you're saying like a candle closes above or maybe you want to see a bit above, or you want to see time above. It's I struggled with that for a very long time. Earlier on in my career, people were saying like support and resistance. It has to hold this level. Like, what does hold this level mean? Yeah. It just shows a bit in front of the level because that's never going to happen.
Yeah. No, I love saying around the price. So like if there's the EMA, it's still moving around. There's still 5 minutes left for that, or 3 minutes left for that candle to close.
Yeah.
And I'll still give it some wiggle room. And I'm also doing like my own mental time stop. For example, if a stock is dropping really hard and that level is clearly not holding, I'm not giving it 3 minutes more to hold that level when it's like 30 cents, 50 cents, $1 away from that level, right?
Yeah.
So those things come into play. But I like the time mental stop idea that you just talked about very much. Don't tell me it's going back down. I'm gonna cry, dude. It did go back down. I'm not gonna cry.
I mean, I think you did pretty well on that one.
Yeah, but Max, you want to be perfect. You want to be the very best, like no one ever was, right? You want to catch them all, man. You want to catch them all.
You can never catch them all. It ain't Pokemon.
That's not what Ash Ketchum said.
The market ain't Pokemon, man. You can't catch them all. You just got to do. How
else am I supposed to get my Misty, bro?
Go to the gym, they're saying in the back. Brad hits the gym all the time.
Facts. I had to
the Pokemon gym? I was never a Pokemon kid.
Never.
I don't really know anything about the Pokemon.
I watched it maybe like a couple times here and there. I had the playing card games a lot, but in India they gave you the fake cards. They weren't even real. Like they had fake bootleg Pokemon cards that I found out like multiple years down the road, like multiple money down the road. Hey, there's a big difference. The fake ones don't value in money, and the real ones do.
Yeah, but you're playing with them as a kid. Who cares if it has value?
That's true. I did ruin them. Their PSA rating is probably -10. So that's true.
Jeff saying Max probably thinks Ash has a blue hat. I have no idea. Is that what we were talking about the other day?
What?
That I looked like the Pokemon guy? Oh, it's a different game. Yeah, see, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. We were saying I looked like Mario, right?
Oh, yeah, Mario. What? Yeah, Mario. Someone said you look like Mario?
Last Friday, I was
when you had
wearing
your
the red
Subaru
hat.
on. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Okay.
Here goes Rivian.
Yep.
So breaks that prior high.
Now I'm not happy. Now I'm not pissed off anymore. Now I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you shorted the strongest stock in the market, basically. You know, this has done the most volume out of any stock on the market today, 176 million. And you shorted it and took $1 out of it on its move up. Like, that's pretty solid. I think you can be pretty happy with that that trade there. I don't know. I think that
It's called Mr. Pratapia now, not Mr. Olympia. Mr. Prashardon. Thanks, Fabian. Thank you. I like that. XLF is actually holding up in the higher end of the ranges. I'm not sure if you're still watching these bank sector, man. Ooh, baby. And I think I told you this too. I recently bought a TD Bank on my long-term account. So I want to go check out what TD is doing. The most heavily shorted stock or most heavily shorted bank out there in the world, I believe, is TD. Sorry? Not anymore? Oh, okay, good. That's exactly what I want to hear. Don't get shorted anymore. This is the Canadian version. No, this is the American version, sorry. I'm going to look at the Canadian version because that's where I own it in on my account. If you go to the 1-year chart, this is where I'm long at $78.60. So still in the money, no complaints. But the red today for TD Bank on Toronto market. Let's quickly go check out what BAC is still doing. I'm guessing BAC is still hanging out at the exact same way that XLF is. JP Morgan was above 145 at one point today. We're still above 145, looking strong and won't stop bucking to the north side. The trend is still up and up for JP Morgan. And at a quick glance, Rivian still moving up, but NASDAQ and S&P 500 max are actually creating the lower highs. So what's going on over here with Rivian? That's the question. I mean, Rivian, does it want to give us that double top trade short? Is it giving us somewhat of a head and shoulders short here? This is a little bit of a solid V-shaped recovery, if you ask me. Bouncing off the I believe, 50-period EMA on the 3-minute now. But it did push much lower than the 50 and the 100-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. That's why it's always good to look at multiple time frames. And actually, in the book Anchored VWAP, there was a very interesting point written in there, Max, which was you want to start your day off with looking at the 1-minute time frame, maybe even those 30 seconds time frames that you sometimes talk about.
I got the 5 seconds.
Okay, that's crackhead stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, you want to start off with those smaller time frames earlier on in the day, apparently, and then when you go into later on in the day, you want to be looking at the deeper time frames, and that obviously helps you hold the stock a little bit longer and so on.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand the reason as to why, or maybe I haven't gotten to that part yet because I kind of stopped reading around that same area.
Well, I think it's because, like, you know, you get a lot of chop and not a lot of directional
Off the
moves
open?
later on.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, you know, you got to give something a little more space, obviously less size as the day goes on. And then you look at, like, longer time frames, like I'm going to give this a stop based on the 5-minute or 15-minute or 30-minute chart.
Yeah.
Versus, like, you know, if you're taking a Tesla trade off the open and it wicks below some 1-minute shelf or whatever, you could be, like, instantly $1.50 out of the money.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to be holding on to that. But then, you know, later on in the day, when we're doing this range on, like, Tesla, if we turn this 1-minute chart, which is totally choppy and crazy, into, like, a 30-minute, then, you know, you're saying, zoom in, come on. There we go. Then you're saying, like, all right, I want this, you know, 30-minute breakdown of this 278.79, and I'm going to give it to, like, this high here. Versus looking on a 1-minute chart, you can get chopped around a ton, and there's less volume and less directional moves, I think, in the market. That's how I interpret that.
I like that. And actually, I was going to say, like, I used to be a 5-minute chart trader, and I would always be so adamant on not looking at any other time frames while I'm trading only for the 5-minute because I felt like that gives me the less noise, less garbage and gives me that power to hold the trade a little bit longer, which has worked. But recently, you know, not because of this book, but before this book, recently I've been incorporating, you know, having all 4 time frames, looking at all 4 time frames at once, and it's been much better. Obviously makes sense. Go when you're in doubt, zoom out. So whenever I'm in doubt, I just zoom out.
Multi-time frame alignment, I think people
I like
call
that. Yeah, I like
think
that.
that's what they call that.
MTPA. MTPA, multi-time frame.
MTA. Time frame is one word.
TF, okay.
But you could go TF.
There you go.
MTFA? I don't know.
Multiple time
Confluence,
frame
I guess you could say.
alignment.
Confluence between different charts. Yeah, you want to see like what people are trading off of. And, you know, we don't really trade off the charts all that much around here. You know, usually we're looking at like price levels and size and volume to kind of give us our ins and outs and how we execute around these prices. But yeah, I mean, if you look at like a 5-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, a 30-minute chart, and a 1-minute chart, and all of them are saying, you know, this is a breakout, go long here, then you know that like lots of people in the market are looking at that level. And if you're looking for a reversal at that level, and all of the, you know, chart time frames are telling you this is a breakout, go long, and that breakout fails, and you see size pop up on the offer or something, and all this selling come in, that's where you can get those like outsized moves where everybody in the market who's trading off the chart is offside. So I like that idea of having like 4 time frames up at the same time. Looking at the daily too sometimes when you're already in a trade, like where do I manage this to?
Yeah, I love it, man. Got a multiple time frame alignment. I love it. Multiple time frame alignment, multiple time frame alignment, multiple time frame alignment. I'm gonna keep saying it until I don't forget it. And that's actually what this thing was. You know, I just said I'm gonna keep saying it until I don't forget it. Yesterday at the jiu-jitsu place, the instructor taught me like a move, and he taught like all of us a move, and he only did it to us like once. A couple people were like struggling after they just learned it. I was just sitting there just like visualizing the move in my head, practicing the move in my head, just like close my eyes, visualize the move, bang, 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 side control, side mount, get back on mount, hold the hand down or whatever, just doing it in my head. And then he's like, okay, now your turn. So now I'm getting ready to do all the things that I just practiced and visualized. He's like, oh, you got amazing memory. That's the things like that's what you need in the sport to kind of get to that like prodigy level state. I'm like, don't call me a prodigy. My ego is about to inflate.
Yeah.
My ego's already off the roof, and you're about to put a balloon in there, bro. Don't do that.
Now I understand why you think you're gonna go every week.
No, I'm gonna go every week. He's a salesman, and he's pitched it to me. He called me a prodigy,
people are pumping
baby.
you up. People are
Call
pumping
me
you
prodigy, baby. What else is that?
Prodigy. He's got himself a new nickname. This guy comes up with the most nicknames. Prodigy. Oh my God. How many nicknames can one man have?
All right, there we go.
People talking about NVIDIA in the chat. What's going on here with NVIDIA? Nothing's really happening with NVIDIA. Just kind of consolidating. Looking good though for that 432 test. I don't know if maybe that 432 breaks. It's good volume for NVIDIA to have 23 million shares done today, but I think buying NVIDIA at the high today, maybe not the best idea, so I'm going to write that one off. What I did want to get to is Carvana, which we were talking about it potentially buying up that dip. I never type in New York for this one. We were talking about it potentially buying up that dip at 28. That's just what it does. It did actually even a beautiful little wick here below 28 and then shoots back up. So 29 break possible today on Carvana. We'll see what happens on this name. If this starts squeezing into the close, I might just have to take my first fill on Carvana today above that 29 price. If we break 30 today, I will have it, even though I think it would be kind of crazy to have that one, but that's one of those trades you gotta have.
Question from chat, and I for sure cannot answer this question because I feel that doing this every single day, and I would love to see your answer because you're actually very calm and composed throughout the day, no matter how your trading goes.
I don't know if that's true.
It is. How do I get out of a losing trade without anger?
But yeah, you
It's
just
not as easy as that, Sean and Neil, with the 20 years of experience.
I think it's as simple as this. If you get into a trade and you execute it exactly how you said you were going to execute it, and execute it exactly how you wanted to, and you didn't do anything stupid, then why would you ever be angry at that trade? You know that half of your job and more than half of your job as a trader is to lose. So losing well is just as well and probably better than being good at winning, you know, being good at losing.
That's well put, man.
Stop out. Or stick to the plan, stick to your stops, stick to your profit takers. If you're angry after a trade goes exactly how you said it was going to go and you get stopped out and you lose,
then probably not for you.
Yeah, maybe trading's not for you, or you have to figure something else out.
So I guess that's what it is, right, Max? You know, we do this often too on the floor. We get mad at ourselves for something that we do, and it usually could be because we made a plan and we didn't stick to it. So we get angry. It's nothing to do with the trade.
Yeah.
The trade is nothing to do with what happened. It was us. We made a plan and we didn't stick to it, or we didn't make a plan.
You didn't make a plan.
And you're just gambling.
That's when I get angry.
And then you're just gambling.
I'm punching into a position. I don't have a plan. I'm getting in some random place and losing more than I should on that. That's when I get angry. Or if I don't stop out where I say I'm going to stop out, I will get angry at myself for that. I don't think I've ever been angry at the market before, except maybe early on in my career getting halted down, but I don't get angry at the market. You can't get angry about what happens to you. You can only get angry about what you do.
Yeah, it's you're pretty much in control, man. You push the buttons. The market
100%.
doesn't have a gun to your head and say, push that damn button or I'm going to punch you in the face, right? You push the buttons. Yeah, it makes sense for you to get angry at yourself, but that's not how you're supposed to, you know, educate yourself or teach yourself. You would like your teacher to be nice to you and calm to you and cordial with you when they're explaining things to you. If your teacher's just yelling at you on top of their you know, throw, you're not going to probably like that teacher very much. And whoa, what just happened on Rivian? Rivian just popped up from 25 to, oh, I thought it was a 25. That was like a dark bull candle. Okay, never mind. I was like, it showed 25 to 25.20 randomly. Just, oh, market's really dropping now. Market's taking off levels over here to the downside, but the support on S&P 500, which was around previously, it's not a real support, but it was kind of a level 45, 65 area. We're now at 45, we're breaking that area to the downside on the S&P 500. Here's what that chart looks like, and here's the NASDAQ market. Both of them getting ready to give you a little bit of curl, but Rivian, which you would expect to maybe curl with the market, not that it has to, is still hanging out about 25. So this is why I'm not, so eager to get into another short on Rivian. As Max already mentioned, you shorted a stock that was probably the most insane stock on the day, almost 200 million shares traded, and you got $1 per share scalp on it. Don't try to keep going back to the pond, especially when it's drying out, man. Especially when it's drying out.
Yeah. Yeah, that Tesla trade that we were talking about would have worked out pretty nicely too.
Who the hell is this guy?
Held that 280 price very nicely, and rolling back over. So we'll see if it can take out that 278.78 random level there, and get down into that 278 even. I kind of wish I took this trade, but it's just like not the risk reward setup that I like. So, is what it is. It didn't get to the price that I wanted, so I can't really take the trade there.
You should have just said that comment out loud. Yeah, that comment's hilarious. It's like, just compare your P&L to Prad's and you won't be mad. I agree. Just compare your. I like that. That's a pretty good joke. Who was that by? Saskatchewan. Get him, Bears will ban him right now. That's a pretty good joke. I like that. Ban him right now. I'm joking. Let's go market. Market's indeed flushing to the downside right now. We are having fun, ladies and gentlemen. There's only a minute left. Sadly, we have to be departing over here, and we will be coming back next week. Max and I are still hosting next week, if I think so.
I believe I'm filling in for Neil.
I am on 2? I'm on 3. Okay, so it's the exact same schedule next week also, maybe, because Sharif is on vacation. Who?
Yeah, I'm filling in for Neil next week.
Okay, we clearly don't know what the schedule is. We'll figure it out, but we will be live every single day like we are. Same time, same place. Max, you want to say anything about your weekend before we wrap it up and send it to the kahunas?
No. Have a good weekend, everybody. Good luck the rest of the day. Hopefully those trades pan out.
Make sure you show up at 4 o'clock, please, for our wonderful conversation and some Heinekens with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Randy, the car guy. So take care, guys. See you guys at 4, and then have a great weekend. Peace.
Hey guys, welcome to the close markets in the green here as we move up on both the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow. Let's have a look here. The S&P up 0.45%, the Dow up 0.25%, and the NASDAQ up 0.6%. TSX